Last night on MasterChef Australia,
Today will be a battle royale.
Jonathan cooked off against world-renowned chef Justin North in a celebrity challenge
They don't come much bigger than this.
and gained the experience of a lifetime.
I've just cooked next to Justin North. I'm buzzing.
Tonight, two teams go head-to-head to serve up a classic French menu.
Your mission, to deliver by noon today.
It's double the pressure as each team cooks alongside two legends of French cuisine, Tony Bilson and Michelle Roux.
Let's light up the stove.
How much more French can you get?
I thought it was a disaster.
Judging them, two of the most revered names in the culinary world, Guillaume Brahimi and Tetsuya.
We are completely stuffed. Jonathan has just faced off against Justin North in the Celebrity Chef Challenge. We think fantastic, day's over. No, Gary says there's more.
There's one more thing we have to do today before you go, and that's to pick your teams for the team challenge tomorrow.
Jonathan, one of your other rewards for winning the invention test this week is that you are a team captain. Your first task as team captain is to nominate what colour apron you'd like to have.
I'm going to take blue. Thanks, mate.
Congratulations. Jonathan, who will be your opposing captain?
I'm going to pick Daniel.
Jonathan picks Daniel as the opposing team leader, and I think we're all really puzzled. I think he's actually a really strong cook.
So we have our captains. Now we need to pick the teams. Jonathan will pick the first team member for the blue team. Daniel will pick the first team member for the red team. Then those two team members will each pick the next member of their own team. It's like a team pick relay. You pass the power of who's going to join your team next to the person you pick.
Now the team picking's out of my hands. I'm not happy. There's nothing I can do, so let's see what mixed bunch of people I get now.
Jonathan, who do you choose?
I'm going to pick Fiona.
Daniel, who would you like to pick for the red team?
The first person I will pick is Peter.
Fiona, who do you pick to join the blue team?
Pick Matthew.
Marion?
Thank you, darling.
Where?
Adam. I pick Callum.
Courtney.
Jimmy.
Alvin.
Jimmy, who's the next blue team member?
I'm going to pick Philip.
I like to work with Sky.
I'm going to pick Joe.
I'm going to go with Shani. I'd love for Carrie to join us.
Well, Shani, two very solid cooks left to choose from. Aaron or Jake, who do you choose for the red team?
I choose Jake.
Oh. Aaron, that means you are the last piece that completes the blue team jigsaw.
Thank you.
I don't know why I was chosen last, but stuff them all. May your soufflés not rise, may your sugar turn to salt in your desserts. Stuff them, you know, every single one of them.
So the teams have been picked. You won't find out what the team challenge is until tomorrow. Good night, guys.
We don't know what the challenge is going to be, but I'm looking at Daniel, I'm looking at my team, and I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what they throw at us, we can do it.
We're all a bit nervous. We always are before a team challenge. But you just got to get mentally prepared for, you know, what the day's going to bring.
All right, guys. Really, we got to win this, okay?
Putting on the coloured aprons in the house definitely does send a big divide through everybody. And team challenge time does put a bit of a competitive feeling in the house.
All of a sudden, there's a ring at the doorbell. So Joe and I run upstairs and we're opening the door and there's 2 boxes on the ground, a red box and a blue box. And so it's like the clock starts. Guys, package.
When we open up the box, inside we find a letter, all in French, and also a French dictionary.
Great, French. We can read French. Hey.
Bonjour, équipe bleue. Vous êtes sur le pont de
Lucky for us, Claire speaks fluent French, which is a real advantage at this point.
Composé de 3 plats. So the challenge today has a French theme, and our task is to prepare a French meal comprised of 3 plates.
Choisir, Choisir. At this stage, we can't immediately tell what it is because our French is pretty sketchy. Oh, is it? Maybe. Choc.
Pour la cuisine française. So each team has to choose their recipes from a cookbook. In the house, we will find 2 books.
A book of a cookbook. Livre de cuisine is a cookbook, isn't it?
They'll be identifiable by a little MasterChef symbol stuck on the inside of the cover. Choose one and choose recipes only from that book.
Let's go.
We're all running around looking for the books. We're just running around like crazy kids looking for lollies, you know, in a treasure hunt.
We're working through deciphering the French letter. We still don't know what we're meant to be looking for, and some members of the red team have started running around. I mean, it's chaos in here. It's absolutely chaotic.
Are we definitely sure we should be running around the house like lunatics? This is what the thing means? We're not just copying the blue team?
That's a good point.
Once I found the first book by Michelle Roux, I had a fair idea of what I was looking for.
I'm thinking, right, they've got to be in those books somewhere. Matt's hot on my tails. He grabs a book, flicks it open, then quickly runs out the door, and I just think, I've missed it. By like 4 seconds, I've missed the book.
You guys only need 1 book?
No. We're still working it out. We're just looking through which book we need.
Sorry.
So we've got both cookbooks and the red team have none.
There's only 2 books. They've got one, we've got to get the other one. Whenever they're ready to give us one.
So our strategy is, you know, stick the knife in a bit. So we're just going to take our time, come up with the 3 best dishes out of the one cookbook and give them the scraps.
Can we just wait? Sorry, can you leave us with this is private? Yeah.
We had a flick through both of the books and we decided to go with the Tony Bilson book. Within 5 minutes, we fixed our menu. We knew what we wanted.
All right, let's go.
So you Jono, do you just want to flip through?
No. I think we've got to be decisive. Let's
Jimmy
go.
finally handed over their second cookbook, and they had given us the Michelle Roux book, and so we quickly ran upstairs to share it with the rest of the group.
Okay guys, what are we going to do for main? So now we're good to go. The letter told us that we need to head to the International College of Management in Manly, which specialises in hospitality management.
See you guys.
We've made our final decisions, picked the menu, everyone knows where they're going to be working and what they have to do, and we're off to go cook.
Let's go.
We hope that what we have is good enough, but more importantly, we hope that, you know, we can catch up to the blue team.
As we approach Manly, the weather just deteriorates and it starts raining. It's this massive old building. It's absolutely stunning. The fact that we're going to be cooking in there today, I can't wait to get in there.
Get in there.
Blue team, welcome to the International College of Management on a glorious Sydney day. You're the first to arrive. That means you'll get a 15-minute head start over the red team. Today, you'll be cooking a 3-course meal of classic French cuisine. That menu must be ready by noon today. The winning team will be whisked to one of my favourite Sydney restaurants, not only for lunch, but also some priceless experience in the kitchen with one of the most exciting chefs in Australia. Lose, however, and waiting for you is the terror of an elimination round. Tomorrow, all the members of that losing team will go into the elimination.
It's a bit nerve-wracking because you have to kind of be aware of what your teammates are doing around you more than what you're doing yourself, because at the end of the day, one bad dish more going to cop it.
Before you head in to start cooking, there's one more thing. Each team will be given a mentor. He's run great restaurants in Australia for 40 years. He's known as the godfather of the Sydney restaurant scene. Please welcome Tony Bilson.
I've been cooking for over 40 years. My cooking style is French, but it's very much Australian. I often say that we create memories, and I try to create an experience for people that they're going to live with for the rest of their life, and that makes their life a bit more beautiful.
Welcome, Tony. I think you can tell by the looks on the blue team's faces that they are a little bit stoked to have you here. Thank you so much.
It's Tony Bilson, the guy who actually wrote the book that we're cooking from, and he's going to mentor us in the kitchen. So I'm pumped by that. I think that that's fantastic.
What do you think you can do to help the blue team win today?
Well, the book itself is designed for home cooks, and I think what I can do is to help them put a professional touch to it. We're here to win, guys. We're not here to muck around.
I'm in shock. I'm in awe. This man is a legend of French cuisine in Australia. Oh, we've got a great advantage in this challenge.
Mr. Bilson is waiting. The kitchen is waiting. What are you waiting for? Get in there and start cooking.
Let's go, guys.
We've got a 15-minute head start on the red team. We've also got an extra person, so we're all feeling pretty chipper about the challenge and really keen to just get cooking.
What have we chosen for today?
Starting with the roasted lobster with a herb butter sauce. Then we're going with the duck with figs and orange. We're going to serve that with some parmigiana. And then we're going to serve creme brulee with a twist of the puff pastry. Instead of the prunes, we're thinking the same stock syrup, but using maybe some peaches.
Fantastic. Well, that's great.
Tony thinks the menu's great. It's a very classic French menu.
We pull into the driveway and we run straight into the building.
Oh, wow.
And as we're standing out the front, there's Matt standing there in all his glory in a tuxedo. It's a pretty imposing sight.
Red team, welcome. Given the importance of this challenge, we're going to give you a mentor. Please welcome, from the Waterside Inn in Bray, outside London, the man himself. Oh, God. Michel Roux.
I've been cooking now for 50 years. My philosophy on cooking is simplicity, and I want the product to talk to me. So the main ingredient must explode in your mouth.
Michelle, welcome, and thank you so much for taking part and agreeing to mentor the red team.
I just can't explain how excited I am about seeing him. It's just amazing.
What do you think a great French meal offers the diner?
Sophistication, but in all simplicity, and with the best ingredient.
Red team, please leave Michel Roux and head to the kitchens.
Let's go, guys.
Come on, guys, let's go.
We're in the kitchen now with Chef Michel Roux. He's asking us what our menu is, and of course our menu comes directly from his book.
The entree we've planned is the poached oysters with mayonnaise and horseradish. Now, we had planned to serve the cucumber coulis with that particular dish. The main we've got is the pigeon canoes with the grape jus and the cabbage. And for dessert, we've chosen to do some poached white peaches with a pistachio crème anglaise.
Super.
Yep.
Now, come to the canoë pigeon. I'm not going to say don't do that dish. It's up to you. You decide, guy. You're cooking. But my opinion there is I would think a dish like, for example, the lightly smoked duck would be a very good dish.
Michelle lets us know that we should probably change the pigeon dish to a duck dish, which is seasonally going to work better. However, the duck dish has really strong Asian influences.
How do you feel about it?
I think we should do it. Yeah, I think we should do it.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So you're going
There is no way that you can argue with Michel Roux in a kitchen. It's like turning up ringside to tell Muhammad Ali how to box. You just cannot do it.
All right, guys, let's light up the stove.
All right, let's go, guys. Come on. All righty, beauty. Today I'm looking after the main course, which is the duck dish. I've got Callum next to me. He's looking after the potatoes. And I got left of me, I've got Claire. She's doing the glaze and the sauce. But my job is to actually debone the duck. Oh my God, I've never de-breasted a duck before.
Just keep it angled against the bone.
Okay, so against.
No, just use the point. Okay, take the fillers off. Just sort of run the knife along.
Oh yeah, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Actually, just for the entree, Aaron and I are cooking roasted lobster with the herb butter. We put the herb butter into the lobster through a cavity that we make in its head. It takes some time to get that butter into the head.
Keep on going. Okay, keep on going. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more.
You really kind of got to force the stuff in.
Keep it going. Yeah, we're done.
When it comes to cooking a lobster, there's just a razor-thin line between it being overcooked, undercooked, and just right. And I'm terrified. If that lobster isn't perfect, then, you know, it's game over.
I'll be working on desserts with Joanne and Phil, and we'll be making creme brulee with some poached peaches and some pastry. So I need to get the custard made so that it has time to set. If I don't set, don't have a classic creme brulee dessert. You just don't.
Once I get the peaches cut, I want to measure the liquid and the ingredients out for my poaching syrup that the peaches are going to sit in. Just let it simmer for about 10 to 15 minutes.
And then put them on the skin and then just leave them to cook gently on the skin. We're doing well, but we just got to focus and less talk, okay?
I'm responsible for the main course, which is the brand new smoked duck breast and stir-fried vegetable dish. I'm doing it with Peter and Adam, and I start cutting off the duck breast. It's only the breast that we really need, but it's got to be a neat job. This is the star of the dish.
We also need to prepare vegetables for our stir fry. This is going to be the most elegant stir fry any of us has ever prepared in our lives. But because it doesn't immediately sound French to us, we're worried that it's something the judges may not identify as being within the spirit of the challenge.
The dessert Sky and I are making today are poached white peaches with a pistachio creme anglaise. I'm in charge of the creme anglaise, which is basically a custard.
How finely should I be grinding them? Right to a...
Well, as a puree almost, so in the pestle, as thin as you can.
Okay. I take the pistachios and start to ground them into a paste. Michelle recommends that I use a pestle and mortar and do it in batches.
I'm going to be taking care of poaching the peaches, and it's really about making sure that you don't use too much rosemary because the flavour of the peach is quite subtle, so it's about getting that balance of flavours there.
Cut it straight.
Oh, cut it straight?
That's it.
I finished making the custard for the creme brulee dessert. One of the tricky bits is to ensure that the moulds are put in the freezer long enough to give the brulee's time to set. If they don't set, it's going to ruin the whole dessert.
I'm working on butter puff and poaching the peaches with Philip. First, I roll out the butter puff. It's very finicky and it's very time-consuming, so it's not as easy as it looks. The next stage is to put them in the oven.
Joe, come on, are you going to get that in the oven?
I can't because the ovens are all on low. One oven was on low.
There's a 200 one on the top.
There's 2 on 200, Joe.
Okay.
I'm angry at how long Joe's taking to get this pastry in the oven. It's a 15-minute job. I think it's taking nearly 45 minutes. I'm furious.
It's 210.
That's okay. Just whack it in. So then just turn it down, okay?
Okay.
In addition to that, Phil got the peaches ready, put them on the stove, let Joe know, and they sat there and got overcooked.
No, they're too soft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Shit.
We need to get another one in. Let's just, it's doable. Let's just
I can do it.
And we had to recook those peaches.
Behind you.
Less than 1 hour to go, yeah? That means you need to put up your beautiful 3-course French-themed dish, not only to make Tony Bilson proud, but, of course, the special guests that will be arriving very shortly to taste your food.
Red team, we've got 2 very special guests on the judging panel that you haven't met that are absolute experts in French cuisine. So get stuck in. Come on, guys.
What else can they throw at us today? We've got Michelle Roux, we've got Tony Bilson. Who on earth could they get to judge our dishes?
Me and Jake, we are working on the poached oyster dish, which is the entree. I've got my mayonnaise finished and I'm happy with it. It's time to move on to the oysters. We've got to get these babies opened, which could take a little bit of time.
I'm responsible for the cucumber coulis. The pressure points for that is getting the consistency right and getting the flavours just right, because it should just be quite refreshing. Should I add more lemon?
A little, but not too much.
Not too much?
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
Let's talk about what these guys are doing. So I hear they're cooking duck as the main course.
Yes.
Now they weren't, were they? They were doing something else.
They were doing pigeon. The duck in France is one of the most popular dishes with pigeon. In fact, more popular than pigeon. More classic than pigeon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, what about, are they scared of the Asian flavours, do you think?
No, I don't think so. I think they will do well.
Okay, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed.
Red team, we got 45 to go. We're looking good.
We want that really smoking in the next 5-10 minutes, huh? Okay, good.
After I've marinated the duck, I need to get it in the wok, which Peter has set up. The smoking of the duck is the most crucial part of this dish. If that duck is overcooked, we are completely stuffed.
That's just gone in, chef.
Ah, good. Excellent.
Good. They're nice and perfect, I think.
Right, guys, I need your attention just for a second. I know you're busy. You've got under half an hour. Don't be complacent. Right, one more thing. Little surprise for you. Bottle of Cuvée Riche from Chandon. You have to do an extra dish for the judging panel. So you're now going to be cooking 4 dishes. And you have to use the Cuvée Riche, this method champenoise, in that dish. Get your thinking caps on, have a huddle, work it out quickly, because you ain't got much time. Let's go.
30 minutes to go. We haven't plated. We've got to make an extra dish. Who's going to do that? And how are we going to come up with this thing?
Do with it, but I've got an idea. The strawberry mousse and champagne served separate where they have been cooked in.
Michelle Roux mentions that we can use the poached strawberries and make a strawberry mousse and a poached strawberry cocktail for the 4th course. Everyone's cooking at this stage, so it's fairly obvious that I'm going to have to do this 4th dish.
So cut them in pieces, huh?
Oh, okay.
That will poach quicker.
Come on, guys, let's go. Let's do it.
I've got something to tell you guys. You need to cook a 4th course.
We were going to finish this challenge with 15 minutes spare. Now we're going to produce another dish. I'm not happy.
If we wanted to do something like a pre-dessert, I noticed there's some cherry tomatoes in it.
Okay.
And just make like a little puff pastry pizza, and then do a little sabayon with the...
Great, let's do that. I've taken charge of the fourth dish. We've decided to do a fine tart of tomatoes with a sparkling wine sabayon on top.
I'm going to be making a sabayon with the champagne that George has just given us.
I'm just getting the basis for the fine tart for the fourth course.
And the champagne.
Chef, how are
George.
you worried about anything?
Really, I'm just concerned with the plating. Things need to be beautifully cut. When it's beautifully cut, it brings out the beauty of it. Now, if they haven't got the knife skills, and it looks like as though it's been chopped, up for a Sunday lunch or something, it can look pretty disastrous.
Thank you, Chef.
Okay, thanks very much. So, how's the creme brulee going?
Just come out of the blast chiller. They're in the freezer.
Yep, okay.
And they're looking good in the...
Okay, great.
Make this all look beautiful and neat.
They're in there for... How long have they been in there?
I take the duck up from under the grill and I show Tony.
Tony? Yeah. No. Well, I didn't tell you to put them in. I hope they're not overcooked. Okay. They may be.
I've left it in there too long. The look on his face is priceless. It's probably the worst expression I've ever experienced in my life.
Well, let's hope it's okay.
Guys, you've got 5 minutes to go, yeah? This is the time that counts. Putting the food on the plate must be gorgeous.
Come on, blue team, let's go.
I take the creme brulees out of the freezer. I look down and I notice that it hasn't set where it needs to. There's nothing more I can do at this point. I have to finish them. Just get them on. Just get them on.
I haven't even sliced the duck breast yet. I'm too scared to. I'm worried to have a look inside. I've been letting it rest. Put it on the bench. I start slicing it. I yell out, Tony, have a look. What do you think?
Tony, that's the duck there. That's
perfect.
It's perfect?
Okay.
Cooked to perfection.
After we've smoked the duck, we need to plate up. Peter cuts through the duck, and this duck breast is just beautifully pink from the top right through to the bottom. The only thing I'm really worried about is it a classic French dish.
Final countdown, guys. You've got 2 minutes before your menu must be presented. Come on, last little bit of energy.
Let's go, red team.
We're a little bit frantic at this stage, and we're just hoping we can get all of our dishes on the plates and to the judges.
Okay.
Here, pour like that. That's it. Whisk.
We've got 1 minute to go, and we're still trying to get this mousse finished.
Go for it. Stop there.
Guys, you're running out of time. You need to go.
4 or 5 raspberry on it.
Let's do this.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Perfect plates. We want clean plates. Guys, come on. This judging panel, can I tell you, they shake my boots a little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
You've got 10 seconds to go. 9, 8,
7, 6, 5,
4, 3,
2, 1.
That's it. Put your tools down. Step away from your benches. Well done, guys.
Finally, the time's up. I'm really happy, and the dishes look exactly how I imagined them to be.
Well done. Yeah. Okay.
Time's up. High fives, hoorays. This was awesome.
I just feel wonderful. It's the most amazing feeling to have cooked with Michel Roux, to pulled off the dishes, and to actually be happy with them.
So thank you, Michelle.
Pleasure.
It's an absolute pleasure.
I leave you
we
guys.
wish you luck.
I don't have to wish you luck anymore. You've done it. Thank you.
Well, it's time to say goodbye to Michel Roux. He's really happy with what we've done, and he's so encouraging. We're sad to see him go. He's such a nice fella, and it's Michel Roux.
Tony Bilson, thank you so much. It was an honour.
Thank you, George.
Even though Tony Bilson is not actually on the judging panel, we're pretty sure that these guests are going to be up there. So everything needs to be perfect.
Well, we've been telling you all day there's going to be 2 special guests judging your food, tasting your food.
They're experts in their fields. They're probably, in terms of stratospheric. Two of our top chefs in this country.
I can now reveal the first judge is Chef Guillaume Brahimi. And finally, I can reveal judge number 2.
Tetsuya.
I thought I was flawed when Michel Roux was going to be our mentor. Now we're going to be feeding Tetsuya and Guillaume. This is just mind-blowing.
We walk in for the tasting and it's a beautiful looking dining room, and in front of us there's Matt Preston, Tetsuya Wakura and Guillaume Barani. This is really, really intimidating.
Red team, welcome. I'd like to introduce you to my 2 special guest judges today. We're very honoured to have with us Tetsuya Wakura from Tetsuya's, who I suppose is Australia's best-known chef around the world. What you may not know is that for the first 5 years of Tetsuya's training, he specialised in French food. And Guillaume Brahimi, who's Guillaume Restaurant Benelong, and also Bistro Guillaume in Melbourne, 2 iconic French restaurants. I feel nervous sitting next to these 2 guys, so let alone how you must feel presenting your food for them. Really, we couldn't have found 2 better chefs to cast a critical eye over what you put up today.
To have the chance to put a dish that you've made in front of somebody whose cooking that you've idolised for so long, it's a very emotional feeling.
Daniel, the moment has come. We're going to taste. What's your first course and who is responsible for preparing it?
Well, the first course to start with is a little amuse-bouche, which Elvin's prepared. It's a cucumber coulis. And the second part of our entree is poached oysters with mayonnaise and horseradish, which Jake and Courtney have prepared for you.
Gentlemen, should we taste?
The amuse-bouche, there is a little bit of a bitterness into it, so I didn't finish it, but I think there might be a touch too much lemon maybe in it.
I am worried that the comments are not great about my coulis. I might have let my team down.
You enjoy that dish?
Very much, very much. All the sauces doesn't overkill the, oysters. Nice contrast for texture as well. It's a wonderful oysters, nice dish.
That's one of my proudest moments ever cooking for anyone. I know that I can cut it now. That's icing on the cake for me.
It's a smoked duck breast with stir-fried vegetables.
As a dish, duck, perfect cooked. And very, very, very tender.
I love that combination of the smoke. I love that little sweet capsicum on the top. So I can see this is a classic Michel Roux dish. The question is whether it's a classic French dish.
This is not the sort of duck we will cook in a French restaurant. I find that very not French.
Guillaume tells us that he doesn't think the duck is a very French dish, and this is our worst fears realised. This is something that could put us all into an elimination challenge.
The surprise dish is the dish we're going to serve next, and it's our Shandon strawberry mousse with a Shandon strawberry cocktail.
Daniel, you seem quite nervous. Who's responsible for the dish?
Yeah, me.
like a wonderfully smooth mousse. For me, a little bit lacking in strawberry flavour. But I love that. I would be happy just with that poaching liquor.
Sky and I's dessert will be the last dish to be tasted. I definitely am feeling the pressure.
Our final dish is a poached white peach with pistachio creme anglaise, and Sky and Shani have made this little wonder for you.
The white peaches are fantastic. They're perfectly poached.
Pistachio anglaise. It's too coarse. It should be like silk. Texture is very important part of the taste as well. Almost 50 or 60% of it.
They're really not happy with the creme anglaise. The texture is definitely a big thing for them. I feel like I've let the team down.
Well, thank you, Red Team. You've given us a lot to think about and discuss. We'll now taste the blue dishes. You may leave us.
We've done everything that we can do. We cooked our hearts out. We put up a menu that we're really happy with. All we can hope now is that we've done better than the blue team.
It's time for us to present our 4-course classic French meal to Matt, Tetsuya and Guillaume.
From the moment those waiters walked through the door, time just went so slowly. If that lobster isn't perfect, then, you know, it's game over.
Who cooked the lobster?
It was a joint effort between Matthew and I.
Magnifique.
I'm lost for words, and I couldn't be prouder of the people I cooked with or myself.
It's cooked perfect. I can't say more, really, just...
We've had a great first course. The waiters bring in the main course, which is the duck breast. Maybe it's been in the oven a bit too long, but I believe it's cooked right.
Duck, beautifully cooked, and duck has a really nice flavor. I think you agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I love it.
I could sit there and have a pile of that pomme Anna with that wonderful, wonderful jus over the top.
You know, like this is French cuisine. Ça, c'est français.
I can't believe the day we're having. It's just unbelievable.
It's nerve-wracking standing in front of Tetsuya and Guillaume. I'm just not sure if they're savvy on what's the right thing to do before the dessert we've got coming.
this course is just to clean your palate to be ready for the next. And this is so sweet. It's going to be very hard to follow with another sweet dessert.
It's a bit of a sweet sledgehammer.
There was a general disappointment on the Sabayon. I hope we haven't lost the challenge because of it.
It's time for our dessert. I was working with Joanne and Philip, and I'm anxious and I'm hoping that the creme brulees have set.
Who's responsible for this dish?
Carrie, Phil, and Joe.
I didn't make the brulee.
When Joanne put her hand up and said, I didn't do the creme brulee in front of the judges, every single one of our team members was just horrified.
I was responsible for the brulee and getting it set. We go into these challenges as a team, and it's a bit of a slap in the face for a team member to do that.
There's obviously a problem with the setting of the brulee.
I think I may have put a little bit too much mixture in for the time that we had to get it set.
This throws the whole dish out of whack, and I'm upset about that because those peaches are beautifully poached, and I like this little kind of crispy bit of puff.
Yeah, a bit upset, to be honest. Already also creme brulee, it's too sweet.
I think this dish could have potentially lost us the challenge. There'll be a lot of devastated people if it has, because I think we worked really well as a team.
Well, blue team, we've tasted all your dishes, we've tasted all the red team's dishes. It's left us with a lot to think about. We have a hard decision to make. Remember, all of the losing team will be up for elimination tomorrow. Blue team, you can leave us now.
As we come out of the judging room, obviously there's an element that we're all thinking, oh God, you know, are we going home on the back foot of this?
Yesterday, each team had to create a French banquet for a panel of expert judges with the help of 2 mentors. Today, we're going to find out who's won.
Red and blue teams, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. What an amazing experience you guys have just had. You've cooked in the same kitchens as 2 of the greatest chefs on this planet. And the judging panel, again, you think of that. These guys are the top chefs on the planet.
If that wasn't prize enough, the winning team will be whisked to one of my favourite restaurants in Sydney. They'll be going to Pilou at Freshwater for a spectacular lunch. And then after lunch, time in the kitchen with Giovanni Pilou. We'll give you a few tips of the trade that you'll be able to bring back to this kitchen.
That restaurant is amazing. Oh, just hoping it's my team.
The other side of the coin is less pleasant. For the losing team today, the whole team will face an elimination challenge, and one of that team will go home.
We're hoping we're going to avoid having to don the black aprons today. It might come right down to the wire.
So the red team, sitting in that tasting room and eating your food, was a really, really good experience. The first course, those oysters were the perfect way to show Tetsuya and Guillaume how well this batch of MasterChef contestants can cook. The duck, beautifully executed, Tetsuya himself raving about the way that dish works.
Duck, perfect cooked and very, very, very tender.
There were, however, a few negatives, a few bumps in the road. That cucumber coulis was a bit over sour and a little bit flannelly in terms of texture.
I'm worried that because the judges didn't love my dish, it could potentially let the team down.
And Shani, the graininess of that pistachio anglaise in the dessert threw off those immaculately poached peaches by Sky.
Pistachio anglaise, it's too coarse. It should be like silk.
Do you think this mistake has put the whole team at risk?
It may have, and I was pretty disappointed with myself. I think if we lost today, a lot of it would come down to my part.
There's one other issue. You were charged with cooking a classic French menu. Putting up a smoked duck breast with a stir-fry of pak choy is outside of, I think, most people's experience as a classic French dish.
I find that very not French.
Goddamn Asian duck dish. I'm really worried that that's the make or break with the judging.
Well, blue team, you got off to an absolutely ripper start. When Guillaume and Tetsuya cut in that lobster, they were blown away by how well that lobster was cooked.
Magnifique.
And for the three of us, it was the dish of the day.
I was really pleased that the dish that I was involved with got such high accolade, and I'm happy that I'm actually now starting to serve food that I want to serve.
And then to main course, this kind of modern version of duck à l'orange with a little fig compote, the segments of orange, that cassis-hinted gravy that Claire made was an absolute ripper and just brought all those disparate elements together into a really fine dish. So, brilliant start, and Tetsuya's two favourite dishes of the day. But then, from such highs to desserts that were both flawed. The pre-dessert, your surprise dish, it was very sweet, and it was another egg yolk dish. Then came the creme brulee. It hadn't set, it was runny, it was a disaster.
I do feel responsible for the creme brulee not setting, and should we go to elimination, I will feel responsible for putting the team in this position.
It was a tough decision. What made it hard is because Red Team, you put up a menu that was consistently of a high standard with a few little niggles. But Blue Team, you put up a couple of dishes that were stellar in quality, exquisite, but then a couple that failed worse than anything else we saw. Daniel, do you think you won?
Yep.
Jonathan, if you go into another elimination challenge, how will you feel?
I just don't want to take the team to an elimination challenge. I've never been on a winning team, and I'm desperate to win this one. I'm desperate for my team to win.
It was incredibly close, and both teams should be incredibly proud of the menus you put up. The trouble in this competition, when you've got two teams working at such a fine, high pitch, is that little bumps can throw you off the track and can throw you into an elimination challenge. The winners of the French Team Challenge are the Blue Team.
It took took a long time to sink in until I turned around and saw Callum running at me and jump onto me like with such excitement.
How big was that?
Yeah, I was over the moon. Over the moon.
We love them. I reckon Tony Bilson's having a few little quiet champagnes right now, maybe a bottle or so. You've done yourselves proud, you've done him proud, you've done us proud. What are you waiting for? Pilu is waiting for you. Go and enjoy yourselves.
I feel absolutely gutted, and I can feel that from everyone around me on the red team. Now it means that our whole team will be going into elimination.
Red team, it's all down to you now. Not as a team, but as individuals. One of you is going home, and it could be you.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You'll all face a basic skills test.
The red team go head-to-head in an elimination challenge.
There's no more friends in this competition, it's just competitors.
First up, it's a race to create the perfect pesto.
This little green bowl could possibly send me home.
Then, their culinary knowledge will be put to the test.
Final round will be Name This Herb.
Someone's staying and someone's going.
This is it. There are no second chances. And for one of them, their dream will end.
You are one mistake away from walking out that door for the last time.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You're about to embark on the French Team Challenge.
Two teams cooked a classic French menu for two formidable names of the culinary world, Tetsuya and Guillaume Brahimi.
Magnifique.
And while the blue team served up the best and won the reward,
Pilu is waiting for you. Go and enjoy yourselves.
the red team were not so lucky.
Now it means that our whole team will be going into elimination.
Tonight, the red team face off in the fight of their lives.
You'll all face a basic skills test.
First up, it's a race to create the perfect pesto. Then, their culinary knowledge stands between their dream and elimination.
You are one mistake away from walking out that door for the last time.
Red team. 9 of you sitting here. 1 of you will be going home. You know, overall it was an amazing effort, but yesterday the blue team just knocked it out of the ballpark.
We'd really done pretty much everything we could to win this thing. I think the blue team just had a couple of cracking dishes that were really way beyond what we'd done.
It's cooked perfect, really.
Red team, it's all down to you now. Not as a team, but as individuals. One of you is going home, and it could be you. Take some time now to gather yourselves, go upstairs, and we'll see you back here shortly.
Coming upstairs, we were all just gutted. After a day like yesterday, which was probably the best day I've ever had in a kitchen ever, it's hard to cop at the moment.
I kind of feel like I'm finding my feet
in the competition a bit, and it just doesn't feel right to go home from what we did yesterday.
There's still a lot to be learnt. For me, it's really important to stay.
I'm the same. I think I'll be lost if I go home now. I'll just be like...
Blue team won the French challenge, so we're off to Pilot at Freshwater for a beautiful lunch and a masterclass. Very excited.
I'm so happy that I finally made it to rewards lunch, and the victory's pretty sweet.
I'm going to prepare like a Sardinian lunch, and it'll be about 4 dishes. I'm going to do some prawns with fregola and little grape tomatoes. You got a few different colors.
Right.
Then I'll do culunzones or ravioli. And then obviously I couldn't let you come without trying a suckling pig.
This is going to be an absolute feast for the senses, the stomach and the mind.
After a beautiful lunch, we now get to go into the kitchen for a masterclass.
So this is the culunzones.
Giovanni's going to show us how to make the little raviolis.
And then this is the filling. So it's potato, mint, pecorino cheese. And then what do? You pipe a small amount of this onto the dough like this. Pick it up like this. Then you push with your thumb in the back here. And then you start pinching and pinching. Pinch, pinch, pinch. So that's the idea. The more you practice, the more you're gonna get them like that eventually.
We've had a lovely day, but obviously we do spare a thought for the red team. You're just really trying to remain positive for each individual.
This is the first time I've had to don the black apron. You feel very vulnerable because you are one mistake away from walking out that door for the last time.
To determine which one of you will go home today, you'll all face a basic skills test.
This is the way it's going to work. There'll be 2 rounds of basic skills. From round 1, we'll pick the worst 3 performers. They will go through to a second and final round. The person that performs the worst in round 2 will then be eliminated.
There's so many basic skills as a chef, and everyone on the red team is extremely strong. And looking around, I'm feeling pretty intimidated.
But first we must find out what you are making. And the answer? Pesto.
This little green bowl of pesto could possibly send me home. So I'm incredibly nervous.
Here's the challenge. You've got a 10-minute time limit, and within that 10 minutes, not only do you have to produce the same quantity of pesto that I have in front of me, but you also have to choose your ingredients. You've got 10 minutes to do this. That's not long at all. Why? You have to do this the old-fashioned way, in a mortar and pestle.
All that in 10 minutes? Guess they don't call it an elimination round for nothing.
The last thing you get to do is to have a taste, so you know what you're aiming for.
What we're going to look for is this classic Genovese style. We want to see a pesto that's brilliantly green, that's maintained the colour of the herb. We want to see a balance of flavours in the ingredients. They all mesh together beautifully.
We have to make a classic Genovese style pesto, so basil, pine nuts, garlic, parmesan and olive oil. I'm fairly confident with that.
Your 10 minutes starts now.
The time starts and it's a mad rush. It's worse than the Boxing Day sale at Myers. It's just a mad scramble because there's no more friends in this competition. It's just competitors.
10 minutes isn't a long time. Everything goes out the window. Your train of thought, your brain, your calmness, everything goes.
Basil flying everywhere, pine nuts being thrown across benches. We've just got to be on autopilot and make things happen quickly.
I'm chopping my way through the basil and I'm doing one process at the same time as another, and I've just toasted my pine nuts and thrown them all in, and I realise I've used probably about 3 times the amount I need.
I've snuck in a few cashews with my pine nuts. It just adds a creaminess to the pesto. Hoping the judges aren't going to see or notice. It might just give me that edge.
Most of them picked up pine nuts, but Jake, he picked up cashews.
Yeah, not good. Well, a classic Genovese pesto is it has to be basil, has to be parmesan and pine nuts. That's principally what our pesto was.
There's no winner today. You know, one of my teammates is going home, so hopefully it's not me, but whoever it is, I'll be disappointed.
We only have 10 minutes to make a classic Genovese-style pesto. The worst 3 performers will go into a sudden death elimination, where one person's going to go home.
Guys, you need more energy. You've got 5 minutes to go.
I'm not even thinking about amounts going in. I'm just going psycho on the mortar and pestle. I know I've got to make a cup, and a cup sounds like a lot. I decide to chuck another clove of garlic in to try and build my volume up.
The whole time I can hear this huge amount of noise. There's 9 mortar and pestles banging on those benches, just going hell for leather.
As I'm pounding away, I can see that my pesto is going too thick and not the paste that I want. As time's slipping away, I'm starting to panic.
You have 1 minute to go, guys. Pressure's on.
I taste my pesto. I realise I've got too much parmesan in it. So now what I have to do is start picking leaves in the last 60 seconds and getting them into the pesto to bring out that basil flavour.
There's about 40 seconds to go. I've got to get this baby into the bowl. I decide to taste it and, whoa, baby, she's got some garlic in there. It's an in-your-face pesto.
You have 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it, guys. Time's up. Step away from your benches.
So 10 minutes is up. Pesto's done. Can't do anything about it now. It's definitely too cheesy.
I've got a cup. I've got the right consistency, but taste, who knows?
You've just completed making a cup of traditional Genovese pesto. The 3 least impressive pestos will earn their makers possible elimination. Let's taste our first pesto, Jake's.
Is there cashews in there?
Tiny amount.
Interesting.
It's nice and green, but the basil flavour's not there. It's dominated by cheese and dominated by garlic. Whoa!
It's in your face.
It's green, it's vibrant, it looks gorgeous. And from a visual point of view, wow.
So much lemon in that. Could be spinach if I close my eyes with a bit of cheese. Can't taste the basil.
The flavour of basil is the first flavour you taste. The other flavourings are there as a support. So the flavours are in balance. It's a good pesto. It's the sort of pesto that I was looking for.
Job well done.
I should be feeling really happy. I'm not. I'm looking down the line and I'm thinking, one of these people is going home and there's not a single one there that I want to lose.
We said from the start what we were looking for is the 3 worst pestos. Well, you're going to cross your fingers, do it now. I'm just about to name the 3 people that failed to impress us with their pestos. When I call your name, I'd like you to step forward. The first person going through into the elimination round is Daniel. The next person is Shani. The third and final person in the elimination round is Courtney.
I'm relieved, but I'm not happy. You know, one of my teammates and friends is going home.
Now, unfortunately, you need to say your goodbyes. For one of these 3, their journey in the MasterChef kitchen will be over.
butt off, okay? You can do it, okay?
I'm really not ready to go home because I don't feel like I've shown the judges what I'm capable of. I'm extremely passionate about food. It's the one thing I feel like I can really put all my personality into, and I guess the search for perfection really drives me.
This is my last chance. If I don't get this right, I'm going home. My food dream is to become a well-respected chef and to own a restaurant that's booked out every night. Cheers, dudes. I really need to be in this for quite a bit longer to get what I want out of MasterChef.
For 12 years, I've been putting all my time and efforts into something that's not what I want to be doing at the end of the day. Pouring beers certainly wasn't on my agenda when I left school. I really do need to stay here long enough to sort out what I want to do.
Shani, Courtney, Daniel, the final round of this challenge will be Name This Herb. Under each of these cloches behind me sits a culinary herb. One by one, we'll lift up the cloches and reveal a herb. You'll be able to smell, touch, and taste that herb, and then have 20 seconds to write down what you think the name of that herb is.
It is my last chance in the competition. If I get one thing wrong here, that's it, I'm going home.
It's time to name that herb. And the first herb that you need to name is...
We kind of look at it and all go, we just cooked with that. But like always, you're worried that there's a trick in these things. Are they tricking us?
Shani, Courtney, Daniel, reveal the name of the first herb, please. All three of you are correct. The first herb is basil.
I'm certainly relieved that it is in fact basil, given that we just spent 10 minutes making pesto.
Well done, fantastic start. It's now time to name the second herb.
I look at it, I know straight away it's mint, but once again, I'm just looking for the trick. I think there's got to be more to this. This is MasterChef, there's got to be more to this answer.
So I'm standing back in my spot writing mint, M-I-N-T, and I can hear Courtney next to me writing something a lot longer. Courtney has written something different, and I'm a little worried because she's not the sort of girl that's going to get this thing wrong.
Daniel, Courtney, Shani, time to reveal your answers.
Shani and Dan have both written mint, and I've written spearmint. I know in the back of my head, I'm going, oh my God, I've thought about this too much.
I hope I haven't been too cocky, and I'm sort of thinking, why didn't I at least just bloody taste the herb, you know?
Well, we've got 2 mints and 1 spearmint. And Courtney, that means that if you've got this right, you've saved yourself in this competition. You don't have to name any of the other herbs. If you've got it wrong, it means that you're walking out those doors tonight. This is the last time you'll see the MasterChef kitchen.
The three of us were all sort of thinking, someone's right here, someone's wrong, someone's staying and someone's going.
Shani, Daniel, Courtney, I can now reveal that that herb that you have named is in fact mint and not spearmint.
I didn't quite imagine this moment happening for a little while in this competition. I hadn't pinned myself as one of the best cooks, but I certainly hadn't pinned myself as number 19.
Courtney, I'm afraid that means you've been eliminated from this competition.
Really disappointing because, you know, she's one of the strongest cooks in this competition and she's a great girl and, you know, we're all going to miss her.
Courtney, what are some of your proudest moments here in the MasterChef kitchen?
I think yesterday, standing in the room, I just thought, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. A couple of months ago, I was pouring beers looking out the window. Never would have put myself in that room, so got to be happy with that.
I hope you've enjoyed your time at the MasterChef kitchen. I hope you've learnt as much as you possibly could. Unfortunately, now it's time to say your final goodbyes and to leave us here at the MasterChef kitchen. Thank you, Courtney.
She's a fantastic cook. She's a fantastic person. She brings such positive energy into everything she does. I think everyone is just going to be devastated that she's leaving the competition.
The hardest part is I just wasn't ready to go. I really felt like I was just finding my feet. Sometimes, well, all the time in life, you need a bit of luck. Today, I didn't have it.
We've been to the reward lunch and we're now back at the house waiting for the red team.
Everyone in that team is skilled.
I know that someone's not going to be coming home and that's certainly something that we all are thinking about.
We hear the clumps coming down the stairs and there's 3 missing. Courtney, Dan and Shani.
I don't think I ever would have picked that as a bottom 3. They're all 3 of those people are really strong cooks.
The lift doors open and Dan and Shani walk out and there's just a gasp. If I'd had to pick at the start of the day who was most likely to go, Courtney wouldn't have been anywhere near the top of the list.
We all thought Courtney would be here until the very end. She was a great cook and I think everyone's really shocked.
Well, happy you guys have made it through. I mean, seriously, congratulations.
I'm glad to be back at the house, but I'm still quite in shock. Courtney's gone. She was definitely one of the favourites in the house, and I guess me staying on meant her going, and that's never leaves a pleasant feeling.
I'm extremely gutted and disappointed to be back so soon, but coming home does put things in perspective. It's not the end of the world, your mates are still here and your friends are proud of you.
Well done. 3 cheers for Courtney.
I think pouring beers is a thing of the past for me. And not back to the bowling club. Sometimes you need a bit of a push and a shove in life, and MasterChef's given me that little push and shove that I've needed.
Everybody, I'd like to propose a toast to my sister Courtney. A job well done, bad luck. Yeah.
MasterChef Australia.
It's the joy of watching George and I cook.
It's time for Masterclass as Gary and George serve up duck 2 ways.
That's all, as simple as that.
And George shows you how to make the ultimate creme brulee.
Gary's gonna love this.
Plus, Justin North shows you the tricks for perfect pork crackling. And the master of Indian cuisine, Kumar Mahadevan, drops by to cook a spicy prawn curry.
Oh, I love this, it's fantastic.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
You'll all face a basic skills test.
The red team faced an elimination challenge.
There's no more friends in this competition, it's just competitors.
And for Courtney, the MasterChef journey ended.
Sometimes in life you need a bit of luck. Today I didn't have it.
Tonight, Gary and George take over the kitchen for another masterclass.
The joy of watching George and I cook.
First up on the menu, duck cooked 2 ways.
Nothing too extravagant, but a real tasty dish.
And George serves up the ultimate creme brulee.
There's a pleasure in that, isn't there?
Not hard, is it?
Plus, Justin North shows us the tricks for perfect pork crackling. And the master of Indian cuisine, Kumar Mahadevan, drops by to cook a spicy prawn curry.
Oh, I love this. It's fantastic.
Gary and George, between them, have so much knowledge. For me, Masterclass is training.
Masterclass is probably the most relaxing time of the week for everyone. No one's going to get kicked off, but at the same time, we're all switched on because we're ready to learn from what George and Gary have got to say.
Well, it's that time of the week again. Masterclass. Georgie and I's favourite day. We can get to put our jackets on and do a bit of cooking.
You should be sitting there with an immense sense of pride. Top 18 amateur cooks in this country. We tested you this week, yeah? We put you through the firing line, but a week that I'm sure you'll never forget in your life.
So let's remind ourselves of that bumpy and eventful week. You had the Indian-themed invention test.
There's 2 parts to this challenge. One is the Indian part and the other part's the invention.
And Joanne, Matthew, and Dom, of course, were our worst performers on the day.
Dominic, I'm sorry, mate, you're out.
Matthew, you lost a good mate, didn't you?
Seeing him go out was, quite a hard thing because I was, in part, involved in that elimination process with him. So yeah, it was a tough day.
Now, after all that, the next big thing on the list was, and look at Marion grinning there, was our French teen challenge. We had stars on this one, culinary luminaries. Michel Roux from the Waterside Inn in London, 3 Michelin star.
That's it, whisk.
And also Tony Bilson, the godfather of French and modern Australian cuisine here in Australia.
And they just need to rest now, okay? Sure. And then they'll become more tender.
The judging panel was stratospheric. Tetsuya Wakada, Guillaume Brahimi, and you had Matt Preston. Now, of course, the red team lost, captained by Daniel, shattering. And unfortunately, what happened from there is the whole of the red team went through into elimination. This was a basic skills test, and the first one up was to make a Genovese-style pesto. Whoa. Daniel, Courtney, and Shani went through into the second round of that basic skills test, which was name this herb. Courtney slipped up, and for her, that was the end of her journey here in the MasterChef kitchen.
Phil, how are you feeling that Courtney left?
It's a shame that such a talented, great cook and a beautiful person leaves this early in the competition.
When George and I chatted about what you guys have done this past week and what we need to teach you, what we need to recap, one of the things that stood out was the invention test. It was really difficult for you guys to pick out the cuts and to butcher those down even further and know how to use those.
I'm really excited about the goat. I just hope I can pull it off.
Don't like it. It's dry and...
The meat is chewy.
So we've chosen 4 people that we think need a little bit of a boost in terms of gathering their skills and bringing them up to speed. Now that masterclass is with a very special chef, very experienced chef, somebody who runs one of the best restaurants in the country, and that's Justin North from Bouillabaisse. And you're gonna go and have a private masterclass at Bouillabaisse. Now those 4 people are Joanne, Daniel, Marion, and Jake. So, without further ado, you lucky four, gather your stuff and get out of here. Make sure you take your notebooks. Brilliant. Good luck, guys.
Enjoy.
Enjoy your day.
2 months ago, I was answering phones in an office, and now I'm having a private masterclass with Justin North.
He's a fairly major figure, and I'm really looking forward to doing this.
Okay, first up on Masterclass, we're going to revisit the Mystery Box Challenge. You pull the lid off that mystery box and go, oh, but this was a good one. You had duck, raspberries, lavender, you had some great ingredients, and we had a good mix of dishes from all of you. Sky, you won that challenge. Yours was absolutely fantastic. You kept the duck breast whole, you didn't slice it. It was juicy, it was succulent, the fat was rendered beautifully, and you had this lovely, crisp red cabbage salad. That was a good job.
Thank you.
So George and I have decided to do a duck dish, and we're going to split the duck and do it 2 different ways. We're going to use different parts, the leg and the breast. George, what's your dish?
Well, Gary, I'm just going to go back to basics and do a simple, confit duck leg. Serve that with simple lentils, nothing too extravagant, but a real tasty dish.
Beautiful. And I'm going to roast the duck breast on the crown, use some baby lettuces and some flowers just to make a really delicate salad using orange and blackberry. So we've got a beautiful whole duck here. We'll take the neck off, and then you take the winglets off, and then the wishbone out. If you don't take the wishbone out of a chicken or the wishbone out of a duck, when you carve it off the bone, you leave a massive amount of meat on the carcass. And to do that, you put the tip of a sharp knife in, and then clip in behind it, and then push your fingers in behind the wishbone itself, and pull it out. And it's a really different wishbone to the one you see off a chicken, which is more pointy and more V-shaped, right?
Can use it as a mouth guard.
Yeah. Wishbone out, now legs off. The legs take quite a long time to cook on a duck. By the time you've cooked those duck legs, right, so they're just a tiny bit pink, the breast is going to be really overcooked. That's the biggest problem with cooking duck. Now, what's important is not to hack in and destroy the skin on the breast side. So make sure that the incision that you make is towards the leg. And then push your fingers down into the cavity or the pocket that you make, and then straight line down, and make sure you go behind that little sweet piece of meat behind the back of the thigh. And then once that's off, you can just pull it back and it will take off the leg. So George,
beautiful.
They're your legs.
Thanks, Gary.
Now, next little stage then to make it a crown roast is that you just need to come in behind the breast and just take off the majority of that carcass. And what this will do is it allow the heat to penetrate into the bird much quicker, right? It's going to cook evenly and quickly, so you can keep those breasts nice and pink, all right? And then you can use these bones to build your sauce or jus, which is what we're going to do. So, a couple of shallots. Just pop them in there. A little bit of thyme, just to put flavour into the carcass and also into the pan, which is quite important. Good pinch of salt. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to score that skin. And the reason I want to do that is, even though this is not exceptionally fatty and I can see the flesh through the skin, is I still want to channel the fat away from the skin so it's nice and crisp, okay? And by scoring it, that's what it allows it to do. And then I'm just going to season lightly. And then for the pan, shallots, half a head of garlic, a little bit of thyme, and a couple of bay leaves. And then just a tiny bit of olive oil just to get it started, because you'll see you're going to get a lot of oil out of this. Now, a little technique that I'm going to show you is that put this on one side and put that against the side of the pan. And then you can turn that in, say, 4 or 5 minutes onto the other side, facing the edge of the pan. And then you can cook it for another 5 minutes completely down on the breast. And you'll get the same render because it's cooking it evenly on that pan surface rather than cooking it always up. And remember, if you don't render the duck, then we're going to run into problems. Now, Callum, can I borrow you? I just want you to come and look after this while it's browning. What I want you to make sure is that you get a really nice, even colour, even a little bit more than that, all over the bird, all right?
Okay.
So just the bones in at the moment, into the other side of the pan. All right? And what we're going to do is build a little bit of a
a gravy in the pan. So it's acting as a trivet while it's cooking, but then is adding flavour to the pan. So that's nearly ready to turn over. That's it. Carefully your fingers. So you see what it's doing? It's browning and rendering that side. Think about what you want. Nice crisp skin and pink rosé duck meat. Not raw, pink and rosé. All right, so keep an eye on those. You can flip the bones a little bit. So we're just going to chuck those shallots and garlic and thyme in. The reason we didn't put them in earlier is because you need to gather the colour on all those little bones. And if you'd put them in at the beginning, the shallots and the garlic obviously would be burnt. And now what you're getting is really lovely, fresh flavours coming through. Flip it over, let's have a look. Oh, look at that, beautiful. Just going to pop that in the oven now. And that's 200 degrees. OK, George, I need to take my duck out. It's been in for about 15 minutes. Beautiful. And it's looking good. I just feel that at the thickest part, which is just under the wing. And I should get a good bit of spring and resistance to that. And I'll just let that rest for a good 10 minutes. And I'm going to drain the oil, the rest of the oil off these bones. And that's going to form a little vinaigrette that I'm going to make from the juices and from the caramelised bones in the pan. All right, we need orange. What I'm going to do is just peel a few bits of zest into the pan. We're going to put in about 2 tablespoons full of the sweet vinegar. And then we're going to put in the juice of one of the oranges, which is going to give it a bit of sweetness. And I'm just going to put that on a low heat and let that simmer for about 3 minutes, just to pull off a little bit of that flavour from the roasting bones. A little bit of that duck fat and sediment, which will sort of create the vinaigrette. And don't forget that the fat, like a lot of oils, is going to hold the flavour on your tongue. And now I'm going to strain that. I'm just going to keep that warm for my salad. And what I'm doing here is just squeezing every little last bit out of the garlic and the shallots, just to make sure that I get all of that crucial flavour. All my components for this salad are coming together. I've got some oranges, some lovely little blackberries, some little flowers, and then I've got some baby lettuces. Now, we're just going to carve this duck off the bone. Because we've taken the wishbone out, remember, I can go straight the way down. If that wishbone was there, I've got to go round it and you leave that big chunk of meat that's in there. All right, so I'm just following the meat really close to the bone, which is important. And don't forget, when you cook it close to the bone, then you get that lovely sweetness. And of course, it keeps its shape as well. This is perfect for me, right? It's just, you can see the heat's penetrated all of that duck. Now, I'm just going to carve that. Sorry, George. Oh. Gee, that is tender, very tender. George, it's coming. All right. Little chef's treats. And then what we're going to do is construct this salad. So first of all, this orange burnt butter mayonnaise, which I made earlier, which is a perfect accompaniment with duck. And then what I'm going to do is just use these baby leaves just randomly along the plate. And then some little flowers. So these are violas, and then these are marigolds. What people forget is that flowers have been eaten for thousands of years. A couple of chunks of orange, a few blackberries. And then just before I put the duck down, I'm just going to this little orangey, sort of sweet vinaigrette. Tiny little bit over the lettuce, tiny bit. Because it's really meaty, you don't want to slather this. It's very delicate, very beautiful. And then just drop in some gorgeous little bits of duck. And that's it. A little summer garden salad of the roasted duck on the crown with baby leaves and flowers. Peter, Claire, come up and taste the duck breast.
I'm so happy you picked this.
That duck is so tender and beautiful. The flowers are a bit girly, but they're also very pretty.
Sometimes you just got to let yourself go, Peter, and embrace the inner woman in yourself.
It's okay.
What are you saying, Pete?
Okay. No, nothing wrong with being girly. It's great. Can I have another bit?
But no joke, try if you're not keen, just try a few little pebbles, you know?
Completely.
It's beautiful.
And that would be perfect as like a warm salad or a cold salad.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
And that's not just one portion, I mean, that's to share. Yeah, let's be honest. Okay, guys. Thank you. Thanks very much. Grab a seat.
Nice work, Peter.
Right, top tip number 1, roasting a whole bird like chicken or duck. Consider sometimes it's a good idea to remove the legs. The duck breast and the duck leg take different times to cook. Tip number 2, think about caramelisation. If you take the duck breast off the bone, make sure you cook for 3/4 of the time in the pan on the skin to render the fat away. Otherwise, you're going to have flabby, undercooked skin on the top. Nothing worse on duck. Tip number 3, don't underestimate how much flavour you can get out of the pan. Take out whatever you're cooking and deglaze the pan with something. Create something out of it.
After the break,
Flat.
George prepares his delicious duck confit with lentils.
Oh, that's out of this world. I could eat about 10 of them.
Then later,
Exactly what we want.
the secrets to preparing succulent roast pork with award-winning chef Justin North.
And then finish with a lovely big chunk of beautiful crispy crackling.
It's gorgeous.
Plus, an amazing prawn and okra curry from guest chef Kumar Mahadevan.
You'd think they'd be burnt when they're black.
No,
it's the right flavour.
It's the right flavour.
So George and I are cooking duck 2 ways. George, over to you with the confit legs.
Done. I'm going to do a really simple dish, a confit duck leg with simple lentils. Confit basically means cooking in its own fat, so hence we're going to cook the duck legs in duck fat. First things first, a little bit of salt on the bottom of the tray, and I just want to make an incision there, okay? Basically score the top of the leg, and there's a reason why, is when we actually confit that bit contracts, and I don't want it to tear the fat up this end, so I prefer it to do it there because I'm going to actually French that and present that bone. Legs on top of the salt, some more salt on top, and then the process of some aromats, some real basic aromats. Garlic, bay leaf, peppercorns, thyme. So then a little bit of plastic wrap, and then that goes in the fridge for about 2 to 3 hours. These legs have been in the fridge, and basically what's happened is the salt has pulled out moisture, but it's also given the duck legs lots of flavour. Now from there, all these little aromats we want to keep because we're actually going to use these to cook the legs. So we just pull them all out, and then from there, we just degorge these in water to remove any excess salt, okay? And then we just dry the legs out on a cloth. They go into our pan with all our aromats, and then we're going to tip some duck fat over it. We're just going to cover it with some greaseproof paper first. The greaseproof will just act as a nice little insulation. So I'm just going to make a cartouche. Put a little hole on it so it breathes, and so it can see out through the top. The greaseproof paper on the top also helps so the foil doesn't stick to the top of the legs. That now goes into an oven, 110 degrees, for about 1 hour and 30 minutes. Next job is to cook the lentils. I've got these lentils here. They're just stock standard brown lentils. They're Australian. They're beautiful and small. So basically for every 1 part of lentils, I go 4 parts of water. They'll take about 20 to 25 minutes. While those lentils are going, we're going to create the flavouring that's going to go with the lentils. Pan on, olive oil, half an onion, diced, thin slivers of garlic, and we'll just get that starting to sweat down. We want to sweat it without colour. Next step is our carrots. So we've just diced 1 whole carrot, some thyme, 1 stick of celery, and then our cooked lentils. I've cooked them for about 25 to 30 minutes. I've strained all the excess liquid off and I've just popped them in a bowl. That's all, as simple as that. A couple of spoons of the lentils go in. Now what I've got here is some Cabernet Sauvignon vinegar, foreign vinegar, and this is a really delicious, tasty, yummy vinegar. We add a good glug of that. And then what I've got here is just a simple duck stock. You can use any brown stock, you know, a brown chicken stock, a brown veal stock. It's up to you. At this point, the consistency of the lentils is sort of in between saucy, soupy, but it's still together. And this is the point where I want them. I'm just going to pull these to the side and I'm going to let the lentils soak up all that flavour. Right, guys, these duck legs have been in the oven for an hour and a half at 110 degrees. The essence of confit is that when you pull it out, there should be no bubbling. If it's bubbling, it means it's frying them. But what we're going to do is basically take these out and these go into a fridge. We're going to let these cool down and then we're going to clean them up. These are our duck legs that have been in the fridge for about half an hour, 45 minutes, chilling down. And what we're going to do now is just trim them up so they're nice and presentable. Just trim up this presentation bone. When I take the knuckle off, end of the board, all right, nice and flat. Now it's time to heat the duck confit back up and get that skin nice and crisp. Just a little bit of olive oil. Skin side up. There's a technique to reheat these legs back up, because if I throw these back into an oven right now like that, it's going to dry up, all right? So what I want to do is be able to get a balance of the duck leg being nice and moist and hot inside, but that skin, that cap on the top, nice and golden and caramelised. Right, at this point here, chicken stock goes in. Okay, and just enough to cover the bottom of the pan. And then some butter. And the butter's just going to get a nice glaze on that skin. Some thyme leaves. And then into an oven, 210 degrees, for about 8 to 10 minutes. So you've got nice, soft, juicy confit duck leg, but crisp on the outside. We just need to finish the lentils here. So back onto the heat, add some fresh parsley, and then a few of these sour dried cherries, and that will just add some sweetness and some savouriness again to the dish. Stir that through. Over to our plate. And then our duck. Then of course, a few little cresses. There you have it. Duck confit with lentils. Aaron, Adam, would you like to come up and taste the duck confit with lentils?
Thank you.
Wow, that's amazing. The sourness in the lentils really offsets the duck well.
That from the cherries? The sour's beautiful.
Oh, that's out of this world. I could eat about 10 of them. It's great, really cool.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Fantastic, thanks.
Top 3 tips for cooking duck confit with lentils. With the lentils, make sure you don't salt the water when you boil them. When you cook them, or you'll retard the skins and they'll go really tough and chalky. Tip number 2, penetrate it with aromats to add flavour. Whatever aromats you want. Bay leaf, thyme, garlic, Szechuan, star anise, it's up to you, the sky's the limit. Top tip number 3, when confing the duck leg, you don't want to see the fat boiling. When you start seeing lots of bubbles, it means you're going to fry that duck leg. There you have it, duck confit with lentils.
I've been chosen for a private masterclass with Justin North at Becasse. I can't believe it, I'm so excited. It'll just pick me up a little bit after what I've been through this week.
Wowee.
I walk into Becasse and immediately there's just this beautiful sense of elegance. And heading towards the kitchen, Justin North is there waiting for us.
Hi guys, welcome to the Becasse kitchen. This is my kitchen where we cook every day. We do 11 services per week. We cook up to about 60 guests per service, and in this tiny little space we have about 10 chefs working at once. So it gets very, very hectic, but it's extremely well organised and it's very hot and it's good fun. Today we're going to cook roast rump of pork with crackling, buttered cabbage, charcuterie jus and potato puree. The first step is we're going to salt the pork skin to get that really beautiful, airy, crunchy crackling. In order to do that, we need to score it and make some wonderful incisions in it. So, Joanne, can you come through and give me a hand scoring it, please?
Yes. Thanks.
This pork rump is about a 1 kilo piece, so I'll make the first couple of incisions for you. So we'll start at one side and we'll just gently run your knife through there like so.
Probably half a centimetre?
Yeah, about half a centimetre to a centimetre. It's not all that important, but as long as they're fairly close together.
Okay.
So do you want to have a go?
I'll try. Very nervous.
That's all right. Just remember the most...
Justin North and I'm cutting pork.
No, that looks perfect. You will notice this is incredibly fatty pork. The fat carries a huge amount of flavour and it'll just dissolve into the meat. So it'll have this beautiful, juicy, flavoursome pork with a lovely, crunchy crackling on it. But you're doing a really good job. That looks great. Really good. And then we're going to salt it. Joanne, what do you like at giving massages?
I think I give a good massage.
Excellent. Well, what you want to do here, we're going to put the salt on, just sprinkling an even layer over it. Now, if you just want to massage that into the pork and get it into the tisons, get in there. And we're going to massage that salt right into the pork there, and we're going to put it into our fridge, give it about 4 hours to salt, and then we'll have a look at it. Perfect. And you're done. Thanks very much for that, Joanne.
Justin.
Cheers. Okay, here's the pork rump that's been salting for about 4 hours, and you can see now it's got those little bubbles of moisture on it. So that's the salt that's dissolved and it's drawn out that moisture there. And you can see by leaving it uncovered, that rind on there is starting to dry out quite a lot. So just to get rid of any excess salt that might be on there, I'm just going to rub that off. You do want your cloth a little bit damp, just so that excess salt will stick to it. Now, what we're going to do is cut this in half. Basically, it'll make it easier for us to caramelise. So you sort of get a good idea how that's going to go. Now, get a pan nice and hot, and we're going to start with a little bit of oil. We always use a non-scented oil, something like a grapeseed or a rice bran, where it's not going to impart too much flavour. So we're going to put that into the pan and caramelise it really, really gently on the side before we put it into the oven. This will probably take about 8 to 10 minutes. So we'll just leave that there on the side of the stove, just on a medium heat. And then while the pork's caramelising there, we're going to get our potatoes ready for the pomme puree, the best pomme puree you've ever cooked. We're going to start it in cold water so they cook evenly. If you were to put them in boiling water, they'll overcook on the outside and still be a little bit raw in the middle. And that way your potato's going to be grainy. So we'll put it on the stove over a high heat. While that's coming up to the boil, we'll have a look at our pork. It's been about 10 minutes. Oh yeah, see that? Absolutely perfect. So that's exactly what we want. It's got a beautiful golden brown crackling all over it. Absolutely stunning. So we're going to put it on a roasting tray. And the reason for this is we want a nice, even caramelisation all the way around it. Okay, we're going to go into our oven at 190 degrees Celsius for about 25 minutes. What brings this dish all together is a beautiful charcuterie jus. Charcuterie covers all your cured meats, all your smoked bacons, your terrines, your pâtés, or basically everything that comes from your pork that's been aged and cured. And traditionally, to garnish that, you'd have something to catch that richness of the meat. So things like mustards and pickles and beautiful things like that. So that's basically where we get the name charcuterie jus from. We want to start with some lovely pork trimmings, about 300 grams. Just roughly diced. Again, it doesn't have to be uniform, just wants to be similar size so they caramelise about the same time. So we're going to use about 30 mils of non-scented oil, something like a grapeseed oil again. And then we're going to put our pork trimmings into the pan. You just want a nice even layer on the pan. You don't want to pile it up like this. So we're going to basically want a nice high heat. You can hear that beautiful crackling and sizzling going on. So we're just going to let that caramelise in there. And we're going to add a little bit of butter to it and get the butter, not so it's burning, but just so it starts to foam. We're going to put 2 sliced shallots and 1 sliced clove of garlic in, a few sprigs of thyme. And we're going to keep that caramelisation process going for about another 5 to 8 minutes. And you'll get this beautiful, wafting, lovely, lovely smell of caramelised pork. You get the shallots, a lovely perfume of the garlic, and the beautiful aromatic thyme as well. Today, we're cooking roast rump of pork with crackling, buttered cabbage, charcuterie jus, and potato puree. Now the sauce, we're pretty much there now. You see when we... See, look at that, that's perfect. That's amazing. Look at that.
Awesome.
So we'll get our straining implement set up. So we're just going to pour off all that excess fat. Now the worst thing you can do now is put this in the wash up. That's the base to our sauce is absolutely imperative. So get all that fat off, push out any more excess fat. Back to our pan. So now we've got a dry pan, no fat in there, beautiful caramelisation. About 100 mils of white wine. And I'm going to bring this over here so you can have a look. So you can see how quickly look how clean that pan is now. Just lifts it all up and we'll scrape all those last little bits off. But see, you've got a beautiful depth and colour to your sauce already. And that's from white wine. Look at the colour of it already.
It's beautiful. Can't wait to taste it.
So now we're going to add 500 mils of hawk stock to our base of our jus. You can see how it's beautiful, gelatinous, nice and shiny. So you can see, brought all those impurities up we spoke about. So in order to remove all of them, we need a little ladle and some cold water. Basically, what it'll do is it'll allow us to clean the ladle each time we go in. So this way, we can take off a little bit of the scum or the impurities and then back into the pan, rinse it around, and we've got a lovely clean ladle each time we're going back in. That's looking pretty good. Okay, so our pork's been in for about 25 minutes now, so it's time to pull it out and have a look, see how it's going. Oh wow, it smells fantastic. But you can see and hear how wonderful that crackling has got a real beautiful crunch to it. And you see how the nice scored lines have gone right through and it's got a beautiful crackling, the lovely layer of fat there. And that'll still need probably another 5 to 8 minutes resting time, so we'll keep it in a warm place, let it rest, then we'll get started on our cabbage. Okay, to prepare our cabbage, it's very simple. We're just going to take off that little bit of core, turn it over, take off the outside layers, and then we're just going to roughly dice it. It doesn't matter too much about shape or size, as long as they're roughly around about the same sort of size so they don't overcook. The potatoes should just about be cooked now, so we'll have a little look. We're going to drain them off and then steam dry them. The reason why we steam dry it is basically to keep the potato lovely and fluffy and light and dry. So leave them for a minute and then we'll get our little bench set up so we can pass them for our drum sieve. Our jus has been on now for about 15 to 20 minutes and you can see how that consistency's changed. Get that smell first, see the aroma, it's that beautiful caramelised, nice porky taste. Obviously think about the aroma and the texture in your mouth, see how the texture's changed a lot. But you'll also notice that all those little individual flavours that we were talking about before have sort of become one beautiful flavour. Yeah, they've all sort of blended in together to give a beautifully well-balanced sauce. What do you reckon?
Divine.
Now, what we want to do is strain this for a fine sieve. There's a lot of impurities still in here, and to prevent us getting a grainy sauce, if I was to push that through, we'd get a lot of those little bits of granules in our sauce. And if you have a look at the consistency of it, see that beautiful sheen on it? That's what we're talking about. So we're going to keep that warm on the side of the stove while we finish off a potato puree. The next stage for the potato puree is it's still steam drying the potatoes, so we need to put our emulsion on, which is 100 grams of butter. Got 150 grams here, so we'll keep 50 grams back to finish it with. 100 mils of milk and 100 mils of fresh pouring cream. And I'm going to put that on the heat just enough to melt it and bring it all together. So the next stage is we're going to push the lovely dried fluffy potatoes through the drum sieve. Daniel, if you want to come around and give me a hand, please. Have you ever used a sieve like this before?
No, not a drum sieve, just a standard old round one.
Brilliant. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to pass it through the sieve instead of mashing it in the traditional sense. Now, the key to this here is taking a small amount of potato at a time. Sometimes you can get a little bit excited, add too much on there, because you don't want to work the potatoes too much, because then it'll become really starchy and grainy. So just sort of work within that top part of the sieve. Yeah. And just see, we're not sort of working them so much, we're just pushing them through the sieve. So just take a few potatoes at a time. Yep. In the top part of the sieve. You don't have to apply too much pressure. And with your left hand, just hold the sieve in place, that's right, and then just pushing it through in one sort of nice movement. Excellent. that they were literally just crushing the potato through that sieve, and you'll see when we turn it over, they'll come out in this beautiful fluffy strands. Lift that up to reveal.
Oh, yeah.
But you can see how really light and dry and fluffy it is, and that's absolutely perfect. Thanks very much for that, Daniel.
No problem, Justin. Thank you.
So emulsion's ready, and then we'll add a little bit of that to our potato. Just mix it around so it all incorporates in there. We want to basically mix it around so it just leaves the sides of the pan and it's beautiful and firm. And then we're going to add about 50 grams of the cold butter. And basically, because if you're going to add warm butter or room temperature butter to your warm potato, the chance of the butter splitting is quite high. So you just want to add cold butter to it, and then it'll help emulsify it. So we'll just mix it around a few times and then put that back on the stove. Okay, guys, for the cabbage, we're going to blanch it in boiling salted water. So a couple of spoons of salt in there, and then we add our cabbage, and we'll let that cook for about 1 minute. So while the cabbage is cooking, we're just going to carve our pork now. So first of all, we've obviously got that beautiful layer of fat through there, so we're going to take off a little bit of that. So take a crackling off first. And the pork's been resting for probably about 5 or 10 minutes now, and we'll take off that excess fat there. Of course, you can leave it on if you like a lovely bit of fat. And we're just going to carve that. But you can see how wonderful and juicy and gorgeous that looks, and it's just cooked. So carve it into little medallions. So the cabbage should be just cooked. Strain it off, and then we're going to toss that in a little bit of butter, about 50 grams of butter. A little pinch of salt, a little bit of black pepper. Okay, guys, the final stage of this dish is finishing off the charcuterie jus that we made before. Now we're going to add 1 cooked diced tomato, 1 tablespoon of chopped flat leaf parsley, 4 baby pickled onions, which have been finely chopped, and 6 little baby cornichons, that's also been finely chopped, 1 teaspoon of finely chopped salted capers, and a couple of teaspoons of grain mustard. And we'll mix all that around, and you can see those beautiful colours in there. And you just, when we eat it, we'll think about obviously the richness of the pork and those lovely pigment, sweet and juicy flavours cutting the richness of the pork. To plate our dish, basically going to start with a potato puree, and we're just going to make what we call a cornell. So a lovely little scoop at the top of the plate, like so. And then a buttered, peppered cabbage. Going to place a nice mound on here that the roast pork's going to sit on. And our pork will add 3 beautiful slices. And then spoon our lovely charcuterie jus all over. And then finish with a lovely big chunk of beautiful crispy crackling. So what do you reckon, guys? You want to have a try?
Looks awesome. Can we have some? Yes.
Have a taste of the pork and tell me what you think about the flavours. Get a little bit of everything all together. But you can see how beautiful and juicy and moist that pork is from being protected by all that fat on the outside.
So much different flavours, and you've got that really base, beautiful, savoury flavour of the sauce, but then all those little extra
why
bits.
a sauce is so important in French cookery, is it really brings that dish together and just rounds it all up.
That crackling is to die for.
It's nice, isn't it? It's a lovely sound, isn't it?
The cabbage is beautiful. Complements the pork in the jus, and
Absolutely,
it really cuts the richness of the
it's
the
got
base.
a nice sharp pigmentness from that acidity in the mustard and the capers, the saltiness in the capers.
And the cornichons.
Absolutely. The 3 most important things to remember with this dish, guys, is choosing the right cut of pork to get the best results, having an excellent quality stock, and then not cooking potatoes too rapidly, just having them at a gentle poach to get that velvet smooth potato puree. Thanks very much, guys. It's been fantastic having you in the kitchen today. Best of luck with the rest of the competition. I wish you all well. Gary and George are expecting you back, so please have a great day. See you later.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
it's been a
Justin.
privilege.
Thank you.
Next on Masterclass, we're going to revisit your invention test.
I bet you're itching to know what the theme is for today's invention test. And it's an absolute doozy.
And that, of course, was an Indian-themed invention test. You had access to countless herbs and spices, as many as you wanted. Jonathan, your dish surprised us. The clarity of flavour, the thought that you put in, and then those lovely sorbets with the praline of poppadom, I thought was a really good idea. And Jimmy, yours was a lovely, I think, classic dish. Sort of dish that maybe you'd find in a home.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit hard to sometimes think outside the square when what you've grown up with is in your head.
So with all of that in mind, we've got a very special guest, one of the top Indian chefs in the country, and that's Kumar Mahadevan.
Hey.
I'm Kumar Mahadevan, chef and owner of Aki's Indian restaurant, Woolloomooloo. The advice I would give to an amateur chef is to understand the flavor of each ingredient on its own, and then marrying the ingredient gives the best result.
Kumar, welcome to the MasterChef kitchen.
Thank you, Gary.
Guys, Kumar. Now tell us something about your restaurants. What sort of food are you doing?
We're doing traditional Indian food with a modern twist, and the flavors are quite contemporary.
Now, Indian food is not Indian food, is it? There's lots of regional differences in the cuisine. What do you specialise in?
Now, I'm from the native place of Chennai, which is actually the southern part of India. Indian food varies from region to region.
Yep.
As you travel north, the food gets a little bit milder and it gets more richer and creamier and nutty.
Why is that? Why is it richer and nuttier and creamier as you go north? What's that? Is it the climate?
The climate.
Okay.
The climate.
Tell us what we're cooking today.
It's called as Era Vendakya Korambu, which means Era means prawn, Vendakya means okra, Korambu means the gravy. So it's prawn, okra, tamarind curry.
What's the first step? What we're going to do?
The first step is we're going to start doing the tempering of a dish. So we throw the spice on the hot oil to release the flavors. This is the unscented sesame oil. Unlike the Chinese cooking, this got no smell.
Because in Chinese cooking, you use sesame oil to...
With the flavour.
Season. You know, it's like salt and pepper at the end. You put a little bit of sesame oil in. So oil in the pan first of all.
Oil in the pan.
And then what are the three spices that you've got here?
Okay, we've got black mustard seeds, whole cumin seeds, and fenugreek seeds.
Okay.
Now, there is an order in which you put this always. The mustard seeds need to be going in first. They need to crack open, pop. Only when they pop, you know the mustard seeds are cooked. Otherwise, they'll never cook.
Okay.
That is how you release the flavor of mustard. Next is fenugreek seeds. These dry fenugreek seeds should be used very small. In excess, putting in a curry, it'll make it bitter. Okay. Then is whole cumin.
Yep. Okay, Kumar, so we put the sesame oil in. It's got hot. First thing in it?
The mustard seeds.
Mustard seeds.
Black
First
mustard
thing in is black mustard seeds. So about a teaspoon of those?
Yeah.
Oh, now we're getting crackle.
When each and every mustard seed is cracked, it'll stop.
And you do that first before you add anything else?
Yes.
And that's critical?
That is critical. Now you add the fenugreek seeds. You see the quantity, it's less, half.
Less, okay.
Half. I put the cumin seeds.
About a teaspoon?
Teaspoon.
And in goes the shallots.
Then goes the shallots. We don't want the whole spices to burn. We only want them to sweat.
Okay.
I don't want to have a brown onion flavor in my sauce.
Okay. So more of a sweet onion flavour, which you get from sweating slowly. So next, you're going to put the okra in. What are they? And how do you cook these things?
These okras are, these are vegetables. They are slimy. So you don't boil okra. You either roast them dry or with a bit of oil. That's what you need.
So basically, you're peeling the top off.
Correct.
And you're exposing a surface of the okra.
We make a small incision in the okra so that everything penetrates inside.
Beautiful. So into the shallot and spice mixture?
Yes. Now, at this stage, I have not added any powdered spices. I don't want the powdered spices to be coated on the okra at this stage.
Okay.
Slightly season the okra.
Yep.
What we are trying to achieve here is drive the moisture out of the okra so that the sliminess of the okra we're driving it away.
So how long are you going to cook that for?
2 minutes.
Okay.
And the okra will become a little bit softer.
Yep.
Because it is cooking in heat, the okra will continue to cook, so we can take it a bit earlier.
So when the curry's finished, you still want it to have some bite to it, a little bit of texture.
Yeah, a little bit of texture.
So now what are you doing?
Now we're removing the okra and keeping it for finishing the dish.
So you take the okra out and then you continue to make the curry around the shallots.
Yes.
So next you've got dry spices. What's going in first?
The first is turmeric.
About a teaspoon?
Teaspoon. 2 tablespoons of coriander powder.
And?
1 tablespoon of chili powder.
Okay, and you just put that in and then you put the water straight on top.
Straight in.
So you don't cook those out?
You don't cook those things. So that's the difference between this and the Northern Indian cuisine.
So how much water did you put in? About half a litre?
Half a litre.
Okay.
Now we're going to put some tamarind pulp.
It's like a pod, isn't it?
It is a pod.
It's like a pod.
It is a pod.
Breaks down and then they can sieve it, take out the stones or the seeds.
Yeah, correct.
And then you're left with a pulp.
Yes.
And in this case, this is been liquefied. I suppose they add water to it, so it's nice and easy to use.
Nice and easy to use.
Okay. So how much did you put in there?
150 ml.
150 ml. So in with the tomatoes.
Please.
And we've got 2 vine-ripened tomatoes there.
Yep.
They go in. And then what happens next?
Now we cook this sauce for about 10 minutes on medium heat.
Okay.
We don't want the heat to be too high. This sauce at the moment is raw. The flavors are raw because we have added the powdered spices in water. They need to cook. But we will get some scum around the sauce. It'll say that it's not cooked.
Is that coming up now?
It is coming up.
Okay. So when you say scum, that's the tomato and the spices that's come to the top. Now you don't skim that off.
No, don't skim it off.
Why not?
We want to cook this.
So you want all the flavours to work into the sauce and
Correct.
become a nice sort of harmonious sauce. So how long has this got to cook now?
This is to cook for 10 minutes.
Okay. So we've got 10 minutes, and then next in we'll put the prawns.
Absolutely.
All right, brilliant. We're making a jumbo prawn and okra curry. Now this curry sauce has been cooking for about 10 minutes. What do we do next?
We need to balance the dish. There is one component which is lacking, which is the sweetness. Here the sweetness is coming from the prawn.
Okay. So prawns to go in. Oh, that's beautiful.
As you can see, all the scums settle.
So everything's infused, it's cooked together, tomatoes broken down. And these jumbo prawns look absolutely amazing. What have you done here? You've taken the legs and the shell off the back, but left the little tail.
That's right. I want to cook the dish with the head so that it gives a nice flavour to the sauce.
Okay.
We're not using the stock. The heads of the prawns are going to enhance the flavour of the sauce.
Brilliant. So prawns into the curry sauce?
Prawns into the curry sauce.
Can you substitute other proteins or other seafood?
You can use fish, you can use calamari.
Yep.
You can use octopus, it's not a problem.
Okay.
Any form of seafood will go very well with this dish.
Okay.
We add a little bit of seasoning.
Yep.
Lid on.
So our prawn curry's cooking.
Yes.
Prawns are in. That takes how long?
About 5 to 7 minutes.
5 to 7 minutes. So in the meantime, we've got something else to do. What are we making here?
We're making a ground paste of freshly grated coconut.
Yep.
And this is roasted chana dal.
Okay. What's chana dal? Explain
Chana
what
dal
that
is yellow split peas, but this is dry roasted and split.
It's got sort of a toasty, sort of mealy flavour, which
Correct.
is lovely. This will add some richness and body to the sauce, is
Yes.
that right? Okay. So we've got a couple of tablespoons of the chana dal.
Yes.
And there's about a cup and a half of fresh coconut.
Correct.
Right? And then you put how much water you think
Probably
it needs
half a litre of water
to
there.
spin?
So we don't want to put too much water to grind with because
So
they will not become smooth.
All
So
right.
if it needs more water, we can always add later on.
Okay, so we're looking, it's like a milkshake. It's like a coconut milkshake with a bit of chana dal in it. Right, here we go. Have a look at this. So is that fine enough?
That's fine, that's pretty good.
So it's broken down that chana dal and you've got this sort of coconut milk and...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a toasty sort of smell to it. All right, so what's next?
We are going to open the prawns.
Yep.
As you can see, the prawns are changing the colour and they're becoming a little bit more cooked through.
And that's really changed the smell as well.
Yes.
Like it's sweeter, and it's getting richer as it's cooking.
At this stage, we add some fresh curry leaf.
Lovely.
And we add the ground paste.
So it's going to add some creaminess, some depth of flavour, and a bit of texture as well, because you've still got that coconut inside. Oh, that's lovely. All right, so a bit of a stir around.
Yes.
When does the okra go back in?
The okra should go in now.
Okay, so okra in it goes.
Okra it goes.
Yep. Lovely.
Put the lid back on.
And then you've got sesame oil.
Unscented sesame oil.
Yep, unscented.
We're going to temper these red whole chilies.
Now you're popping them into hot oil. What are you looking for now? What's going to happen
We
to
want to change the colour of this to black because that takes the bitterness out of the chilies.
Okay. You'd think they'd be burnt when they're black.
No,
it's the right flavour?
It's a right flavour.
And so they've blistered up. They're starting to blister up and change colour.
Yeah.
You're going to put the curry leaves in and then you're going to throw it in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put the lid on.
Lid on.
Wow. Gee, and that's like a last little, you know, punch of flavour?
Yes.
Fantastic.
At this stage, do not open the lid for 2 minutes. So the flavours will seep through in.
Beautiful. Nice little flurry right
Yes.
at the end.
Yes.
OK, so we're nearly ready to serve up. Let's have a look at this gorgeous, gorgeous prawn curry. Look at that. I love the colours. They're really vibrant. I presume nobody wants to taste this, do they? No. No. So what, hands up if you want to taste? Oh, funny. Right, OK. You know what I love is those really dark chilies as well, you know? Now
Yes.
I've seen you do it.
Yeah.
You
Now
know,
you understand
I
what-
understand
Yes.
the reasoning behind it. It's not the chef overcooking the chilies.
Oh.
Kumar, that is an absolutely beautiful prawn and okra curry. And it just goes to show, and even for me as a chef, that you can produce some really tasty and gorgeous curries, and they're not too complicated. That is very, very simple recipe.
That is the whole objective. We don't need to complicate it. Keep it simple, and it'll taste great.
See, I always thought you had to put like 30 spices in.
No.
Jimmy, you're corrupting me. Right. Let's get a couple of people up to taste. Jimmy, Sky, and Jonathan, let's go.
I'm not a big fan of really hot curries, but the heat isn't too overpowering.
Also, the coconut is really quite soothing on the palate.
And the flavour is just amazing.
Right.
It's just really typical of South Indian. This is
What's it typical of South Indian?
What you're tasting really is the mustard and also the different times you've put the curry leaf in.
Correct. They have been put specifically twice.
So you love it?
Oh, I love it. This is fantastic.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Guys, sit down. Thank you very much. This
Thank you very
baby's
much.
mine, yeah? So, Kumar, that was a lovely, simple curry you showed us.
Thank you.
Can you give us your, say, 3 top tips for a great curry?
Buy your spices in smaller quantities. Keep them in sealed containers so that they stay fresh. Next is understanding the spices. Do not over spice your dish. And the last one is to temper the spices. When you temper the spices and finish it, it releases flavors and they retain the flavors.
Kumar, thank you so much for coming in and showing us a beautiful curry. Guys, thank Kumar. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Earlier this week, you had a team challenge of a lifetime. It was the French team challenge, and you had some of the most amazing mentors and judges tasting your food. There were some fantastic dishes, but there was a couple of dishes that didn't really hit the mark.
Yeah, a bit upset, to be honest.
The creme brulee, it wasn't really a creme brulee. It was more like a soup. It was bruleed on the top and watery and runny in the centre. Yes, it probably did taste great in terms of flavour, but the whole essence of a great creme brulee is that crunch at the top and that sort of smooth creaminess underneath of vanilla. Carrie, Joanne and Philip were responsible for the creme brulee on the blue team. So Carrie, do you want to come up and give me a hand in making one?
Well, I thought you might ask me to do that. Used to be one of my favourite desserts.
So guys, we're just going to make a simple creme brulee. Nothing fancy, something that you should have in your repertoire. This is something that got given to me as an apprentice. I'll never forget it. It's been in my little dodgy red book and I'm passing it on to you guys to keep in your book. Right, first step is we need to scald the cream, okay? So we've got 600 mils of cream. If you could tip that in there, that'd be great. Just make sure that you get all the little skerricks of it out. You know, another little tip is that you pop the lid back on, pop that under a hot running water, and then tip the rest out, because there's still cream in there. So we turn our gas on. And basically scalding means to bring something up to the boil. As soon as it comes to the boil, we turn the gas off. We've scalded it. Right, next step is to pop some vanilla in there. So we've got a whole pod. So I want you to split the pod in half, scrape the seeds out, pop that in there, including the actual pod itself. Stop for 1 sec, let me just show you something. So it's flat, all right? So run your knife through it, and then it means as you get to that point there,
just scrape it.
Scrape. And then that all goes into the... Next step is to whisk our egg yolks and our sugar. So we've got 6 egg yolks all into the bowl and 1/4 cup of caster sugar. Make sure you get every skerrick out. It's perfectly weighed. And I want you to start creaming the sugar with the egg yolks. And it might seem quite silly to do that, but you're actually cooking the egg yolks indirectly with the sugar. All right, so by whisking it, you're getting those egg yolks nice and creamy, which is an important process in making this creme brulee. The whiter the egg yolks become, the better you're going to end up with. You're going to end up with a really white, creamy, flavoursome creme brulee rather than an eggy one. All right, so the more you whisk, the better the creme brulee. All right, the cream's just about scalded, and that's fantastic because what's happening there is that vanilla's penetrating into that cream. And at this point here, we flick the gas off. We're going to tip the cream into the eggs. All right, so we need to work quickly. It's always good to do it with someone. If you haven't got someone there to help you, a little tip for you is grab a tea towel, wet it, lift your bowl up, and create like a little socket. Pop that there, and I want you to do this on your own, okay? Grab that and slowly tip it in. The tea towel just stabilises the bowl and supports you. All right, yep, get it all in. Quick, 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 quick. Right, next step, I'm going to get you to pass that through the sieve. All right, hold it up. So we've just strained out that whole vanilla pod, yeah? And if there's any cooked egg yolk in there, that's gone as well, all right? Next step is to fill our moulds up. Just some soufflé moulds. We haven't done anything to them. We've lined the bottom of the tray with a towel, okay, a cloth. You can put a piece of cardboard in there. It's always good when you're cooking something in a bain-marie in the oven is to elevate it a little bit. Give it some protection, all right? That on something hard as this steel product here, you're just gonna get it, it's gonna get really hot on the bottom of the brulee, all right? There's air bubbles there, yeah? We don't want those air bubbles to go in there because when that goes in the oven, you're gonna end up with all these air bubbles on the top. So there's two ways to get rid of them. Blowtorch, and you get rid of them like that. If you haven't got a blowtorch, tip it into a plastic bag and seal it, remove the air, and then tip your mixture in, and that will remove any air bubbles whatsoever. Little tricks pastry chefs use, yeah? We need to fill up the tray with some water. What we want to do here is maintain those temperatures. So we've got a warm mixture there. We don't want to put cold water in, so we need to put warm water in. And sometimes what happens if it's cold, it starts to separate, all right? All these little things are extremely, extremely important. Yep, about a third up. Fantastic. All right, and let's start filling up. You want to grab the other one and fill up the other two? And we pretty much go right up to the top of that lip. About there. Next step is to foil.
Shiny side down?
Shiny side down.
What does the foil do, George?
Look, the foil is there to protect the top of the brulee so you don't get a crust on it. That goes into an oven at 120 degrees for around 30 to 40 minutes. Right, so our brulees have cooked in the oven. We've pulled them out, we've let them come to room temperature, and we've popped them in the fridge for about 2 hours to cool down. Voila. The next step, I think, is the fun bit, putting that crust on the top, all right? The sugar that we're using is Demerara sugar. You guys use caster sugar. Look, I just think this has got a lovely flavour, but on top of that, it caramelises quickly, right? So you're not leaving the blowtorch on there for a long period of time. We just need to dust our ramekins with the sugar generously, and you can just give it a shake around just to make sure it's even. And then we blow together. Ready? And you've got to be really gentle. You know, as it's starting to caramelise, pull back.
The sugar's caramelising a lot quicker.
What I like to do is actually add a second coating of sugar, so I've got that double crust. Now, if you want to start then being a little bit clever in terms of creating your own flavoured creme brulees, you can introduce things like tea. You know, Bolero tea is beautiful, Earl Grey tea, infusing that into the cream, just as I did with the vanilla. The world's your oyster, is whatever you want. Right, our brulees are ready to plate up. So pop over here. I'm going to actually, guys, show you something that's a little bit old school, something that I did as an apprentice, but I think they're quite cute, and I reckon we might bring them back in 2010, but they're called gondolas. We line the service cloth with foil. And the foil acts as a stability for this gondola. We create an aeroplane. And what's cool about these things, you could have used them when you do your canopy functions, you know, to dress your plate up. Fold in half again. And then we start turning it into an escargot, like a little pastry snail. Gary's gonna love this. Our plate. And then, and there you have it, creme brulee. Philip, do you want to come up and taste?
Love to.
Come on. Carrie, you're going to have a taste as well here.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Off you go.
Cheers.
Ooh.
Oh, that's what it...
It's unreal. That's good. The flavour's really nice. I think ours was overly sweet, but with this one it's not as sweet. You're getting more taste of the actual vanilla itself, and the caramel on top it's a bit thicker and it's got a more raw sugar taste.
Yeah, it's just as you want a creme brulee to be. You just break through that initial caramelised sugar layer and then you just get a creamy custard underneath, but there's not a hint of egg. It's just creamy, vanilla, beautiful.
It's not too sweet
It's not
either.
too
I
sweet.
think that's important. Desserts don't need to be sweet, you know, it's got to be this neutral sort of, just hint of, you know, sweetness, not overly powerful and like condensed milk.
And it's set, which is...
Yeah, I mean, look at it.
Take it with you. Philip, thank you. You can take that with you.
Oh, beautiful.
Carrie,
Thanks.
thank you so
George.
much, man.
Thank you.
You made a creme brulee.
I know.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
George, what's the gondola?
Just for you, Gary.
Haven't seen one of those for 20 years. There's a pleasure in that, isn't there? Love a nice brulee. Oh,
Not hard, is it?
Georgie, that is delicious.
And Carrie made it.
Right, it's good. It's not hard, is it? It's not hard. So now you know there is no excuse from now on to do a perfect brulee or even a perfect brulee in something else.
They're the future. Everyone now are going to do these at home.
Oh, could you
2010, year of the gondola.
So that's it for another week. Masterclass, the joy of watching George and I cook for a change. And of course, setting you up for another week of success. Bet we're all hungry, so come forward, grab a dish. We'll have a glass of wine.
Good timing.
Timing, huh?
Welcome back, guys.
Oh my God.
Guys, I know you've had a massive week, a busy week, an amazing week. Think about who you've worked with. Industry luminaries you'd take years to work with. People like Tony Bilson, Michelle Roux, Guillaume Brahimi, Tetsuya, and Justin North, let alone George and I. Savour it, make the most of it, because these experiences don't come along too often. And here in the MasterChef kitchen, you get to experience all of that and more. The thing you've got to remember, at the end of next week, there'll only be 16 people remaining in this competition.
I think something you guys need to not forget is you're here because you want to change your life. Focus, stay strong. The important thing is keep motoring on, hopefully clinch victory.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, guys.
Till next week. Cheers, George.
Cheers, Gary.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
A new week means new surprises.
The 18 remaining hopefuls kick off a big week with the mystery box.
I've got to do something good with this one.
Then
It smells like I'm at the Cooking Olympics.
it's triple the action as the amateurs team up for an international themed invention test.
Yeehaw! Let's go, Georgie.
Which country's cuisine will reign supreme?
In our minds, we cannot lose.
At stake for the team with the least impressive dish, elimination.
problem with this dish is you haven't really done all that much.
I just feel gutted.
Last week on MasterChef Australia.
Let's light up the stove.
2 teams cooked for the masters of French cuisine.
Magnifique.
Jonathan faced off against award-winning chef Justin North.
I'm buzzing.
And we said goodbye to Dominic and Courtney.
The hardest part is I just wasn't ready to go.
Tonight, 18 hopefuls kick off the week with the mystery box.
This is the yummiest mystery box we've seen yet.
It's a race to create the best dish in under 30 minutes.
It's insane.
Then it's triple the pressure as they team up for the invention test.
In our minds, we cannot lose.
At stake for the series winner, the chance to work alongside the country's greatest chefs, a book publishing deal, $100,000 to make their culinary dreams reality, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
This week is the start of the 4th week of the competition, and I'm still here, which is pretty cool. I'm loving it. I'm really loving it. I think you've got to embrace everything that comes towards you and kind of go, oh, what a great challenge. If you've got a great mindset, I think that you can cook with some heart and some passion and, you know, have fun.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. You are the 18 best amateur cooks in Australia, and one of you will become the next Australian MasterChef. A new week means new surprises. Sitting in front of you is the mystery box. You need to create one inventive dish in that box using as many or as few of those ingredients as you want. Judging is a little bit different with this mystery box. We will only taste the best 3 dishes. From those 3, we'll choose just one winner.
Let's lift the lids and have a look.
Lift the lid and there's a big muddy sitting there, so stoked. I've got to do something good with this one.
You guys look a little bit perplexed and a bit confused about the ingredients in today's mystery box. There's mud crabs, finger limes.
Finger limes?
I don't even know what that is.
There's a variety of mushrooms, pasta, coconut cream, gorgonzola cheese, and radicchio lettuce. going to be a very exciting mystery box today.
This is the yummiest mystery box we've seen yet. I look at that and I'm just thinking, lasagna. I'm thinking crab, simply done. There's a little pop of the finger lime carpels. There's one little bit of bad news. Today, for your mystery box challenge, you will have 25 minutes.
What? 25 minutes?
To come up with a decent dish in 25 minutes, it's insane.
Shit. Your time starts now.
Marion, you've got 25 minutes. Everybody ran to get equipment, and you're tackling your crab first. What are you cooking?
I'm going to roast the crab and then just pick out the crab meat, have it fresh with the finger lime, and hopefully use some of that roasted crab in the pan to make a little sauce with the cream.
OK, sounds good. Any risks? What are you worried about?
I'm worried about the time. Yeah.
Right.
Is it all right? Can I go?
Yeah. Oh, OK. See you later.
Oh, yuck.
One of the things with mystery box is you don't have to use every ingredient. I just wanted a beautiful, clean crab with a beautiful tomato chili sauce. I've never cooked a mud crab before, so I'll get the wok firing.
I'm initially going for the crab, and then I think, no, actually, maybe I'll stick with pasta.
I'm going to do an open ravioli of the mushrooms and the gorgonzola. I'm also going to char grill some radicchio and put it through there, and I'm going to do a poached egg on top.
Crab's looking good at this stage. I think I'm pretty good with crab. I should be. I catch enough of them every summer.
Jake, that looks good. What's the dish?
I'm going to do a Singapore crab and some little crab rolls with a chili mayo if I get time. So.
OK, so you've got 2 dishes in mind?
Trying, yeah.
I mean, really what you've got to do is you've got to make sure that one dish that you give us is an absolute cracker. Fingers crossed.
Thanks.
Let's go for it, Jake.
You've got less than 5 minutes to go.
Shit. Show us what you can do. This is what cooking's all about. Come on.
The dish I decide to make is paratha stuffed with crab.
Jimmy, you've got lots happening.
I do. With only 5 minutes to go, the only thing going through my mind is everything I've put up doesn't plate very well. So I look over and I get some egg cutters.
Is it a good idea to start chopping little circles out of what is effectively a lovely bread?
I just did it for presentation because I keep ruining presentations, so I thought...
There you go, getting a bit fancy, Jimmy.
I'm trying to.
Well done. Don't overcook that egg, yeah?
No, that's right.
I'm looking forward to this. What a great idea.
Good luck, mate. The last thing I have to do is to get my little wonton pasta thing on the side going. I'd cut up the pasta roughly, throw it in a pan with some oil and crisp them up so there's something nice to dip into the sauce.
I'm plating my dish and I'm trying to get sort of a nice round of crab in the centre and then a few little shards of chilli.
Come on, guys, you got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Tools down.
You've just completed the Mystery Box Challenge with only a scant 25 minutes to come up with a magnificent dish using the ingredients in that box.
For 25 minutes, I'm happy with it. I think I should be in the running for the top 3 at least.
The first person whose dish we'd like to taste is Jimmy.
The judges call my name and I'm shocked. I can't believe it. The only thing concerning me is the amount of crab that I've got in the paratha mix. I just wish I had a little bit more crab flesh inside it.
Mud crab paratha with chili oil and egg yolk.
You pleased with the presentation?
I'm trying really hard.
Jimmy, let's taste this paratha. I don't like the circles. I think you could have put more crab in the bread. What I do like, though, is that lovely, soft, fried, runny egg. Gorgeous. I love that toasted chili on the top that gives you a little bit of a kick and a little bit of interest to the dish. And of course, I like that bread. It's crusty, it's toasty. It's a really mild and pleasant taste that goes brilliantly with egg.
Those parathas, when they were in the pan, looked absolutely gorgeous and yummy. And then you've gone and cut a circle out of them. I just think that's just pointless. You made dough, you stretched it out, all in 25 minutes, Jimmy. Really good job, mate. Well done. Thanks.
The next person we'd like to call down is Marion.
Every time I hear my name, I'm always surprised because I'm just cooking food that I love to eat and I know how good everyone else is.
Crab with finger lime and sweet coconut cream.
The dangers of a dish like this is you have too much sweetness from coconut milk, it's too creamy, and you've managed to avoid that. What's great about this dish, it's a bit like a wolf in a sheep's clothing. It looks like it's going to be quite plain, quite bland. You have that wonderful, sweet crab meat, and then these great, bang, firework bursts of flavours as little balls of finger lime. That is a really, really nice dish.
The next dish that we'd like to taste?
I would really love for my name to be called out today. I need to get up in front of the judges.
It's pretty hard to assume that you're going to come first with the level of competition, but this is my forte, so I expect to get a mention.
Peter.
Wow. I feel so proud. I'm walking tall, so happy to be standing in front of the judges. Here's hoping that they love my dish. Chili crab with wonton-like crisps on the side. Is it good?
You're here?
Yeah, I am here.
Where you been?
I know. I've been wanting to be here for a long time.
It's great. It's fantastic. It's good to see that you're here and you're not just cruising along. A real tasty dish. Well done, Peter.
Thanks, George. Cheers.
There are those cooks who can cook a beautiful dish, give them 3 hours. There are those cooks, and they're rarer, who can cook a great, high-impact dish with bags of flavour in 25 minutes. Peter, you're one of those cooks, because that has absolutely bags of flavour.
Cheers. I'm pretty nervous waiting to see who the winner is, but to be honest, I'm just happy to be up the front. I don't need to win because I've got the accolades I need today.
Well, we've tasted the 3 top dishes from today's Mystery Box Challenge. There's nothing like standing on the winner's podium, is there? Question is, whose dish did we love the most? The winner of the Mystery Box Challenge is... Peter.
I honestly can't believe that I've won this challenge today. Wow. To be the one that was picked out is just awesome.
Peter, as the winner of the Mystery Box Challenge, you will have not one, but 2 stonkingly huge advantages. And I can reveal, for the first time in an invention test, you will compete in trios. And each trio will have a different international cuisine to cook with.
Yes.
So not only are we competing in trios, each trio is cooking a different international cuisine. But Peter's holding all the cards because he's just won the mystery box.
Peter, let's find out what position of power you really have. You get to choose the core ingredient that each trio must use. And most importantly, you get to choose the trios. Peter, your first pick, of course, is to choose the 2 team members that will make up your trio.
I'd first like to pick Marion. Marion's a standout, and I'm very happy to be working by her side today. To continue on that line, Adam's a super cook, top bloke. We all work together really well, and I think I've got a good team, yeah.
Well done, Peter. Thanks. Good strategic picks, methinks. OK, Peter, Marion, Adam, it's time for you to pick the cuisine, the country, the flag that you want to represent.
I saw the Chinese flag and I thought, if there's any time to step up and cook Chinese, with this artillery, perfect.
Hey.
Peter, who will the next trio be?
Next trio be Sky, Jake, and Carrie.
Having grown up in the United States, I'm familiar with American food, and we decide to pick the American flag.
Third team will be Alvin, Daniel, and Fiona.
I'm only left with the one flag out of the 4 that I know, which is the UK flag.
You're not concerned having Gary and Matt, who have pretty much grown up eating British cuisine?
Of course I am.
Next trio will be Matthew, Aaron, and Joanne.
When my trio's called, I'm focused on the flag in front of me, which is Mexico.
Aaron says he knows the cuisine, he loves it, and we all agree on the Mexican flag.
Peter, who's the next trio going to be?
Jimmy, Callum, and Shani.
Jimmy, Shani and Callum picked the Thai flag, and I'm ecstatic. I'm pretty certain what the last flag is. It's Moroccan. That's my background. What better to be cooking?
Here are the rules. You will have 45 minutes.
What?
To put up that beautiful dish that represents that flag, that cuisine that you have in your hand. Each trio has to prepare one course, but you have to prepare 3 plates. It's critical that they're the same. I'm going to be peering at George's and Matt's to see whether or not, like in a restaurant, that my dish is the same as theirs. If your team wins today in the invention test, all 3 of you will go into the Celebrity Chef Challenge. If you're on the losing team, all 3 of you will face the pressure test together. The risk is that one of you is going home.
I was in an elimination round just last week, and I don't want to be in that situation again.
Now all that's left is to pick the core ingredient. Peter, Marion, Adam, let's go to the pantry.
We walk into the pantry and in front of us are the 3 covered core ingredients to choose from. We're hoping that there's going to be some poultry, preferably chicken.
The first core ingredient that you can pick from is chicken. The second core ingredient is beef. And the final option for core ingredient is fish.
So, guys, I reckon it's better if we stick to what we think.
I think we're all having a good think about the fish,
Something really inspiring with the fish we could do.
but I think all 3 of us have a pretty good idea of what we want to cook.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a fish.
No, I think it's a leg. It's a leg of something.
Peter, please reveal what core ingredient you chose today.
We chose the chicken.
I breathe a sigh of relief and I'm like, yes, I really needed that ingredient.
I've had recipes for beef, lamb, fish in my head, but chicken, what do I do with chicken?
Everyone will get 10 extra ingredients to use alongside the chicken to create your course. Your 2 minutes in the pantry starts now.
Heading into the pantry, there's really not much margin for error.
We need to think about the balance of sweetness too.
We need honey then. Honey.
Garlic chives. It'd be nice to have a few more ingredients, but within the 10 ingredients that we do have, I think we can put up a really great dish.
Brown sugar, orange peel, we've got star anise.
Let's be quick, let's just grab. No, I think green beans.
Yeah, we've got a chilies.
Peas? How many peas?
Yeah, I've got peas. I've got a couple packets of peas.
Yeah, good.
Grab coriander.
Jimmy, coconut milk or cream?
Come on, guys. You've all got your ingredients?
I run in there and I head straight for the jalapenos. These puppies?
Yep, that's jalapenos. Get triple the amount that you think you're going to.
All right, time's up. Out of the pantry, please.
Let's do it, let's go.
We've got all of our stuff, we're at our benches, and it's time to get cooking.
You have 45 minutes. Your time starts now.
The invention test is really, really important. The team that performs the worst today will end up in a pressure test and one of those people will be going home.
Lucky I got an extra 10.
My team has picked the Chinese flag and I'm just feeling so happy that I'm with these guys because in our minds, we cannot lose.
10 minutes, I reckon.
10 minutes, yeah.
We've decided to make a smoked chicken breast in a black broth with noodles, chicken dumplings and some steamed Asian greens.
What did you choose Chinese?
I love Chinese food. When I saw the flags, knowing I had the choice to pick these 2 champions. I can't lose.
So who's doing what? Just before you... So you're doing the smoke?
I'm getting the smoking
So you're doing
going.
the chicken?
Adam's on the dumplings. Marion broke down the chicken beautifully, so she's getting the broth started. So we're just all working together, communicating. It's going to be beautiful.
Lovely.
Cheers. Thanks, guys. Good luck, mate.
We go for Cajun chicken with baked potatoes, bean and pumpkin salad, and a roasted piece of corn.
They look great, Jay. They look really good. The risk for today is that we don't end up with a plate which is full slather American trash.
You have 30 minutes to go. It smells like I'm at the Cooking Olympics.
Tastes really good.
Do you want to taste it, Dan?
Nah, it's cool. I trust you guys.
Guys, how are you going?
Good.
What are you cooking? What was the theme?
We're making pies
Yep.
with mushy peas.
Okay.
We wanted to go for rustic, pub food, you know, mushy peas, something you can just dig into on a nice warm night.
It is MasterChef.
Yep,
You know, it's not Master Pub.
that's true, but 45 minutes, got to get these in.
Just mushy peas going with this pie?
Yeah, mushy peas, yep.
So now the pies are in, you're going to be twiddling your thumbs.
No, we're going to get the peas organised. We're going to think about how we're going to plate up.
Right.
Okay. Interesting to see what you're going to do now.
Yep.
You've just got to make mushy peas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you want to do some gravy or something?
It's a good idea. Chickpeas in.
Yeah, they're ready, yeah.
We're making a ras el hanout chicken, so traditional Moroccan dish. We've made it a bit modern for this challenge because it is an invention test, so it's important that it looks modern and it tastes modern. Yeah.
Callum, you've got a good piece.
Good work, mate. Great stuff. A little bit more?
Oh, that'll do.
You three, I need to interrupt. I need to find out what you're cooking and what your theme was.
Our theme was food from Thailand.
Yep.
So we've got a bit of inspiration from Peter Gilmore. So what we
I can see that.
Poached free-range chicken with black truffle and garden vegetables.
We've got the skin out. We've got to poach this.
Right.
Then we're going to just caramelise the outside of the skin in a shallow fry.
Okay.
My concern is that going to cook in time?
Woo! Get aboard the heat bonanza.
Oh, hey!
Aaron. Hello. This is Team Mexico, isn't it?
It is Team Mexico.
Oh, look at this, George. You're making bread.
What are you cooking for us?
Okay, well, we're going to take the idea of a traditional taco, flour tortilla, like we've done here. Sear this chicken off that we've been marinating in our own little secret concoction over here.
Very fresh.
Then we're going
Lots
to
of
do
chili,
a
tomato,
fresh
gorgeous.
tomato salsa on top, a green pepper and jalapeno jelly, and a guacamole mousse. So we're taking a bit of new, bit of old, and hopefully mix them together.
Banging them all together.
Yeah.
You are so excited, aren't you? You're in your element.
I just love playing with all this stuff. Australia has this idea of Mexican food of this stodgy, cheese-laden kind of thing, and it's not that. It should be something that's healthy and fresh and good fun. A little bit of spice, but just a lot of earthiness in it.
Aaron, is this team going to win?
We're going to give it an absolute crack today. I love working with Maddie, I love working with Joe, and I love Mexico.
Brilliant. Let's go.
Now, do you want any more chicken?
Is that cooked? No, I think that's it. Yeah, that's cooked, man.
One's actually open at the end. That's okay? Okay, cool.
It's that time again. You have 10 minutes to go.
Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful.
Do you want them in half, Adam, or do you think whole? Everyone is working together. We're all helping each other, and we've all got a clear idea of how we want this dish to turn out. It's just one of the most wonderful kitchen experiences you can have.
This is it, guys. You have 5 minutes to go.
Beautiful pieces.
We're really keen to make sure that we had enough time to plate it up perfectly. Getting each dish absolutely consistently presented is going to be important.
This one has still got too much. Let's take some out and put it in there.
I'm personally worried that the dish that we're making is too simple for the MasterChef kitchen. It's an invention test for a reason. And a pie, we ain't inventing anything.
Do we need it on the big out burner over there?
There's 2 minutes to go and I'm plating up the dishes and I'm telling the boys to get the chicken going.
I cut it open and inside it's raw.
Mate, it is so raw.
I just feel gutted.
Okay, get it pan frying, get it pan frying.
I've only got a minute to go. I have to think on my feet. I just cut the medallions and pan fry them.
We're down to the business end of this challenge. 1 minute to go.
Nice, they look great.
I think the dumplings in one area. 60 seconds to go, and we're just making sure that the final touches are on these plates. That's perfect. They look wonderful. We think they taste really great, so I'm really, really ecstatic.
Did you want some more over here?
I haven't got the granita on any of the plates, and I'm still working on the tomato salsa. I need to motor now, or we won't have a complete dish.
Tuck it under the chicken, that's it.
We're nearly at the end of our world cruise. You have 10 seconds to go.
The what?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Tools down. Your time's up. You've just completed a very international invention test. Now for the exciting part. The tasting will begin. Peter, Marion, Adam, please bring your dishes up.
We have our 3 dishes ready, one for each judge, and they appear consistent, which is something I know they'll be looking at very closely.
Peter, you went into the invention test with every advantage you could possibly hope for.
Yeah.
Feeling super confident, pleased?
I'm feeling really happy that I think I've used all of my opportunities to the max. 2 great people here and great choice with the core ingredient.
All right, to taste. So do I pour this on top?
Mm-hmm.
Pour the soup on top of the noodles? I love it. That's enough, no? I love it. It's great. Beautiful. That smoked chicken is really, really nice. Nice and moist. It's got a good flavour hit. And you get those sort of caramel flavours from the brown sugar that you've smoked it over, which is fabulous. I'll eat the whole thing. Well done.
Just an elegant service. It was beautiful to watch. You cooked like ballerinas. Gorgeous.
That is absolutely A-grade cooking, a fantastic concept, a great execution. Well done.
We loved that dish, and to hear those comments is absolutely just fantastic.
The next team's food that we'd like to taste comes all the way from Morocco. Jonathan, Claire and Philip, please bring your food up.
Ras el hanout chicken with a tagine of chickpeas.
What I love about it is the presentation. I think it looks absolutely smashing. It's a really good bistro restaurant dish that you'd be happy to tuck into, lunch or dinner. Well done.
Thanks.
Shani, Callum and Jimmy, please bring up your Thai dishes.
It's our turn to take our dish to the judges, and we're freaking out. I know there's no way we can give the judges raw chicken, and at this stage, I'm really concerned.
A really vibrant looking dish. I can't wait to tuck in.
George cuts open the chicken and it's perfect. Oh, what a relief.
What's really exciting about this dish is that the three of you have gone out on a limb. You had 45 minutes, you broke down the chicken, you took the skin off, you rolled it, ballantine, poached it. That's what I'm talking about. You push yourself. Well done, guys.
Thanks.
Team USA, Sky, Carrie, and Jake. In terms of consistency across the board, that portion of beans is much bigger than my portion. Matt's chicken is bigger than mine as well. Consistency is important. That's the first thing I notice. Right, down to taste. In terms of the Cajun spices, there's not a lot of kick in it.
Yeah.
There's none of that real depth in there.
Yeah.
So whether or not it's good enough to stay out of the bottom, I'm not sure. Good attempt.
Alvin, Fiona, Daniel, please bring forward your British course.
It's our turn to take our dishes up to the judges. I'm feeling a bit deflated because without sounding like a food snob, it's a piece of pie and some smashed peas.
Having seen what everyone else has done, have you made the most of your 45 minutes? Alvin?
No, would be my answer.
Would you agree with that, Daniel?
Yeah, we're happy with what's come up, but we did have a bit of spare time on our hands.
Did you put vinegar or anything on, did you use any acidity on the peas? The problem with this dish is you haven't really done all that much. You've made the sort of pie that I think a lot of people at home would make. And if you're gonna give me mushy peas to someone from Britain, vinegar and that kind of stickiness is essential. Whether this is enough to get you to the top of this League of Nations, I would question.
As I walk back to my bench, all I can think about is, oh my God, I'm going to be in a pressure test with Alvin and Dan.
The next team's food that we'd like to taste belongs to the gringos from Mexico.
Five-star taco, tomato salsa, and jalapeno granita.
Cool. Yeah, love it. I had to pause there because the jalapeno sorbet is just ripped my throat out. Love that. Good job.
Thank you.
Knowing that George doesn't like hot food, I'm a bit worried. I know that jalapeno and green pepper granita has a lot of kick in it, so I hope it adds to the dish and just doesn't set him off.
The heat is sort of bang and then away. And yes, I do need to pop a tea towel around me, but I don't care. It's so, so beautiful. I'm really proud of the three of you. You're thinking a little bit more than just, whacking a taco together. You're thinking about textures, the creaminess of the avocado, just fresh tomato, nothing better than that. The chill of that granita, well done. A real credit to the three of you. Wow, there's been some cracking dishes today. There's going to be an argument after this, I can feel it.
We've tasted your dishes, we've deliberated, and we've decided who has cooked the best dish of the day and who has cooked the worst. The team that gave us the best food in the invention test came from Mexico.
Oh my God. We actually won? No, that would never happen to me. Winning? Rock on! We won!
Well done. Nice one. Big John.
Team Mexico, you pulled it together and you gave us a dish with some really bang-on flavours that just all came together. That jalapeno sorbet, love that idea. Well done.
Thank you. So what happens now? The three of you back here as a team, competing as a team for the chance for all of you to pick up that elusive and oh so valuable immunity. What a prize that would be to win.
Guys, congratulations. You can go home now and celebrate. Well done.
I can't believe I'm actually the first female in this competition to go through to a celebrity challenge. I want to be taken seriously in this competition. We're really going to pull together for this. We're going to make it happen.
And now for the bad news. It's time to reveal the team that put up the least impressive course today. That team will face the pressure test tomorrow.
I don't want to go home. I feel like I'm just starting to blossom and I really want to stay to learn a whole lot more.
Team USA, you just scraped through. Team Britain, you're the losing team today.
Collectively, Team Great Britain just hang our heads in shame. Didn't dodge the bullet this time.
All I can think about is what we should have done, what we could have done. Unfortunately, we made the wrong decision.
Alvin, Fiona, Daniel, will you please step forward? To the four other teams, congratulations on some great cooking. You're still in the competition. You're safe. You can go home.
Obviously, I feel really bad for those guys because I don't think that their pie was at all a bad dish. I just think that the standard of today's food was really high.
Alvin, Fiona, Daniel, tomorrow it's pressure test time. So be ready, be prepared, be strong. This is your chance to stay in the competition.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
You're only as good as your last dish.
Alvin, Daniel and Fiona face a pressure test with a twist.
Today, you will not be given a recipe.
To survive, they'll need to rely on their culinary skill and knowledge.
If you can nail the taste, you'll nail the dish.
I'm thinking veal in my head.
It could be veal, but I don't really know what veal tastes like.
The future relies solely on my palate.
Which two amateurs will recreate the best dish and keep their dream alive?
Pork veal, pork veal.
Well, they've all got the meat wrong.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
It smells like I'm at the Cooking Olympics.
The international themed invention test saw Team Mexico serve up the best dish.
Rock on! We won!
While Team Great Britain's chicken pie failed to impress.
Didn't dodge the bullet this time.
Tonight, Daniel, Alvin and Fiona battle it out in the fight of their lives.
You're only as good as your last dish.
Together, they face a pressure test with a twist.
Today, you will not be given a recipe.
It'll challenge their skill and their food knowledge.
I'm sure there's people at home going, I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
And for one of them, their MasterChef dream will end.
I think really each of them have serious flaws.
We need to make sure that we keep the right people in this competition.
Today is the elimination pressure test. I woke up very, very early. I did not sleep okay.
Waking up determined not to go home, but at the same time feeling a bit down as well.
We're in the pressure test because our team, which was Team UK, lost the invention test.
Just mushy peas going with this pie?
Yeah, mushy peas, yep.
Team Britain, you're the losing team today.
No, I'm not too nervous about today. I'm assuming there'll be a recipe, which I feel fairly confident I can follow a recipe. I mean, at the end of the day, 2 people are coming back, so I just have to make sure I'm one of those 2.
It sucks that we were a team and now we're versing against each other.
Indeed, yes.
It's difficult for me facing elimination today because I've had a good few weeks in this competition.
Alvin, that was a stunning, stunning dish.
To be doing this right now is quite a kick in the gut. In my real life, I work in a pharmaceutical company and I wasn't very happy there. I came to this competition because I wanted to get into the food industry. I ultimately want to own my own Asian tapas cafe, something that's not very glamorous, but everyone knows about.
When I had to take down my photos and pack up my bag, I realised how much I didn't want to go. If I don't win today, I will have to go home and reevaluate where I want to go with my teaching and what I actually want to do with the food industry.
Chop that up nice and fine. Good work.
I'm looking at this competition as a real turning point. I was recently made redundant. What I hope to gain out of MasterChef is to move into the food industry, and I think initially to start working in kitchens, and then for that to happen for me, I really need to be here for longer.
I need to stay focused today. I need to keep my emotions in check, and I need to make sure that I don't flounder.
Alvin, Fiona, Daniel, welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. We say it all the time in this competition, you're only as good as your last dish. The three of you, as a team yesterday, let yourselves down. Your dish wasn't good enough, and it put you right here, wearing those black aprons in the pressure test today. Alvin, what's on your mind?
It's strange. It feels like at this point, if I don't make it through, my whole world will end. And that's the truth, because you reach a point at a crossroad when you decide you're through doing what people want you to do, and you decide to take your path, and this is my path, and I'm going to charge through those doors until I get through to the industry. One of us is going home, and I'm putting my foot down. It is not going to be me.
Fiona, you've been here before. Are you strong enough second time round?
I think I'm stronger second time around. I'm with Alvin. I'm not ready to go, and you know, these people and you inspire me to learn more, and I don't want to go.
Daniel, have you come back in with a renewed energy?
Yeah, I didn't have a lot of sleep last night, but I'll be honest, I'm not happy with any of the dishes that I put up in front of you, which is personally really disappointing. You know, it's the one place you want to put up good dishes, and you know, I haven't been happy with any of them.
Just when you think you know what you're in for, of course, the MasterChef kitchen turns everything that you knew upside down and on its head. This is going to be a tough challenge. And if you want to stay in this competition, you've got to cook with everything you have.
Usually, with a pressure test, you get to see and taste the dish, you're given the ingredients, you're given a recipe, and you're all given the same time limit. We're throwing those rules out the window. But today, you will not be given a recipe.
It is near impossible to replicate a recipe by looking and by tasting.
I think my face went white for a minute, and I just had to reboot and say, you can do this.
Let's find out what you have to cook today. The dish that you'll be recreating is schnitzel with chips and coleslaw.
I'll admit that I've never cooked schnitzel. I never ordered schnitzel. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous at this stage.
Chips, schnitzel, coleslaw. It sounds so easy.
You need to work out what meat is in the schnitzel, what's in the coleslaw, and what type of potatoes we've used to make the chips. I think there's never been a tasting that's so important. You have to really galvanise all the flavours on your palate to hopefully reproduce what is there.
This is incredibly hard. I'm looking at those three, just really feeling very sorry for them, actually.
Guys, this pressure test is all about reproducing this dish as close as possible. That includes not only the flavour, but the presentation. Right, guys, ready to taste.
The future of my competition relies solely on my palate. So I carefully taste the chips. I taste the coleslaw, trying to work out what dressing it is. I carefully dissect the schnitzel, trying to work out what meat it is. I am pretty convinced that it's pork.
As
As I'm tasting, I'm pretty sure that it's veal. It's a very thin piece of schnitzel, and I'm thinking veal in my head.
When I taste the schnitzel, I sort of take the crumb off it. That's really to help me determine what sort of meat it is. I think it's veal.
Daniel tastes the dish. He strips the crust completely off, and I'm thinking I should have done that. Why didn't I do that?
Well, guys, this is how the challenge is going to work. You have 45 minutes to replicate that dish. That 45 minutes includes choosing and collecting all the ingredients that you need for that dish from the pantry. You can revisit the pantry as many times as you want, but remember, the more time spent in the pantry, the less time you will have to cook and replicate that dish. So you need to know where you're going, what to do first, what to grab, the order in which you're going to cook this thing, and nail it. Your 45 minutes starts now.
It's a mad dash. 3 of us just run to the pantry.
Sorry.
There are 5 or 6 different types of meats, and I identify the schnitzel as pork, so I get a tray of pork.
As I'm looking at the meats there, I'm pretty confident that I've picked up veal, and I'm comfortable with my meat choice, but I'm not 100% sure.
There's chicken there, it's not chicken. One of them's got to be veal, but I'm sort of struggling to pick which one. I end up picking the meat, which looked quite vealish. I'm still a bit unsure as to what it is. I think it's veal.
Daniel is the first one out of the pantry, while Fiona and I are still scrambling around. My strategy is to get as many ingredients as I can, and once I have, I run back and I start the potatoes.
To make my breadcrumbs, I do a mixture of panko and normal breadcrumbs.
I think that if you were standing on the moon, you could see that the breadcrumbs were actually fresh and not out of a box.
Normally I would make my own, however, I can't actually see any fresh bread in the pantry.
I run back to the pantry and I pick a loaf of sourdough. We're in a MasterChef kitchen, so everything needs to be done from scratch.
The crumb on the schnitzel that we tasted, it looked fairly chunky. So I've got a white sourdough loaf, so I need to use a food processor to process it down into fresh breadcrumbs.
You've got just under half an hour to go. Guys, you'd never think that 45 minutes could go so quickly.
It's a schnitzel, but it needs to be gorgeous. Come on.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Let's go, Alvin. Come on. Come on, Alvin.
To make the coleslaw, I roughly chop the cabbage and I peel the carrots and then slice it finely.
I think the standout performance of the day was when Dan was making his coleslaw. He just got his knife out and he just like shredded away. He was like a little ninja with a knife.
That's awesome.
My cabbage on the plate ends up just looking really rough, really amateur, and really something you'd find in the pub.
Alvin?
Hi.
Tell us what you're up to.
I'm doing 3 things at once. So I've got the mix for the schnitzel ready.
Yep.
I'm making my coleslaw.
What meat did you pick?
I picked pork.
You confident it's pork?
Initially, I thought it was veal.
Yep.
Then I tasted it again. I'm pretty confident it's pork.
Yeah.
Okay. This looks interesting.
Yeah, it is. It's really rough, and I need to fix that, George.
Yeah.
Well, we'll leave you to get stuck in.
Thanks, Gary.
That's interesting, isn't it,
That's
Gary?
very interesting. I'll be thinking about that.
Very, very interesting.
I'm starting to get worried, and at this point, I think I'm going home. I honestly think this is the end.
Come on, guys! Let's go! Go on, Dan!
Fiona, Alvin and Daniel have 45 minutes in which to recreate schnitzel and chips and coleslaw, but they don't have a recipe, they don't get told what ingredients are in the dish, and they don't get any help.
At 15 minutes to go, I'm feeling okay. I'm prepping my coleslaw and I'm getting ready to make my mayonnaise.
Fiona, use the guard. You're going to cut your hand.
It's the wrong shape.
Fiona, how you going? What are you up
not
to?
too bad. I just want to make my mayonnaise and then I'm going to crumb my veal and then get my potato chips in the deep fryer.
And using crummies or
No, I'm using a mixture.
panko crumbs?
I'm using a mixture.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Yeah.
You're not confident with fresh breadcrumbs?
Yeah, I suppose I am. I just went for them and I've mixed them in now and I think they'll still work.
Tell me, what cut of meat did you pick?
I picked veal
Why is that?
because that was what I was sure was in the...
Okay. Is it veal?
I think so.
Is it?
Daniel, you haven't got long to go, but tell me quickly, what meat did you pick here for the schnitzel?
Well, this could be potentially very embarrassing.
Why?
Well, because I figured it was either going to be veal or, what's that bloody thing called? Turkey.
Turkey? And what's that?
I have no idea.
Okay, all right. And what herbs have you popped in the crumbs?
I've only put parsley in. I wasn't sure if there was chive in there. I couldn't tell. I didn't want to put anything in.
Nothing else that you could taste in that crumb that you think would
I wasn't
be in
too sure.
Well, look, we'll leave you to it.
Thank you.
You haven't got long to go. Good luck.
Push on.
To prepare my meat, I start by bashing it with the meat mallet to get a nice, flat, even schnitzel.
You've got less than 10 minutes to go. Come on, guys.
Come on, Daniel. Come on.
Yep.
Come on, get cooking.
Just making sure those chips are nice and crunchy.
I'm never confident with what I'm plating up, but I have no choice.
To prepare my coleslaw, I have to make a mayonnaise, which I haven't made before.
Drizzle a bit of oil and whisk.
So, drizzle. And
Whisk.
I choose a jar of mayonnaise because the coleslaw I tasted, in all honesty, the mayo didn't really taste like handmade mayonnaise.
My mayonnaise is a disaster.
Mayonnaise is tasting good.
This is the first time I've made mayonnaise. I've seen how it's done and it just didn't emulsify enough. It's not thick and I realised, oh my God.
George, I'm really surprised how much pressure this has put them under. I mean, it is the pressure test, but my goodness, 45 minutes to do a schnitzel, chips and a coleslaw, I thought was easy. But we've got just on 5 minutes to go, and I reckon they're all struggling. And honestly, I'm questioning whether they're going to get their stuff up on time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, who would have thought? Humble old schnitzel. I'm sure there's people at home going, I could do that.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I cooked my schnitzel and they're ready to go. And I realized the one crucial thing about making schnitzel is to make sure you flatten your meat. And I didn't.
That's some serious schnitzel.
because it's thick, I am not sure whether I've cooked the meat properly. And there's nothing worse than serving uncooked meat to those three up there.
Taking the schnitzels out of the fry pan, they stayed in for a bit longer than I thought they'd take. So I'm hoping they're not overcooked. I think they'll be nice and crunchy, and they certainly look pretty good, so I'm quite happy with them.
Run! You have 30 seconds to go.
I'm a little bit worried time's getting away from me. To go home on a schnitzel, I think would be pretty disappointing.
You have 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Time's up.
The others come downstairs to say goodbye. This is the real goodbyes.
You tell them how much you want this, okay?
It's funny. Everyone believes in me but myself.
I think you did a beautiful job, sweetheart. I'll see you back at the house, okay? I love you.
I'm sure I'm going to go home. I undercooked my meat. I chop so badly I don't deserve to be here. I have lost all hope.
Well, the cooking's finished, our 45 minutes is done, so now it's time for us to put our dishes up in front of the judges. I'm still in two minds about the meat, and I could look like a bit of an idiot doing this. Hopefully that won't happen.
Daniel, please tell me what dish you put in front of us.
It's a veal schnitzel with chips and coleslaw.
How did you go with the coleslaw?
Fine. I used just mayonnaise from a jar, which, I'll be honest, that's what I thought it was when I tasted it, and it was a deliberate decision. But I, sort of became apparent that the other two did make mayonnaise, which I probably would have had time for, but I'd made a decision to use it from the jar.
Daniel, when you went into the pantry, what made you choose the meat that you chose?
Straight up, I thought it was veal, and when I got into the pantry, I sort of started doubting myself. But I went for what I thought was a veal anyway.
Are you convinced that it was veal schnitzel you tasted? Yeah. And are you convinced that it was veal schnitzel you put in front of us now?
With my limited knowledge of veal, I'm 99% that it's veal, and I'm 99% that I've dished up veal.
Thank you, Daniel. We'll taste your dish now. You can leave.
Thanks, gents.
Thanks.
Guys, there's something that we really need to talk about here. We didn't use veal. It's pork. We made our schnitzels with pork, and the cut of meat that he collected was also pork. This is a major issue for someone that wants to become a chef.
And look, I think, this pressure test has been designed to test their palate and their food knowledge. And as far as I'm concerned, that fails on the palate test and it fails on the food knowledge test. George, please plate up. Daniel's dish. That schnitzel is certainly crunchy enough. If you look over here, there's a bit of crumb that's leapt off my plate when I've cut into it. He's well seasoned the chips. The absence of real mayonnaise on the coleslaw is a problem.
The meat is severely overcooked. It's like a bit of cardboard with crunchy breadcrumbs over the top. And even though the coleslaw's been shredded, it's shop-bought mayonnaise, and I can taste it. What I do like, though, is those nice, coarse, crispy crumbs on the outside. He's presented it well, but it's not a standout, and it's missing some critical elements from the dish that we cooked this morning.
I'm happy with all the elements. I know that there might be a few flaws, but generally I'm pretty pleased with it.
Fiona, when you tasted the dish this morning, what did you think you tasted?
I actually thought I tasted veal.
Okay.
Yep.
And your aim when you went into the pantry, what was it to get?
It was to get veal.
How would you feel if you went home based on not replicating what we put up?
I'd be pretty disappointed. Very disappointed.
Fiona?
Yeah.
You can leave now.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Pork veal. We know it's pork. Yeah, she should know it's pork.
It's ridiculous, honestly. I mean, it's quite obviously pork. It had a lot of fat, you know, on the meat itself. Veal is very, very lean and a very light pink meat. It's not difficult to identify the difference between pork and veal. It really isn't.
Shall we taste it? I'm a little bit disappointed that she used the bought crumbs. It's just not got the same, you know, sort of crunchiness and, you know, crackling in the mouth like Daniel's. What's exciting, bud, is she used some time in there, in those crumbs, and that time just pops and really brings out the flavour.
The meat's nice and moist inside. She hasn't overcooked it. The coleslaw, it's a bit of a letdown. What you need is that lovely creaminess of the mayonnaise, not too much, and then that crunch to follow. She's got the crunch, she hasn't got the creaminess, which is a bit of a letdown.
On the positive side, fluffy chips with a little bit of bite and resistance to them. I really like how well she's cut and how finely she's cut the coleslaw. And each of those scallops of veal stroke pork, nice and thin, delicately done, well done.
The future of my competition rests on this board. I could be sent home based on undercooked meat or a badly done coleslaw. It's coleslaw.
Alvin, tell us what the dish is.
It's pork schnitzel with coleslaw and chips.
How do you feel you've gone?
I'm happy I put the dish out in 45 minutes. Whether or not I replicated what I tasted, we'll have to wait and see.
So what did you do right?
I think I chose the right type of meat, protein.
When you looked at that little line of meats in the pantry, did you know the difference between them? You could tell the veal from the pork?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's good. Good to hear. Is this dish good enough to keep you in this competition?
I hope so. It's, I'm so bloody emotional, it's just ridiculous. I did, however, cooked with my heart today. I cooked as though I'm cooking for the people I love. And this is what I serve them.
Alvin, that's all we can ask you to do, ever.
Thanks.
Thanks, Alvin.
Cheers.
Alvin was the only one so far that confidently said that's pork. It's a pork schnitzel. He knows the difference between the two. And let's face it, it's not hard.
In terms of following the brief, he's put 3 schnitzels on there, which is, you know, he paid attention to our presentation. And on top of that, okay, yep, look, they are bigger than ours, but they're all the same thickness and all the same size. So I'm not feeling like I'm ripped off.
Yeah. Look, I love the fact that there's some good colour on the chips and that coleslaw looks properly dressed with good mayonnaise.
All right, enough said about how it looks. Let's taste. George? Well, first up, I like my pork to be cooked, which is a bit of a problem. Now, yours is perfectly pink, George.
Beautiful.
And you like a little bit of pink across the pork.
I like a little bit of pink.
But mine is undercooked. And if I sent that out into the restaurant, that would come straight back. The coleslaw, it's a little coarse. He could have finessed that a little bit more. And I think it is the first time he's made mayonnaise, you can tell, and that's not the best coleslaw, I'll be honest.
He's done all the things we want to see. You know, he's cooked the chips properly. He's cooked them twice, which is a good thing to see. He's made mayonnaise, which is a good thing to see. He's used fresh bread, which is a good thing to see. He knows what the meat is, which is a good thing to see.
And you know what's also exciting is he's bowl chopped the breadcrumbs, so you've got an even coating as he's crumbed it, and you can tell it's an even coating because it just peels off the actual meat perfectly. So that means he's crumbed it correctly, which is fantastic.
By and large, 3 good representations of coleslaw, chips and schnitzel that we put up. However, I think really each of them have 1 or 2 serious flaws.
Let's get them in, ask them some tough questions, find out how committed they really are. We need to make sure that we keep the right people in this competition.
The judges have tasted all our dishes. Now they're going to tell us who gets to stay and who gets to go home.
Well, that was a pig of a challenge. That is the toughest pressure test we've ever set any contestants. You should be proud of facing and coming through, having plated up dishes that were good representations of what you tasted earlier on today. However, each of your dishes had serious flaws that in any other pressure test would have sent you home. That was a pork schnitzel. Really, to go on in this competition, you have to be able to identify pork and veal. Alvin, you were the only one to correctly identify and be sure that what you tasted was pork and that what you cooked with was pork. You should be very happy and very proud about that, because that was a tricky, tricky moment. Now let's look at the other crucial element in that schnitzel. The breadcrumbs were made out of sourdough. Only one of you identified and included thyme in their crumb. Fiona, that was you, well done. It really lifted the crumb on your schnitzel. Daniel, tell me what you do in the outside world.
I was made redundant a few months ago. I was working for a wine wholesaler, just in an administration role in an office.
Give me a sense of where that final destination is. What's the food dream?
Since starting the competition, I'm getting to the stage now where I'm realising more and more that just starting off in a kitchen is going to be the best move for me, no matter what I want to do. And just because I haven't said to you that I dream about opening a little restaurant here or there or, you know, anything like that, I don't think that that should exclude me from going further in this competition.
Alvin, what's going through your mind?
It's devastating to think that this will end for me. In the past few weeks, this is my world. It's like the door's coming down and I don't know whether I have enough time to sort of run through the gap.
I mean, you're at the top. You're one of our top cooks and then you've just...
I think fear got to me. I look at some of the competitors, some of the other contestants. It's amazing what they do.
What about you?
Since yesterday, I just didn't think I was good enough.
Fiona, are you out of your depth in here?
Look, I do feel a little bit like the underdog. I've been in eliminations twice now.
How does that feel?
Well, like an underdog. But I think I'm a fighter, and I think the further and further I come, I think I've put up some good dishes. I hope you've seen that I'm trying to step it up and I'm learning.
How would you feel if you went home today?
I'd be sad because I think I have a lot more to give and a lot more to learn, and I think I will get better.
Someone's got to go home today. Is it going to be you?
In the toughest pressure test we've ever set, we weren't expecting perfect dishes. And you each made mistakes. Daniel, not identifying pork is a black mark.
Tell me quickly, what meat did you pick here for the schnitzel?
I have no idea.
And then there was the issue of the store-bought mayonnaise. On the positive, you're the only person to really nail the presentation. Alvin, those schnitzels were way too big, and there was unevenness in how you cooked them. Undercooking the pork is not acceptable in the MasterChef kitchen. But crucial for you was identifying that our schnitzel was pork and choosing and knowing that it was pork that you were cooking. Fiona, you really weren't sure about what you were tasting and what you're eating. And then we have the issue of the packaged breadcrumbs.
You're not confident with fresh breadcrumbs?
On the positive side, your schnitzels were beautifully beaten out. The cabbage and the coleslaw was finely chopped because you're the only person to identify the flavour of thyme and you used it. One of you will be going home, and for one of you, your dream of becoming Australia's next MasterChef will be over. Fiona, you're still in the competition. The dream continues.
Thank you. I'm very happy.
Daniel and Alvin, comes down to you two. Alvin, you're still in the competition. Daniel, I'm sorry, but you're out. Daniel, that's a really hard decision for me to deliver. I just think you need to take some time, spend some time in the kitchen, cooking, learning. and working out where you want to go. And I think you will get there.
Daniel, what's going through your mind?
Look, and I've had an average couple of days, so, you know, this just tops it off.
You're going to use this experience to, you know, catapult yourself?
I'm not going back to crappy office work.
Good on
It's
you.
not going to happen. So we'll do something with this.
Alvin.
Yeah.
That was a close call today.
Yeah.
We need to see the Alvin that we've seen before. We need you to show the confidence that you had.
Yep.
You've got the skills to go all the way in this competition.
Yep.
You've got the focus. Don't look at other people, just look ahead.
Daniel, it's time to leave the MasterChef kitchen.
Alrighty.
We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Good luck, Daniel.
Good luck. What's your hand? See you. Good luck. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, boys. Good luck. Thanks, mate.
I'm disappointed, obviously, that I'm leaving at this stage, but at the same time, I didn't expect for a second that I would make it this far. Now that I'm leaving the competition, I am really excited about the idea of actually cooking in a restaurant, not just at home. I don't have work at the moment, so I'm going to be looking for work in a kitchen, and I just want to get on with it now.
Waiting at the house today, there's just a sombre mood. We're worried about Alvin. Is he going to come home? It could be anyone's game at this point, and to see him leave would be an absolute shame.
I think this is one of the closest pressure tests that we've had in terms of the result.
For me, Dan seemed to be the most in control, plated up a great-looking dish. So I think he's going to be hard to beat.
If I had to, which is hard to say, it's a toss-up between Fiona and Alvin.
Coming out of that elevator, everyone cheered. Everyone clapped, so it's good to know that I'm liked.
I'm really relieved for Fee and Alvin. They've come back and they've fought through the elimination challenge, but I'm really sad for Dan. He did an amazing job today, and to see him go home on the back of that, it's really hard.
I've had an amazing time on MasterChef. I'm sad to have left the competition, but at the same time, it's nice to be back home. I'm going to take everything that I've learned during this time and I'm going to take it from here. I'm going to really pursue what I want to do. You know, no matter if I want to be a writer or a chef or a food stylist or anything like that, I think the basis for that is to be able to cook and to get, you know, a job in a kitchen that's going to be the start for me.
Cheers to Dan!
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome to a history-making celebrity chef challenge.
Matthew, Aaron and Joanne put their skills and their teamwork to the test.
It's a 3 versus 3 cook-off.
Do the 3 amateurs have what it takes to outcook the 3 pros from restaurant Aris at their own signature dish?
This is our reputation on the line.
And with immunity up for grabs, the stakes are high.
If you win, you will turn this competition on its head.
The battle lines are drawn in the fiercest competition yet.
There's no way I would attempt this at home.
It's undercooked. We might as well walk home right now.
Last night on MasterChef Australia,
You're only as good as your last dish.
Daniel, Fiona and Alvin faced off in a pressure test.
This is going to be a tough challenge.
And for Daniel, the MasterChef journey ended.
He did an amazing job today, and to see him go home on the back of that, it's really hard.
Tonight, 3 amateurs pit their skills against 3 pros.
Welcome to a history-making celebrity chef challenge.
Can they outdo the chefs from Restaurant Arras
This is our reputation on the line.
and serve up the better dish?
Look, if we don't get this right, we could lose this.
With immunity up for grabs, the stakes have never been higher.
If you win, you will turn this competition on its head.
Fingers crossed.
At this ungodly hour, I'm awake and preparing to go for the Celebrity Chefs Challenge, which was the prize that Matthew, Joanne and myself won when we won the invention test.
The best food came from Mexico. Oh my God.
I'm pretty proud of myself that I've come this far, and as hard as it is, I want to keep trying and not give up.
I'm feeling charged today. I've just got some pump-up music in my ear, just trying to get focused in. I really want to take them on and just kill them.
If we actually win this and get that immunity, I mean, it's going to throw this whole competition on its head because 3 immunities running around, that's serious stuff. We cannot lose.
No.
Welcome to a history-making celebrity chef challenge. Never before have we had a trio, 3 of our contestants facing off against the culinary elite.
The prize today is immunity for all 3 of you. That could change the competition for everyone. So usually in the Celebrity Chef Challenge, you compete against 1 celebrity chef. Today, you will not compete against 1 celebrity chef, not 2 celebrity chefs.
Oh, my God.
But 3 celebrity chefs. It's a 3 versus 3 cook-off.
Donna, do you think they stand a chance?
Absolutely. If they get it together as a team, it's going to be a force.
Right, let's find out who are the 3 chefs you're going to be facing off against. Yes, please. They have worked in hatted restaurants here in Australia, as well as Michelin star restaurants in the UK and in France. One of them has had the opportunity to work for Heston Blumenthal at the Fat Duck. Please welcome to the MasterChef kitchen head chefs and owners, Adam Humphrey, Levane Allen, and their talented pastry chef, Aaron Eady.
I am Adam Humphrey, and we are the team from Restaurant Arras. Our food philosophy at Restaurant Arras is real simple. We cook what we know, and we like what we cook.
We're fairly bold and innovative with our food. People are eating with their eyes, they're going to eat with their nose, they're going to eat with their mouth. It's really important that all the elements of a dish sing on the plate.
Welcome to the MasterChef kitchen. You're here to win?
Absolutely. We've come here to really show them what top cooking is all about, and we want to win. We're not here to play games.
Wow, well, there's some fighting words in the kitchen today. The battle lines are drawn. The fight's on. Ding, ding. Let's go.
Here are the rules. You're going to cook one dish. This dish is a signature dish of Restaurant Arras. You get one very important advantage, the 20-minute head start. So let's unveil the dish that could win you immunity. Adam, shall we?
Yes. The dish is rack on black. This is a classic Northern English piece of cooking. Lamb saddle wrapped in black pudding, leek and potato boulanger, date puree, and lamb gravy.
Let's take a closer look at this dish.
It's incredible.
The first element is a leek and potato boulanger, thinly sliced potatoes, sweated leeks, cooked in a hot oven. The next element is the black pudding. You'll be making the black pudding. Pig's blood, back fat. You get it wrong, the whole dish has gone to pot. Then we wrap that around the lamb saddle. The next element is the date puree. You need to make sure that that's smooth and a balance between sweet and savoury.
All right, time to taste. Matthew, do you want to go first?
Please.
All right, you're good? Your time starts now.
Okay, we're going to need to blanch pork fat in boiling water. And the first thing that we do is break down the recipe. Matthew assigns everybody a job.
Okay, guys, you want to tell me who's doing what?
I'm going to be working on the lamb.
Sure.
We've got Aaron on the black pudding, and Joe's going to be prepping the boulanger.
Lovely.
The first thing I need to do is debone the saddle of lamb.
So basically, you're going to take it from exactly where your hand is there and run it right the way down.
I get the fantastic job of straining the pig's blood. Thanks, Matt. That stuff stinks.
Okay, guys, you've got less than 10 minutes, and then me and my team are going to come and chase you.
I start the potato boulanger.
Come on, Joe.
I start off on a really shaky note. I think we all did. It was like in slow motion.
Joanne, Matthew and Aaron, your 20-minute head start is over. Both teams, you now have an hour and 15 minutes.
Yep.
Team Arras, your time starts now.
Thank you. When I first heard that they'd be having 20 minutes head start, I was scared. We'll have to work pretty quickly, and if we don't catch them up, then we won't get a plate of food up.
If we don't win, we're walking home.
Hey guys, you got to pick up the pace, seriously. Yeah. They've caught you already, you got to move really fast. Come on. Come on, nice and fine, Joe.
Yep.
Once I've deboned the lamb loins,
Just getting this puppy on.
I move on to the date puree. I cook the dates until they're soft in the chicken stock and put that into a blender.
I think I need to get some more dates into that.
Essentially what he's got there is date soup, and that's no good to anybody.
Adam?
Yes?
Sorry. This is quite watery.
Yeah.
Would you reduce it or would you put more dates in?
I suggest what you do.
Yep.
Ditch that, start again.
Yep.
Luckily, I still have some dates and I can maybe salvage this puree. Fingers crossed.
Come on, guys, let's hurry up. Come on.
You have exactly 1 hour to go.
Not too far away now.
Come on, Aaron. Come on, mate.
It's time to mix up the pig's blood and the rest of the fantastic componentry of the black pudding. Once it's mixed up, I put it into a water bath and put it into the oven at 115 degrees.
Okay, I've got it ready to go.
I look over and I notice that Joe's having, quite a few difficulties with the potatoes.
Do you think that's enough? I want to do half a tray.
Just do it, man, just do it.
Okay. The potatoes are taking a bit of time because they have to be baked in the oven, put in the blast freezer, taken out again, cut with a gravy on top. It's a lot of work.
It's going to start sliding around.
Yeah. Rolling the black pudding is probably one of the most important parts of the dish. If the black pudding mousse is a little bit too soft or a little bit too dry, it becomes fairly unmalleable.
Team Aris starts to wrap their lamb with the black pudding.
Normally like it a bit more set, but with the time, you got to push on.
I peeked through the dividers to watch Levain.
As I'm rolling the lamb in our first one, the black pudding wasn't actually cooked as much as it should be.
It looks like the blood pudding that they've made is really wet and sticky. So I actually feel confident now that we might have a leg up on them.
If we don't have it rolled evenly and set up correctly, then look, it could just all go to pieces. Right now, I think we've probably lost it. It's really important that we nail this. If we can't get this black pudding round the lamb, it could cost us the competition. This is our reputation on the line.
So we weren't happy with the first one, so we decided to make another.
We decided we were going to do 2 or 3 options for this and, pray. Sweet?
Sweet.
Levain said it's going to work, so we'll go with that one. We got a slipper.
Teams, you're down to the wire. You have 15 minutes to go.
Roll the lamb completely in the caul, using it to cover it evenly in the mousse.
Matthew and I wrap up the black pudding.
Here? I want that cut.
Where?
Along here.
There?
Yep.
And then it's time to basically seal it off quickly in a pan and get it into the oven for 5 minutes.
Joe, we need that pan heat.
You have 5 minutes to go.
Time is up for the potatoes. Potatoes are looking really good, guys. They look absolutely gorgeous. So I've got 2 perfect towers of potato. At this point, I'm watching the chefs, and they're pretty much doing the same thing.
Come on, guys, hurry up.
Come on. It all comes down to this. You have 1 minute to go.
Get it on the plate.
Come on, guys.
I'll carve this, mate.
I think the panic's starting to set in a little for all of us.
Parsley in the jus. Here's the jus.
You have 10 seconds.
And there was 4 dots in the middle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Your time's up. Well done.
Oh,
very stressful.
Thank you, Chef. Thank you, Chef. Thank you.
I think the contestants have done an amazing job. Our guys are in with a huge chance here, and potentially, and unfortunately, they could come home with 3 immunities.
It's now over to the judges. Team Aris will be tasted first, so their plate 1.
Donna, you are the presentation queen. Does that appeal?
The nice thing about this dish is if you were going to photograph it, it's really well balanced on both sides of the plates. The camera would love that.
George, should we taste?
Definitely. Ladies first.
Thanks, Georgie.
Well, leeks, undercooked, crunchy, not good at all. Potato's got a real beautiful buttery flavour, lacks a bit of salt.
I don't mind the crunch of the leek. I think this dish needs some texture. I love those little stacks of potato and leek. I think they're gorgeous.
For me, the date puree really pulled the dish together. The thing I really like is it's something that I would actually order when I'm out in a restaurant because there's no way I would attempt this at home. Shall we score?
George, please will you plate up for us?
Love to.
We're done.
George.
Well. That potato is absolutely gorgeous for me.
Absolutely.
I think it's just a lot better than plate ones. Lamb for me is undercooked. Well undercooked.
The potato is beautifully cooked, a wonderful stack, but it's lacking those little shivers of leek that were through the previous dish. Donna?
I'm quite surprised at how different this date puree is. And it's just fruitier, it's a bit more upfront. So it did balance out well with the lamb and the blood pudding. Should we score?
Yeah, good idea. Two dishes side by side, and you taste them side by side. It's amazing how close those flavours are.
Ball and ball.
George, Matt and Donna have tasted two versions of Restaurant Arris's dish. Aaron, Joanne and Matthew, if you win the Celebrity Chef Challenge today, you will turn this competition on its head. Because all three of you will win immunity. Judges, I can reveal that plate number 1 belonged to Restaurant Arris. That means that plate 2 belonged to Aaron, Joanne and Matthew. OK, the business end of the challenge. Time to reveal the scores.
I'm fraught with nerves. We're staking our reputation on this, there's no doubt about that.
Aaron, Joanne and Matthew, we will reveal your scores first. Donna?
I gave plate number 2 a 6. Just lacked a tiny bit of finesse on the plating and the finishing, but those potato stacks, not only were they precision plus, the taste was wonderful.
I scored plate 2, 6 out of 10.
George, what did you score plate number 2?
7 out of 10. Undercooked lamb, not good at all. Not good at all. But sauce was gorgeous. Clean, refined, well done.
You have 19 out of a possible 30 points.
I think that's a really good score under the circumstances.
Restaurant Arris have to score 20 or more to win the Celebrity Chef Challenge. George, what did you score plate number 1?
7 out of 10.
Donna?
I gave plate 1 a 7. I loved the way that you'd put a modern spin on the styling on the plate. It was balanced, it looked beautiful, and I think for me, first impressions are wonderful.
Now, Restaurant Aris, you have a total score of 14 out of a possible 20. Matt, what did you score plate number 1?
Waiting for Matt to score us, nerves weren't even an option. It was, heart attack time.
8 out of 10.
So that means the winner of today's Celebrity Chef Challenge is Restaurant Aris. Congratulations.
Thanks for having me.
Aaron, Joanne, Matthew, you did a sterling job.
Thank you.
You stayed focused right to the end. That's great. Adam, Levain and Aaron, Restaurant Aris, thank you so much for coming in, and we hope to see you again in the MasterChef kitchen. Thanks, guys.
I'm pretty miffed that I didn't get immunity. It was so close and I almost had it in my grasp. I suppose I'm just going to have to win another invention test now and have another go.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This week's team challenge is a cracker.
2 teams hit the shops to find a family and cook them a 3-course feast.
This is gonna be full on.
The pressure is on as the amateurs race against the clock to create the best in-home dining experience.
Should be a winner if we get it right. We'll get it right.
And they'll face their harshest critics yet.
You have the right to expect big things.
This is going to be really difficult.
Plus, they'll need to impress special guest judge Curtis Stone.
Oh my God.
I think the red team's done a great job, but this is MasterChef.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome to a history-making Celebrity Chef Challenge.
3 amateurs cooked off against 3 pros from Restaurant Aris.
This is our reputation on the line.
And narrowly missed out on winning immunity.
It was so close and I almost had it in my grasp.
Tonight, the competitors put their teamwork to the test.
This week's team challenge is a cracker.
The pressure is on as 2 teams prepare a 3-course feast for 1 family.
This is going to be really difficult.
And special guest judge Curtis Stone.
I think the red team's done a great job, but this is MasterChef.
Tonight, one final decision will leave both teams in shock.
We thought long and hard about what to do, and there is only one way to go. Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. Take a look around you. Not many of you left, is there? Started with 50, down to 24, now 17.
I want to work as a chef, and that's why I'm here. That's why I'm in this competition. And every day that I'm here, I feel one step closer to actually believing that I can be a chef. And it's exciting.
This is where the competition gets serious. And this week's team challenge is a cracker.
Your challenge is to make the most enjoyable three-course family dinner you can.
I love having family dinner. My family sits around the table every night of the week. All 4 of us are sitting there just having a beautiful chat, and I'm really excited about this challenge.
So now for the twist. Which families will you be cooking for? It's up to you to decide that. In teams, you will head to the supermarket, where you will have to approach someone you would like to cook dinner for.
A little bit worried about that, because if I was doing the shopping, just buying a loaf of bread, and a bunch of crazy cooks came up to me, I would be a little bit taken aback, I think.
You'll find out what their likes and dislikes are. You'll shop for the family. You'll then return to that family's house. You will have 1 hour to cook in their kitchen that 3-course family dinner.
3 courses have to be done in 1 hour in a domestic kitchen. I have no idea how it's going to be done, and to me, it seems impossible.
Each team will have $100 to cook a beautiful 3-course meal for the family and for the judges.
Here's how the judging will work. I will visit each home tonight to dine with your chosen family, but I won't be coming alone. I'll be bringing a very special guest judge. My guest and I will dine with each family. We want to be impressed, but ultimately, it comes down to how much the family enjoys your meal. The team that has cooked the most enjoyable family dinner will win this challenge. The winners will be treated to lunch at Sailor's Thai. The losers won't be so lucky. The 2 weakest performers on the losing team will face an elimination round. One of those people will be going home.
Matthew, Aaron, Joanne, you won the invention test. So the first team captain is going to be one of you 3. But you have to decide that amongst yourselves.
I really want to do this, especially at this stage in the competition. I want to show the judges that I'm really trying.
Okay, does anyone want to take it?
I'm happy to do it because it's a family thing. Going to a family home.
I don't mind doing it. I don't mind it either. If you want to do it, if you want to do it, and I want to do it.
What's going through your minds?
I think that all of us, want to step up and do it, obviously. If that be the case, I'm going to change my vote, and I'm going to get behind one of the 2 of these people that want to do it. I'm going to put Joanne as the captain.
I'm feeling a little bit unsure all of a sudden because I never thought he would choose me. He's very tight with Matt.
Matthew, how do you feel about that?
Big decision.
It is a big decision.
Yeah.
But there's always method to my madness.
The penny drops. I realise why he's put Jo as the team captain. She's somewhat coasted through the last 2 challenges on the coattails of Aaron and myself, so maybe he's trying to bring to light that fact.
All done, all happy, Joanne?
I'm happy.
Are you going to be the team captain?
I'd love to be the team captain.
So the first thing you've got to do is pick a colour.
I'm going to choose a blue. Thank you.
And the next big decision is to choose your opposition. Who's going to captain the red team?
Shani.
When Jo picks me as team captain, I'm not overly surprised. I think she thinks I'm not capable of it. but I think I might surprise her.
Joanne, who will you pick as the first member of your blue team?
Jimmy.
Shani, who will you pick to join you on the red team?
My first pick for the red team is Marion. I think she's always positive, she's very strong, and so she's a really obvious first pick for me.
I'd like to choose Claire.
Peter.
Adam.
Shani, who's your next pick?
It's Callum.
I choose Aaron.
Up next, I'd like to pick Matthew.
Beautiful. Shani picks me, and I'm really happy not to be on Joe's team.
Joanne, who will you pick next?
I'd like to pick Sky.
Next, I'd like to pick Phil.
I would love Alvin to join the blue team.
I'd like to pick Fiona.
Standing there, names being called, waiting to be picked. It's not fun.
I'd like Jonathan to join the blue team, please.
Great.
Next, I'll pick Jake.
The best till last. Carrie, come and join the blue team.
Not only have I been picked last, which is hard enough, I've ended up in Joanne's team by default, and I have serious concerns about Joanne leading a team.
Now it's time to get to a supermarket and find a family. Get out of here.
Over here, guys.
Running into Coles, it's a little bit hectic running around and going, oh, look, oh, they have a kid, we'll go after them.
Excuse me, ma'am. Hey, would you be interested in us coming to your house to cook your dinner tonight?
Oh, sorry, I'm not interested. I've got a few things on.
Should we ask this lady?
Tonight? You won't be around. Found someone over here, guys, please. Just stick with me, please.
We're racing through the aisles. We're in a bit of a panic because we're worried that A, we're not going to find a family in time, and B, the red team's probably going to get the better family if we don't speak to them first.
Come on, speed it up.
All right. We've been walking around, we've talked to a few people, things just haven't worked out for us yet. And then we see a young dad and a gorgeous little kid straight over to this bloke.
So we're from MasterChef, and our challenge today is revolving around the family dinner. So we're just wondering what your family's like.
3 kids.
3 kids?
Yeah, Toby being the youngest, Lily being 8 and Maxwell being 5. So.
This could be a great family to cook for. Our challenge is actually to go into a family's house and cook the family dinner. How would you feel about us coming to do that at your place?
Sounds pretty cool.
So we found our family, a young dad tour.
What do you do for a living? I'm a chef by trade.
He's a chef. Probably the only chef in Coles at the time. How do we do this? I don't know.
If you were cooking a 3-course meal for your family, what would you like to see on that meal?
Probably start something simple for an entree there, maybe a tartar. For the mains, they love lamb. Lamb's their favourite thing there. Dessert to be pretty easy there. Okay. Maybe sort of like either some sort of fruit.
After we've had a chat to Tour about what his family would love to eat, it's time to start shopping for our food.
We're going to have enough money for lamb? Let's go have a look.
Okay, let's have a look at lamb. Back straps.
I mean, if we got 3 of these, that would be okay, maybe.
Well, it's still only $24.
They definitely did ask what sort of food we wanted, so wait and see. I'm looking forward to dinner tonight.
Do you want to go that way? Yeah.
We're going up and down the aisles. Nobody is interested in having the blue team from MasterChef go into their home and cook. I can't believe it.
So the family have to be there?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's probably not going to work out.
And all of a sudden, I see her. She's right there like a shining light. Would you be interested?
Yeah.
Hey.
What is your name? Kiralee, I'm Joanne.
Hi,
This is the blue team, MasterChef.
Kiralee, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
There are 5 of us and 3 kids. There's a 10-year-old, 13-year-old and a 15-year-old.
Excellent. It seems perfect, you know, 10, 13, 15, great age range, because their palates would have developed a little bit better.
What sort of things does your family like to eat? They all have similar tastes, or?
Yeah, pretty much.
Good. Any dislikes at all?
Chili, they love chili.
Okay, great.
Yeah. And just come back from a couple of years in Singapore, so they're...
Oh, we're in trouble making
spicy food.
The fact that they've lived in Singapore really seems to play to our strengths.
For dessert, what do the kids really like to have?
Anything with chocolate they would be very excited by.
We're running out of time. I'd like to break us up into 2 teams. I'll have the main and entrees with me, and the dessert, go get them. We've got a menu in our heads of $100 to do our shopping.
95 cents.
I'm just got my eye on everyone, trying to make sure that they're getting what they need to get. I'll do that. All right, guys, we're done.
55 cents change. The shopping's done, and now we need to get to Tua's house and start work on making his family's dream 3-course meal.
Hey team, this is my wife Jodie. It's Lily and Maxwell. Lily and Maxwell, this is the red team. This is where you guys be cooking today there, so I'll give you guys a quick tour of the kitchen itself. The gas top there, electric oven there.
I think his kitchen is really nice. It's the kind of kitchen I'd love to have in my home. So I'm thinking maybe picking a chef could work in our favour.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We arrive at Kiralee's home. She's a beautiful home.
This is where we'll be eating.
Oh, lovely. I can't wait to decorate the table.
Would you like me to show you the kitchen?
Absolutely.
Wow.
We go into the kitchen, and the kitchen is not very big. This is great. Thank you so much. And we've got 9 people, and I'm thinking, oh dear me, what am I going to do?
Right, blue team, blue team. Joanne, you're the captain.
Yes.
You have 1 hour to produce the most beautiful 3-course family feast. Your time starts now.
Go on, guys. Go. Right, you've got 1 hour to put together this beautiful meal. 3 courses. They gotta love this thing. All right, let's go. Shani, can I borrow you for a couple of minutes? Come on, you're the captain. What's the menu and who's doing what?
Okay, for the menu, we have spankerbitter for the entree, and we have Phil and Callum on that.
That's nice.
For the main, we have Pete, Marion and Jay, and we're doing a lamb rotolo. So it's going to be flattened out and rolled up with herbs and breadcrumbs.
Okay, lovely.
Serving that with a cheesy mash.
Okay.
And
dessert?
Dessert, we have Matt and Fee doing a layered berry trifle with a white chocolate mousse.
Okay. It's a good menu choice. You happy with that?
I think for a young family, I think it would be perfect.
This is not good. I looked down at the phyllo pastry and I realised that it's past its use by date. Obviously, we can't use this for our dish, so we're going to have to come up with something new.
Why don't we make a spinach and ricotta frittata?
We decided that with the spinach and cheese mix already made, the next best option might be a frittata with the ingredients we've got left.
All right, can I chuck these in, guys?
Let's go and check on Jimmy and the boys outside. Because the kitchen is not the biggest kitchen of all, I decided to put the entree team outside. Jimmy and Aaron, they're making spiced prawns.
The inspiration for this dish is that Kiralee has spent some time in Singapore. I think it should be a winner if we get it right.
We'll get it right.
We'll get it right.
Inside the kitchen will be Alvin, Adam and Claire making the main, a poached chicken in coconut milk.
We just need to put the salad together. I think the mains are okay.
Also in the kitchen is a dessert team. That's Jonathan, Carrie and Sky.
Making pastry for the dessert, and it's quite hot and the butter's melting. I've just got to get this done.
We're making a poached pear tart. It's going to be a short crust base covered in white chocolate with a poached peach, filled with a nice cream and then a caramel swirl on top.
What's happening? Where are you up to?
I'm just doing the white chocolate cream for the...
Yeah, peaches are on.
Peaches are on.
Yeah.
Sky's got theirs under control.
Guys, what can I do for you?
Yeah.
Nothing? Are you okay?
There's not much space, so it's just a matter of working together.
Scusi.
But Joanne, whenever she appears, she's all over the shop. She's clearly struggling with the stress.
Does anybody need anything? Does anybody need anything? We're fine.
It's really difficult being a leader because I want to do my best and I want everybody to be happy.
You okay? Stressful, isn't it?
Yeah, how do you do it? How do you do it? I keep checking on everybody every 5 minutes.
Yeah, you're determined to get it on because that's important. That's what a captain does. That's what a head chef does.
It's not going to make me popular.
What you need to do now is go, you know what, I need to go back in there, really bring it home because you've got a real great opportunity right now to win this thing.
I hope so.
Okay?
Thank you.
So come on, let's
go. Come on, George.
Guys, you're half an hour down. You've got half an hour left before you put up the most beautiful 3-course family feast.
Today's team challenge is about creating a family dinner, and how we're going to be judged is how happy the families are with their dinner.
Guys, it's really hot. This is melting.
We've got serious problems in the dessert team. Carrie's having troubles in the intense heat of the kitchen to roll out short crust pastry.
They're just going to have to go into the oven, I think.
The white chocolate cream is split.
How are we all going? What are we up to?
Creamless curdle.
You know what? We'll sort it out, Joe.
Okay. I'm making the room look beautiful.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm really concerned because the kids like chocolate and I don't know what we're going to do.
Guys, you've got just under 15 minutes to go.
Okay, guys, so we're aiming to get the lamb in the oven by past.
Shani's doing really well. From the minute we get going, she's organised the kitchen, so we've all got a little bit of space. And throughout the whole time, she's checking on everything.
How are these going, guys?
I'm just going to sprinkle a bit of parmesan, put them back in, and let them get a nice crust on top.
Everyone's pretty on task. Everyone's doing what they should be. The lamb's on the stove, so as long as we get cracking on that dish, I think we should be okay.
What's happening with your dessert?
We're going to make an Italian meringue. The white chocolate cream split, so I'm going to make meringue, which will sit in place of the cream. So I think we can get this dessert back on track.
Meringue? Is that better?
Yeah, it's the best recovery I can do. I don't think the meringue's going to have the same wow factor, but it should be tasty and it should still get the kids.
It'll be beautiful. Doing a great job, guys. Really step on it now. My role today is to oversee everything and just make sure that everybody's running on time, doing what they need to do. Guys, how you going?
Good.
Yep, okay. Anything you need? I'm inside the dining room.
Excellent, thank you.
All's
Maybe you could
doing
source
well.
some
You're
plate-
doing a great job, guys.
Maybe,
Keep
maybe
going.
Joe,
You can do it.
could source some plates or not.
Joanne, as team captain, I think she is more pressured than any of us. So every time she comes into the kitchen, there's a nervous energy and a frantic energy about her.
How are we all going? What are we up to? We've got the pastry done. That's just got to cool down. We've got the toffee rounds done, and then we've got the peaches done as well. So
Fantastic, guys. Great.
You've got 5 minutes to go. That's 5 minutes before Kiralee and her family get to sit down and enjoy a beautiful 3-course menu. Come on.
So I've had the frittatas in the oven now for about, say, 20 minutes, half an hour. Pulling the frittatas out, I mean, they're a bit hard to get out of the muffin tins. I mean, they're kind of stuck a bit to the sides. I knew we shouldn't have put breadcrumbs in the bottom of it. But I've tasted one. The taste is pretty good. So if it's all about taste, we'll be fine.
Guys, you got 1 minute to go. I love the energy in here. I've never seen so many people in such a small space banging out food.
In the dying minutes, I'm trying to help Phil plate up the entree. Looking down at it, a little bit concerned about the presentation. I think we could have done something more.
Right, guys, you got 10 seconds to go. 9, 8,
7, 6, 5,
4, 3,
2, 1. Your time is up.
I think it looks awesome, doesn't it?
Any minute now, Mr. Matt Preston and his guest judge will be arriving to scrutinise your family meal. Good luck. I'll see you in the MasterChef kitchen tomorrow.
It's nerve-wracking enough cooking for Matt Preston, let alone some mystery judge, so I'm pretty nervous to find out who it is. down to the door, open it up. Hello.
How are you?
Hi, I'm Shani. Nice to meet you. And I see Curtis Stone standing there and I'm like, oh my God.
Hey, I'm Curtis Stone. I'm a chef, an author, a television host. My food philosophy is pretty simple. It's to get your hands on good quality ingredients that have been produced by somebody that loves food. Food should be all about having a bit of fun, great conversation, and of course, great flavours. There's a lot of cooks in here. How you doing, guys? I'm Curtis Stone.
It's Curtis Stone. I know he's killing it in America at the moment. I saw him on Okra, so if you've been on Okra, you must be doing all right.
So Curtis is your special guest judge today. We're going to go outside and we're going to enjoy the family dinner. So, good luck.
See you guys. Good luck.
Yeah, hi, how are you? You must be Maxwell.
Hello.
How are you, buddy? Nice to meet you.
Let's sit down and see what the red team have done.
Not only are we serving our family dinner to 3 young kids, their parents, Matt Preston, now we're also serving Curtis Stone. It's just an incredibly scary thought.
It's all about how much you enjoy this food. They're cooking for you. Let's get the first dish out, because I know that Maxwell is hungry.
Taking the entree out is a bit nerve-wracking. We did the best we could. It's very rustic, but, you know, it still looks pretty nice. Hello, guys. We have some spinach ricotta mint frittatas with some minted yogurt dipping sauce.
Thank you very much.
That's yummy.
So Jodie said that you've made frittatas before. Did you throw that out there?
Yep.
Was that one of the things you mentioned?
I threw that out there. Frittata's always a simple yet effective dish for the kids to eat. So.
Is it better than yours, Jodie?
As good.
I think as a frittata, it's kind of missed the spot. It's very dense, it's very cheese heavy.
The red team's first dish, a spinach and ricotta frittata. Let's move on, trying their main course.
Yeah.
Some of the things Tours said to us, you know, for main meals, he was saying the kids love lamb.
I can smell something good.
It's lamb.
It's lamb?
Yeah, it is.
It's a lamb rotolo with mash and some greens.
Mashed potato.
You like the lamb? Is it delicious?
What you got?
It's yum.
It's yum, is it?
No, meatballs yum.
You know what it reminds me of? Something that you'd get in a good pub. Is lamb a bit of a family favourite?
Yes, the kids love lamb. I can never buy enough of it. It's what comes down to budget.
So are you happy with what you've eaten so far?
Oh, definitely.
Are you blown away?
Blown away? No, not really. Not yet. I'm waiting for the dessert there.
What's for dessert?
I think so far, safe without being knock the ball out the park. Really, dessert needs to be a ripper. Really needs to be a ripper.
Oh, look, Max.
Wow.
It's taller than you.
Yum.
It's a white chocolate mousse and berry swirl with some crumble and some praline on the top.
Thanks, guys.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. As a dessert, that is rich, that is sweet, that's pretty good.
How is it, Toby?
Got muscles.
Is that from your dessert?
Yeah.
It's giving you muscles.
Lily, good dessert, bad dessert, or great dessert?
Great.
Max, good, bad, or great?
Very good.
So has this dessert blown you away?
It's blown me away to see that my kids are enjoying it there, so yeah, definitely. They're happy, I'm happy.
Well, we've tasted the red team's 3-course family dinner. Thank you very much indeed for allowing us to ambush you like this. Curtis and I are now going to go and see how the blue team performed. We're going to leave the red team here doing the washing up. Thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you. See ya.
See you later. Bye-bye. Well done, guys. We're off to see how the blue team fared. Enjoy the washing up.
See you later.
Well done, guys. Nice
Good work, Sean.
We worked really well as a team, but we were cooking for very young kids, so we did have a safe menu, and I'm a little bit worried that we went too safe.
How happy do you think the red team have left the Masters family?
You know, I think for the Masters family, it was all about the kids. And if the kids were happy, then the whole family was happy. And I think the kids were one with dessert. You know, as soon as those glasses came out, their little eyes just lit up.
Yum!
I think the red team's done a great job, but this is MasterChef. Have they done enough to beat the blue team?
I see Curtis Stone and I think I had a bit of a giggle. Hello.
How are you?
I'm Joanne.
Curtis.
How are you? Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of yours. Look who's here. The team's reaction was absolutely funny.
Oh my God, it's Curtis Stone!
They were so excited.
You know, when we were looking for the perfect judge to surprise you with, who could be better than Curtis Stone? He is the perfect eyes and ears to have sitting beside me at the table today. I think it's time for us to go out, meet the family, and taste that first plate.
Ready, enjoy.
Hey guys, 5 hungry people.
Yes.
How you doing?
Hello.
I'm Curtis.
I'm Kiralee.
Nice to meet you guys.
Good to see you too.
What a table.
The blue team had to cook a 3-course family dinner. Let's see how they've done with it on tray.
Knowing that the family is ultimately the judge of this challenge, it will all come down to the food and what they're expecting. I've got my fingers crossed they're going to love the first course.
Okay, well, it's a hawker-style prawn. It's been marinated, and then it's got a mint chutney on the side.
Jimmy, Aaron, thank you very much indeed.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
We've lived in Singapore, and Kirilee's a very good cook, so I'm hoping it's going to be good because we eat well here all the time anyway.
Well, shall we taste?
The flavour of the prawns was great. There's a little bit of spiciness. I think they've really touched on what you guys asked for, which was a taste of Singapore.
Actually, the prawns.
So, Harry, how do the prawns go down?
Well, before I'd never really been a huge fan of prawns, but I gotta say, I thought this was really good. I think I could taste the Singaporean flavours in it.
I'm in shock. He's never eaten a prawn in his life, so that's actually quite impressive.
What a breakthrough. They got young Harry in his
first prawn at 15.
Well, I've got to say, I think that's a pretty good start by the blue team. Let's see if they can continue in that same vein with their main course.
Kiralee and her family have taken us into their home and let us cook in their kitchen. It's such a big responsibility to serve them an amazing meal. We really want to delight them.
Smell it into the room.
Wow.
What the dish is chicken poached in light, fragrant coconut and citrus broth. And to go with that,
chicken-style rice with a chili sauce that you can add as much or as little as you like. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I love this. I think it's really nice. The rice is really good.
You look at this course, and there is so much going on.
Yeah.
He's actually very good.
If I had cooked that, I would have
would've
been
been happy.
incredibly happy with myself.
But I think the blue team sort of hit the nail right on the head with this one.
Yeah, I'm really pleasantly surprised.
It was good. I was really happy with it.
Well, let's see what they do with dessert. What would be the dream dessert that you guys would love to see walk through that door right now?
Something with lots of chocolate.
It's the chocolate that's going to make it or break it, I think, because the more chocolate they put into it, the more the kids will enjoy it.
I'm really concerned because the white chocolate cream split, and now there's an Italian meringue in place of the chocolate. I am glad we managed to place something up that was near to the form of the original concept, but I'm not sure the flavours are there.
The dessert that we've made for you tonight is a poached peach tart.
I think if the dessert is a letdown, it will let down the rest of the experience.
We've had 2 beautiful-looking dishes. Kiralee, is this in the same league?
I'm a bit apprehensive about the pastry, but I will leave it until I taste it.
It's crying out. Peaches cry out for cream.
Actually, I like the peach. The pastry was a bit heavy for me.
Kiralee, like it, love it, or
As a dish,
Do you feel they listen to you?
I feel they absolutely listen to me, except for dessert. I don't know if they forgot what I said or they just wanted to do something quite different. I'm not sure.
The question here is whether that dessert is bad enough to undo all the good work those first two dishes did for them. We now have a tough job in working out how much you enjoyed your meal and how much our other family enjoyed the red team's meal.
It's all over. We cannot do anything more.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Kip, I'll see you later.
As Matt and Curtis leave, we are left hoping that the red team perhaps did less perfectly than we did.
With team challenges, I think it's good to be confident but never cocky.
Whether or not this is the day I finally get to go on a reward lunch, I'm not sure of. I would love it to be, but I just have no idea which team has won.
Yesterday's challenge of cooking a family dinner in an alien environment with a limited budget and with a limited time was designed to push you. And the only thing that mattered was the smiles on the faces of the family when they'd finished eating.
I think on the whole we've done a great job. The food has been lovely, but you know what? It could have been amazing.
I visited each home along with legendary Australian chef Curtis Stone. Curtis and I observed and thoroughly questioned each family to decide which family most enjoyed their meal. Whichever team cooked that meal, we declared the winners.
So let's look at what's at stake here. First of all, the winning team's prize. You get to have lunch at the famous Sailor's Thai restaurant. For the losing team, we will identify two of the least impressive performers from yesterday's challenge. And those two will face an elimination challenge later on today.
Let's look how the red team went. Shani, how do you think your team performed overall?
Overall, I think we performed very well. I think in the end we were really happy with our food.
Curtis and I dined with the Masters family, and Gary watched you cook for them in the kitchen. First, the positives. You nailed talking to the family, understanding what they wanted, and delivering it. That was fantastic. Another positive in the red team's meal was that dessert.
Yum!
That was an absolute hero moment. It was a clever dish because it worked really well for the small kids. It looked sophisticated and elegant, so the adults liked it. Fantastic.
Fiona and my dessert gets lavish praise, and I'm really happy, I'm beaming.
Let's look at some of the negatives for the red team. The frittata was the entree. Philip, Callum, you looked after that, and I was disappointed.
I think as a frittata, it's kind of missed the spot.
I don't think a frittata in a muffin tray is that spectacular or that creative.
Tua asked in the supermarket, Tua did mention that his kids like frittata and that would be a suitable one.
And you can't be more creative than cooking it in a muffin tray? I mean, there's frittata and there's frittata, isn't there?
Yeah. We could have executed it a little bit better, but, I mean, the taste is pretty nice.
Red team, overall, a really good performance. You tasted your menu first. You set the benchmark. The question is whether you set the benchmark high enough.
I'm really proud of both myself and the team. For 8 people to go into a tiny kitchen like that and work as well as we did is no small feat, and it's a good feeling.
Blue team, overall, you delivered some really exciting food. Joanne, how do you think your team fared with Kiralee and her family?
I think food-wise, making the food, they did a fantastic job. In terms of working together as a team, I don't feel that there was enough support. As a team leader, you support your team, but in return, your team has to support you. And I don't feel that I was supported enough.
Blue team, how do you feel hearing Joanne say that? Jonathan?
Do you want the honest opinion? Yeah. There was no leadership, and so we've got 8 extremely capable cooks, okay, who pulled together unbelievably well together and managed to pull out 3 really good dishes with a limited leadership.
Thank you for your honesty, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Jonathan says there was no leadership. He's entitled to his own opinion. I strongly disagree. I did lead this team at the best that I could.
Right, well, let's talk about the positives. Firstly, an innovative menu, lots of techniques. That entree was magnificent. But the really great moment was watching 15-year-old Harry clear his plate.
He's never eaten a prawn in his life, so that's actually quite impressive.
That was a fine moment, and it shows how good those prawns were and how good that dish was.
The fact that the family really, really liked the dish is fantastic. It makes me really happy, and I think with a great start for the meal, maybe we did impress them.
Now let's talk about the negatives. The real disaster of that menu was the dessert. That was underwhelming. It failed on 2 fronts. It failed on matching the needs of the family.
For dessert, what do the kids really like to have?
Anything with chocolate they would be very excited by.
But it also failed on the execution. The element that worked was the peach. Beautiful, nicely poached. What didn't work was the meringue. What didn't work was the pastry.
I'm not surprised when Matt tells us the dessert wasn't a crowd pleaser. It wasn't one of our great desserts.
So now it's time to reveal the results.
We asked both families to score the meal they had out of 10. The red team scored 7 points. Blue team scored 7 points as well. After careful observation and thoroughly questioning both families, Curtis and I had to come to an agreement on which team delivered the best family dinner. Curtis felt the red team had done the best job. But I felt the blue team had done the best job. Neither Curtis nor I would shift from our positions, so we're in a deadlock.
Matt tells us that it's a dead heat. Neither team has won, it's a tie.
We thought long and hard about what to do, and there is only one way to go. We're going to pick the bottom 2 from each team, and they will face elimination.
I'm feeling most definitely that I will be in that bottom 2 because of the comments about my leadership skills.
The bottom 2 performers for the blue team were Carrie and Jonathan. The dessert was the problem. Sky, the peaches saved you.
I'm really disappointed. Karen and I let the blue team down, so we're just going to have to face the consequence.
It's not a good feeling, and it's not the place I want to be.
2 people facing elimination from the red team are Philip and Callum. That frittata did not cut it. It's a simple dish, and it wasn't executed that well.
I'm pretty devastated. You know, I didn't think I'd get into this position, you know, this early in the competition.
I think the eliminations can make you come out the other side stronger. And so if I can get through today, I think it'll put me in a better stead for the rest of the competition.
For the rest of you, a well-deserved lunch at Sailor's Thai. Have a good day, and we'll see you back here soon.
I know, I'm all right.
We'll see you back at the house, yeah?
When I say goodbye to my fellow teammates, I'm thinking just another elimination. I can get through this, and I'm definitely going to get back to the house because I've got way more to give to this competition. Philip, Callum, Jonathan, Carrie, you find yourselves here facing an elimination. You are going to need every ounce of your concentration, focus, experience for this next challenge. Good luck, guys.
There's a lot riding on this, you know. If you go home after this, you know, your dreams, they're just shattered. So, I mean, I think everyone's going to really step up to the plate and fight for what they want.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is a sudden death taste test.
Carrie, Callum, Jonathan and Philip fight it out to stay in the competition.
I'm focused, but I'm petrified.
Together, they have 24 chances to keep their dream alive.
Your future in this competition depends on getting the ingredients right.
And the first to stumble will be eliminated.
It's your last chance, so you make one mistake and you're gone.
The stakes are higher than ever before.
I'm going to say oil.
You need to be more specific.
Are you serious?
Extremely serious.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This week's team challenge is a cracker.
2 teams cooked for 2 families and special guest judge Curtis Stone.
I think the red team's done a great job, but this is MasterChef.
And in a MasterChef first, both teams tied and shared the reward.
It's a dead heat.
But the 4 least impressive individuals were singled out for elimination.
If you go home after this, your dreams, they're just shattered.
Tonight, Callum, Carrie, Jonathan and Philip fight for their lives.
This is a sudden death taste test.
Together, they have 24 chances to keep their dream alive.
Your future in this competition depends on getting the ingredients right.
I'm just really hoping I don't stuff it up first round.
You find yourselves here facing an elimination. One little slip up and you could be gone.
Carrie, Jonathan, the dessert was the problem. Peaches cry out for cream.
I'm really disappointed, but Carrie and I let the blue team down, so we're just going to have to face the consequence.
Philip, Callum, that frittata just didn't cut it.
The reason Philip and myself are here is because the entree wasn't up to scratch. It wasn't presented well enough for this competition.
Now is the time to drive in the stakes, stand by your bows and hold fast in the face of the enemy. You are going to need every ounce of your concentration, focus, experience for this next challenge. Go upstairs, gather yourselves, and we'll see you back down here a little later. Good luck, guys.
This is my last chance. If I stuff this up, I'm going home. I'd love to own my own restaurant one day. And the further I get in this competition, the more opportunities that are going to open up to me and the more I'm going to learn. So I really don't want to be eliminated today.
None of us want to go.
Definitely.
I think all of us are going to go into this fighting, determined. This is my second elimination, and nothing can prepare you for it. I've got a long, long way to go, and I really, really want the opportunity.
You're not fighting against one another, you're just competing against your own self. This is my third elimination. Going straight into it with a clear mind. I'm coming out of this on the other side and I'm staying in the competition. I've always wanted to open a restaurant. I've been cooking for 10 years and now's the time to learn a load and make my mark.
It'd suck to go home this early, wouldn't it? The reason why I entered this competition is because, you know, even as a little kid, I had a huge passion for food. You know, I really want to follow that dream and then one day, hopefully open up a restaurant under my grandmother's name, Eleni, who gave me the passion for cooking.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah,
whatever happens.
People from the blue and the red team both get to share in the reward lunch at Sailor's Thai, and I'm really looking forward to this.
We made it.
We made it.
Good afternoon, guys. My name's Ty Bellingham. I am the head chef for Sailor's Thai restaurant. And you're going to be dining in the traditional fashion of a Thai banquet meal.
The entree comes out and we've got prawns in betel leaves, oysters, and we've got chicken in egg nets. It is beautiful and it hits the spot well.
Main course comes out, turmeric fish curry, caramelised pork hock, spiced spatchcock, and beef ribs in coconut milk. This is an absolute joy.
I'm not actually happy sitting there today. All I can think about is Phil. It's his birthday. I just don't know what I'll do if I don't see him at the house tonight.
This is the first time 4 people have faced an elimination. So I'm wondering what they might throw at us.
This is a sudden death taste test. Put one foot wrong and you'll be going home. There are 24 of the most important ingredients sitting on this bench right now. If you want to survive in this competition, you want to hope that you know them all.
Shit. It's gonna be hard.
It's time to find out the dish that holds your fate.
George puts a big red pot in front of us. I can definitely smell seafood of some variety.
This is how it's going to work. You get to look at the dish, you can smell it, you get to taste. If you name an ingredient correctly, then it moves on to the next person. They taste, they name the ingredient. If it's correct, it goes to the next person. And so on, until one person names an ingredient incorrectly, then they're out of the competition.
Carrie, may you do the honours and lift the lid on the pot.
The first thing I notice, seafood, seafood, seafood. Lots of it. And you can see other ingredients going on in the dish. And I know that there are going to be some ones that are not so easy.
Guys, any ideas of what it is? It's a fish stew. You know what type of fish stew, Jonathan?
Bouillabaisse.
Bouillabaisse? Yep, spot on. It's a classic French Mediterranean fish stew. It's delicious.
I'm relatively comfortable it's a bouillabaisse, and I'm pretty sure I know what the ingredients are that make it up.
I've sort of flicked through them in recipes and that sort of thing, but I've never cooked one, I've never even eaten one, so it's a little bit concerning.
Phil, you're first up.
I hate to lose, and I can't let this one go. I have to survive.
This is a sudden death elimination. The first person to name an ingredient incorrectly will be eliminated. There is literally no room for error.
I'd like to say mussels.
Mussels. Black mussels are in the bouillabaisse. Well done. Jonathan, step up to the bouillabaisse and taste.
First thing I do is taste the sauce. I want to start thinking about what could be in the sauce, but I'm going to name one of the obvious visual ingredients. Scallops.
Scallops. Scallops are in the bouillabaisse, Jonathan. Well done.
It's my turn. I'm focused, but I'm petrified. I might think I know the ingredient. I just have to make sure what I see and what I taste is what I say.
Gary?
I'm gonna say prawns.
Prawns.
Prawns are in the bouillabaisse. Well done, Carrie. Good job.
Callum, would you like to come up and taste?
I'm really nervous because with the pressure of the situation, even things that look obvious, you sort of question yourself over.
Callum, name your first ingredient.
Bay leaf.
Callum, there's bay leaf in the bouillabaisse. Well done.
What's the next ingredient?
Celery.
Parsley. Flat leaf parsley is in the bouillabaisse.
Tomatoes.
Carrie, there are tomatoes in the bouillabaisse.
Callum, please step up. 7 ingredients have been identified and 17 are left. Good luck, Callum. Callum, please name your second ingredient.
Scampi.
What makes you say scampi?
I'm relatively confident that these little guys are scampi.
Jonathan, do you think Callum is right?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, they're definitely not yabbies. They are definitely scampies. Well done. Philip, you're next.
Clams.
They are clams. Well done.
I'm going to say oil.
Jonathan, you need to be more specific. You need to tell us what type of oil it is, or you can name another ingredient.
What type of oil?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Extremely serious.
I'm pretty certain for a Mediterranean dish it's olive oil, but I'm not going to take the risk on this ingredient. I'm going to find another ingredient that's going to be a bit more obvious. Fennel. Fennel is in the bouillabaisse. Well done, John. Great.
I'm really feeling the pressure, and I just hope I don't slip up now.
You realise that if you name your next ingredient incorrectly, you're going home.
I'm gonna say garlic. For just a split second, I second-guess myself after naming the ingredient, and if it's wrong, it's too late.
Garlic is in the bouillabaisse. No good French cooking would be the same without copious amounts of garlic. Well done.
Name the ingredient.
Onion.
There are onions in the bouillabaisse. Well done. You've named 12 ingredients out of 24. Now we're getting into tougher territory. Phil, next up.
Fennel seeds.
Fennel's already been named. You sure?
I found seeds in there, and I picked them up and I've bitten into them.
Philip?
Yep.
There are fennel seeds in the bouillabaisse. Well done.
The next ingredient is fish stock.
Fish stock it is. Well done.
Salt.
There is salt in the bouillabaisse. Callum, you ready to name your next ingredient?
I might pick up where Jono left off before and say olive oil.
You sure?
No.
Why would you say olive oil?
In French recipes, they would generally use olive oil.
Your reasoning is sound. There is, in fact, olive oil in the bouillabaisse. You have named 16 ingredients so far. It's never happened before on a taste test. This is the furthest we've got. Philip, it rolls around and it's your turn again. Let's go.
This process is so nerve-wracking. Your whole career, your dreams, everything's on the line. And it all comes down to tasting some miserable French stew.
Right, Philip, you need to make a decision.
Look, I might have to take a stab at the dark with this one. I can't get my head around it.
Come on, Philip. Make a decision.
I think I'm gonna go white wine. After I name my fifth ingredient, George walks up and down the aisle, you know, looking at each cloche, and I'm just praying to God he's gonna lift one. I'm a little concerned at this point.
Jonathan, do you think there's white wine in this bouillabaisse?
There's definitely an acid in there.
After Jonathan's confirmation, I feel a little bit more confident.
Philip, I can reveal to you now, there is no white wine in the bouillabaisse. Philip, I'm so sorry, mate.
I feel shattered. I get a massive pain in my chest. I think it's probably my heart breaking, but I don't know. It's like a bad dream. I can't believe it. I'm pretty shattered. I'm imagining what my grandmother would say to me right now. I know she'd say, you know, I know she'd say she'd be really proud of me for, you know, how far I've come.
Philip, you know what? When you came on to this show, the boy from Tassie, come on, Philip. It was a change for the good, a new direction. You've met some great people. We've had the pleasure of having you here. You're a lovely man. And best of all, you've got an amazing passion for food. Philip, we're going to put you out of your misery. We're going to show you the remaining ingredients. Leeks, tomato paste, orange zest, saffron, Pernod, John Dory, flathead. And the last ingredient, surprised nobody named it earlier, pepper.
You know a chef when you see a chef. You will make it. It's been a pleasure having you here, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Philip, your time in the MasterChef kitchen is over.
Walking out of the MasterChef kitchen for the last time, it's very hard. You just almost want to hold onto the walls. It's been, you know, an amazing adventure. Pity it had to end so quickly, but at the end of the day, there's only going to be one person left.
Sitting here waiting to see who comes down the stairs is excruciating at the best of times, but knowing that my two best friends are in this elimination and chances are Phil and Callum are not coming back is even harder to imagine.
I'm the first to walk in to the lounge, followed by Jonathan, and followed by Callum. And when people realise Phil has gone, they're stunned, and you can see the look of disappointment and devastation on people's faces. Phil will be missed.
Philip is like my little brother. It's his birthday, and I had planned to get him a cake and celebrate his birthday with everybody else. He's very dear to me.
Welcome back, guys.
I really wish Phil all the best, and I know he's going to do well, and they're going to rename Tasmania Phillip Island.
Being back at home, it's bittersweet, but it's really good to see my grandmother and my friends.
I love you so much.
I feel like I got a lot out of the competition. It was the most amazing experience of my life.
Cheers.
Cheers. The game's never over for Phil. I'm never going to give up on my dreams.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
First up, we're going to have fun with the American theme.
Gary and George take over the kitchen for a supersized masterclass.
Just going to get people begging for more.
Also on the menu, 2 classic Italian dishes with a twist.
Absolutely beautiful.
Plus, renowned chef Peter Curavita untangles the world of crustaceans.
Welcome to some secrets.
And serves up 2 tasty recipes for Marin.
It's all about sensations. That's what food's all about.
Last night on MasterChef Australia.
This is a sudden death taste test.
4 amateurs battled it out to stay in the competition.
I'm petrified.
But for Philip, the MasterChef dream ended.
Pity he had to end so quickly, but at the end of the day, there's only going to be one person left.
Tonight, Gary and George take over the kitchen for a supersized masterclass.
First up, we're going to have fun with the American theme.
George revamps a Waldorf salad, and Gary cooks the ultimate sticky ribs.
Just going to get people begging for more.
Also on the menu, 2 classic Italian dishes with a twist.
Absolutely beautiful.
Plus, renowned chef Peter Curavita untangles the world of crustaceans.
Welcome to some secrets.
And serves up 2 tasty recipes.
It's all about sensations. That's what food's all about.
Masterclass is awesome. I'm here to learn, and there's no one better to learn off than George and Gary.
This week's been an absolute killer of a week for me. It's great to be able to sit back, learn from the best, and pick up some new tips and skills.
Welcome to Masterclass once again. What a massive week. I think the biggest week so far. Some rough and tumble, some drama, some hard knocks. There are 16 battle-hardened contestants standing in front of us. It's a hell of a journey, isn't it? But you know what? You learn a lot, don't you? It makes you stronger, doesn't it? And I'm sure you're feeling pretty good to be one of those 16 sitting here today in Masterclass.
Right from the top of the week, you guys were put together in trios to compete in the International Invention Test. And what a test that was.
Let's go, Georgie.
The least impressive were Team UK and Team USA.
You haven't really done all that much.
Team UK went into an elimination round, and Daniel was the 7th contestant to leave the competition.
And then last night, another elimination round. 4 contestants faced off in a taste test.
Can't get my head around it. I think I'm going to go white wine.
There is no white wine in the Bouillabaisse.
And Philip stumbled. Jimmy, you were close to Philip. How does it feel without him there?
Oh, it was probably the worst feeling in the competition, sitting at home. I mean, it was great to see the other 3 guys come back, but I guess it was just the saddest part for me. It's an empty house now, and it feels a little empty.
Next announcement for Masterclass is something that's becoming a bit of a regular feature with us here on a Friday. And that's our private Masterclass. We picked 4 people that are going to get the privilege of going somewhere else to pick up a few little tips and tricks, some secrets that they might not otherwise find out. Those 4 people are Jimmy, Fiona, because we think you need a bit of a pick-me-up, Sky, same thing, you've had an up and down week, and Peter. So where are the 4 of you going? You're going for a special masterclass with Peter Curavita from Flying Fish. No one knows fish like this guy. Hopefully he'll bring back some stuff you've never seen before. Time to go. And we'll see you back here later.
Have fun.
Peter's restaurant is Flying Fish. It's a one-hat restaurant, and I've heard that it does some amazing seafood.
A private masterclass with Peter is just going to be an amazing experience for myself. He just makes the most amazing food.
Okay, the first thing we're going to revisit is the invention test, and that was an international invention test. In the end, it was Team America that inspired George and I to do something for Masterclass today. We wanted two dishes that contrasted each other. One that's a bit of fun and that you need a beer with. We're going to do a sticky pork ribs. So first of all, we've got some pork ribs, which we're going to put a rub onto and braise. And normally this rub would be on for 2 to 3 hours. Just pop it in the fridge and just let all those flavours kick through. So I need a hand for this one. Carrie, you're on the American team, so up here. You're going to do the mucky jobs while I do the easy jobs. Now, the reason we're using pork ribs is because they're fatty. And that's what makes them really moorish. You can use beef ribs, but when I do beef ribs, I'll put things like mustard and breadcrumbs and bigger flavours onto them, whereas pork ribs lend themselves really well to a good braise. And this is sort of a grill and a braise because you want it nice and soft. All right, first of all, we're going to do the spice rub, okay? And we've got 9 spices or 9 ingredients here which we're going to use. So we've got about a tablespoon of chopped onion, finely chopped onion, about a tablespoon of finely chopped garlic, about a teaspoon of mustard powder, got a teaspoon of smoked paprika, and that's going to give that very typical sort of deep capsicum smoky flavour. Teaspoon of chilli powder, you can put more in if you want, but this is nicely hot. Teaspoon of cumin, and a teaspoon of oregano, and about a tablespoonful of brown sugar, and about a tablespoonful of salt. Seems like a lot, but we've got at least 1.5 kilos of ribs there. So that's the basic rub. So give that a mix. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the same basic ingredients in the actual barbecue sauce or the braising liquid, okay? And the whole idea is that they're going to cook for a period of time, and all that braising liquor is going to reduce down, get all sticky, and then go around the ribs. So basically, you chuck your ribs in, you can do a few at a time, and make sure it's just nicely rubbed into the rib, all right? And like I say, you can marinate these and then pop them in the fridge. We're going to pretend that these have been marinating for a couple of hours, and we're going to pop them onto the barbecue to give them that charry, smoky flavour. It's going to give it quite a noticeable flavour, even though we're going to braise it afterwards. You can't really, with this cut of meat, just barbecue it and expect it to be, you know, really tasty and moorish. It's going to be chewy because there's a lot of connective tissue on there, so that's why it's got to go through the braise. Because what will happen in the fridge is all those lovely paprika and chilli powder and garlic all just going to get into that meat. And it's amazing how much difference that marinade makes, actually. All over?
Yep.
Okay. And then we're going to just put just a little bit of oil just to help that out on the barbecue. And then we're going to pop over to the barbecue and grill those. Carrie, thanks very much. That's your job done. And I'll just grill these for a few minutes on each side. Nice and high, nice and hot. Just so we get that nice charry flavour. Now, you don't have to do this. You can put it on a griddle pan, or you can just roast it well in a roasting pan and pour all the marinade over the top. But you will notice a difference because you don't have that charriness off the grill and from the smoke. So there'll be about 3 to 4 minutes on each side just to get that charriness. Okay, next up, we're going to make the sauce that the ribs are going to braise in. So we've got a couple of extra ingredients on top of essentially the same spices that are in the rub, so nice and easy. So we've got a cup of malted vinegar, and this is to give you the acidity, because remember, we want sweetness and acidity in any good barbecue rib. And then brown sugar, it's about a cup of brown sugar. And then you've got about half a cup of bourbon. And then you've got 1 onion, finely diced. You've got 1 tomato, finely diced, just leave all the seeds in, because remember, this is all going to collapse and break down. 2 tablespoons of tomato sauce. Got about a tablespoon of Dijon mustard. We've got a teaspoon of cinnamon. Got a teaspoon of cumin. Got a teaspoon of chili powder. So again, very similar to the marinade. Teaspoon of smoked paprika. And then I've got a teaspoon of mustard powder. That's English mustard powder. And a couple of bay leaves. And then I want a good pinch of salt. About a teaspoon and a half. So next up, we're going to put the peel, or the zest from the orange, and this will caramelise and break down. So that's why I'm putting it in long strips, because that's going to caramelise as it cooks. All right, what I'm doing is just bringing that mixture up to the boil, so when the ribs are cooked, you know, they've got that nice caramelisation. They're going to go in a roasting tray, and then that hot marinade goes over the top. So putting in a jalapeno, seeds and all, and that's going to add a bit of kick to the sauce, just to infuse all those flavours. And what I'm getting is that sweet sour, and then a bit of that chili heat kicking through. So let's have a look at these ribs. This is what I'm after. I'm after this nice charriness here. They're not far off. Right, nice non-stick, heavy-duty roasting pan, important. And then in go the ribs. And the reason it's important is that if you've got a flimsy baking tray, it doesn't conduct the heat that well. You want something like this. If you buy that, even though it's going to be much more expensive than a flimsy roasting tray, it's going to last you a lifetime, especially at home. And it's important that you get a nice, even distribution of heat all through that dish, all right? So, ribs have been grilled, and let's put the sauce on. And then all we've got to do is just pour this lovely sweet and sour sauce over the top of the ribs. Look at all that. That looks absolutely... Oh. Geez, cleans your nose as well. Beautiful. So all that's got to happen now is this just goes in for a bit of a slow braise for about an hour and a half until they're nice and soft. And how do you know they're nice and soft? Basically, you should be able to push the spoon through the flesh or through the pork meat between the bones. And if you can push it through, then it's cooked, because that tells you that when you eat it, it's going to be nice and tender. Right. Now, these are going to go into the oven at about 185 degrees for an hour and a half. And the whole idea is that you turn those as the liquor starts to reduce and starts to caramelise, maybe 3 or 4 times during that hour and a half. And hopefully at the end, you're going to have just enough sauce just to coat those ribs to make them nice and shiny and sticky. That's all you need.
After the break, Gary plates up his sticky ribs.
OK, so who wants to taste? We've got the ribs now in the oven, and they need to cook for about an hour and a half so they're nice and tender. In the meantime, George, what are you going to make?
I'm going to make a simple Waldorf salad, an inspiration from the Waldorf Hotel in New York City.
What's the essence of a good Waldorf?
Well, I think fresh apple, fresh celery, you know, walnuts, toasted walnuts, but a really delicious and yummy mayonnaise.
OK, and that's my job.
That's your job, because you make a great mayonnaise.
I've been waiting to show you how to make a simple mayonnaise. Why? Because it's so easy. You don't have to buy it. And a few of you have had problems. It's the whole emulsion, or the whole idea of the emulsion, that you're having problems with. And the emulsion in a fresh egg mayonnaise is the egg and the oil. And once you understand how that all comes together, you'll have confidence. Now, somebody that didn't do too well was Alvin with your coleslaw. It is the first time he's made mayonnaise, you can tell, and that's not the best coleslaw, I'll be honest. So with that in mind, Alvin, come up and you're going to help me with the mayonnaise. OK, Alvin. Yeah. This is amazingly simple. You're going to laugh. First of all, nice little blender like this little canister blender. It's very fast. Instead of having to use a whisk, which you can cheat and use this baby, right? 1 tablespoonful of mustard, nice and heaped. Yep, good. Mustard is an emulsifier, so that's going to help emulsify the egg and the oil. 2 whole eggs. Ah, whole eggs, not just egg yolks. A lot of recipes require just egg yolks, OK, and that's classic, but the egg white helps it bond and bind as well, and there's nothing worse than having recipes with egg yolks only, because what do you do with the egg whites, right? 2 tablespoons full of a sweet vinegar, in this case a white balsamic. And I like that little bit of sweetness, and because a lot of the bought mayonnaises have got added sugar, people get used to that flavour, but it's actually quite nice because it's the whole acidity and sweetness thing at play again. Pinch of salt. Now, because a blender is so fast, unlike whisking by hand, which is slow, you can put a large amount of oil in to start off with, because the blades spin, bang, hundreds of times within the first few seconds. I'm going to put in a good measure of oil first, right? Click the lid on, start it off. And just give it a, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, on. You can see it coming together, right? Turn it off. All right, and you can see it's not split, even though it's thin, right? See how it's all emulsified together? So you can use that as a good indicator. You can put another quarter of the oil in, turn it on. See how it smooths out there? Turn it off. Add another third of the oil. Turn it on. Give it another 30 seconds. Same thing will happen. Now, see it? That's it. And again, you can have a look at it. See? It's nice and smooth. Add half of that. Turn it on again. Looking beautiful. Okay, done. Now we want this really thick, right? But see what's happening? It's so thick now that the machine's having trouble just mixing it around, okay? So remember that if your mayonnaise looks particularly oily, you can add a little splash of water or vinegar or lemon juice just to sort of bring it together, because it's the water that will also then act as a sort of a medium to allow it to emulsify. If it becomes too oily, it will split. Turn it back on. Isn't it? Okay, done. Wow. Does that look a bit different to your mayonnaise? Just try, don't eat the whole lot, but just try that. Dip your finger in it. And obviously you can season that the way you want. Creamy. Really good. It's a great mayonnaise. It's just very simple. You can add whatever flavour you want into it. But remember, use a little canister blender like that. Makes it very, very easy. I'm not even going to bother putting it into a container. I'm done. I'll see you in a minute with your Waldorf salad.
Thanks, Gary.
Cheers, mate.
Right, so Waldorf salad. The essence of the Waldorf salad is the acidity and sweetness of that apple and the mayonnaise. So we're going to really accentuate those elements, okay? The apple, I want to put a couple of little textures on there. So I'm going to make a simple apple jelly, okay? And as well as that, fresh apple on the plate. So to make the apple jelly, Adam, come up, join me. Let's make it together, mate. I think for me, when I make any type of fruit jelly, it's all about the fruit, okay? If it's apple, all I want to put into it is apple. I don't want to start fussing it around too much with adding other elements, other flavours. Using the juicer, you can leach out all those beautiful flavours. So the first step is to make apple juice. I'm using green apples because I think they've got a real lovely tartness to them. You know, as well as sweetness, there's this sort of bitterness and sharpness about them that I really love. We're just going to quickly remove that pith, okay, and the pips, all right? The pips are bitter, and they're not going to add beautiful flavour to it. You ever made a jelly before, Adam?
I have, actually, on the weekend.
Yeah, what'd you make?
Maple syrup jelly.
Ooh, yum, delicious. Okay, next step, squeeze a lemon so it doesn't oxidise or go brown, the apple. Next step, juicer. Pop all your apples in and then put the lid on and then turn it on. Joanne, you got a question?
If you don't have a juicer, can you use like a good organic juice, apple juice, for this
Nothing
recipe?
saying you can't. I just love freshly squeezed juice. I think there's just nothing better.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful, fantastic. So we'll set that aside. Next step is to soak our gelatine. For 500 mils of apple juice, we've got 4 sheets of gelatine, okay? Now, we need to soak the gelatine. Look, I prefer to use gold leaf gelatine. It's a refined product. It's top notch. It's the A-grade stuff. You can use powdered gelatine if you prefer. Adam, thank you, mate.
Thanks, George.
Right, guys, our gelatine's been soaking in water, okay? And we're just going to pop that into a pan. And then with a little bit of the juice, we're just going to temper the gelatine. And I only do that with a little bit of the juice. I don't do it with all of it. I don't want to boil this, okay? The flavour's complete for me. If I boil it, I'm going to affect its flavour. And generally what you do is when you boil something or cook something so delicate like that, you send all that flavour into the air, okay? I want it in there. I don't want to lose that. I'm just going to pass this liquid now. As you can see, it's starting to separate. So we've got the froth on the top and all the juice on the bottom. So as you can see, our gelatine is melting in with that little bit of juice of the apple that we've added in there. Now I'm going to add this melted gelatine into my apple mixture. We'll just stir that through. Then this goes into a tray. This will take about an hour to 2 hours to set in a fridge. Because we haven't got much time, I'm going to pop that jelly into the blast freezer and chill it down as quickly as possible. Right, guys, the next step. Gary made this beautiful mayonnaise, and what I'm going to add to it is some onion sweet and sour. This is ultra, ultra simple, okay? 1 onion, finely diced. You don't need oil. Sugar, 1, 2.5 tablespoons of sugar. In keeping with the theme of the Waldorf salad, I'm using a cider vinegar, probably about 1/2 cup. Gas, a nice sort of medium heat, all right? Now, this is what our onions will look like after 20 minutes. There's no colour, okay? They're just nice and translucent and sort of goldenish. As you can see, there's not much liquid left at all. It's all dissolved pretty much. So I'm going to add a couple of spoons of this delicious mayonnaise Gary made. 1, 2. And that forms the dressing to our Waldorf salad. Onion mayonnaise, sweet and sour. Right, I want to put some fresh green apple on there. Okay, and I just want to do nice, thin slices that I'm going to present on the plate. And just a little bit of lemon juice over the top so it doesn't oxidise or go brown, the apple. Right, I'm going to toast some walnuts, and I think, you know, again, the walnuts are a crucial element to the Waldorf salad. So we throw a few of these walnuts into a pan, and I'm just going to sugar them lightly and just sort of dry roast them in the pan, okay? A little pinch of salt, that's as simple as that. Right, let's plate up. So first of all, our sweet and sour onion mayonnaise. So, blob, blob, and then some apples. A few up like that, a few up like that. Then some of our little baby cos leaves, which are just gorgeous. I want to show these off. Right, some celery. Just going to stand these up and again show them off because they're just beautiful. Then some walnuts. Okay. Next step is these beautiful nasturtium leaves. You can buy these from any good nursery, these nasturtium leaves. Next, some of this frisée. We're just going to scatter that around. Starting to look really beautiful. Right, jelly's set, and I'm simply just going to scoop some nodules out of jelly and just pop that on the plate without any fuss. Doesn't need to be cubes or squares, yeah? And then, finally, a bit of the old fella, my mate, olive oil, and some of Gary's mate, salt. Right, guys, so here's my interpretation of a Waldorf salad.
Wow, that looks great, George. Now for the ribs, what a contrast. Huh? Beer ribs and your beautiful salad.
Lovely.
Right. Right, so they've been in, George, for about an hour and a half. And what we were looking for is this sauce to get all nice and sticky so that we can tip all that oily stickiness all over the ribs. And it's got to be nice and soft. So you see, you can just put your spoon through. Ooh. So all we're going to do is just break those down in between the bone. And then pop those on. And you know what? I reckon I could pretty much demolish that myself. Right, and I'm just going to put some lime cheeks on. I'm excited, George. I'm excited.
Delicious.
All that sort of oiliness. A bit of the sauce, all right? So, sticky ribs, George.
Brilliant. And here's my Waldorf salad.
Oh, look at that.
Delicious. Nice
How
little
different is
American flavour.
Beautiful. Okay, so who wants to taste? It can only sadly be 3 of you. Carrie, Adam, and Matthew. Some forks, some spoons. Gary, are they finger looking good?
Bit of smoky. A little smokiness coming through them and
Bit of sweetness.
bit of
Bit of
sweetness.
sourness. Great. Matthew?
The ribs are amazing.
Good ribs?
The meat is cooked to perfection.
Beautifully. Now, what about the salad, Adam?
I really like the salad. That apple jelly just gives it a really different texture and a different flavour, and it still works as a really savoury dish.
Guys, take a rib and rib away. Ribbit, ribbit. Bye. Okay, top tips for ribs. Flash them over the barbecue first with that spice rub. Hitting it on the barbecue will give you that lovely smoky charriness. Tip number 2, good balance of sweet, sour and heat. That's what makes them really moreish, which is the sugar and the vinegar and then the chili, which makes you want to just keep going back for more. And the third one, to make sure that you braise it for long enough so that it's just falling off the bone. So you can suck all that meat off the bone and you want to go back for more and more.
Right, top tips for Waldorf salad. If you're going to put fresh apple in it, make sure you squeeze the apple with a little bit of lemon juice once you've sliced it so it doesn't oxidise and go brown. If you're going to add something like sweet and sour onions to a mayonnaise, make sure it's thick. You don't want it to be runny and watery. It needs to still be able to hold on the plate.
Those are our American-inspired dishes. Hopefully they've inspired you. You can never go wrong with some sort of interpretation of a Waldorf salad on your menu, and sticky ribs on the bar menu will sell like crazy. Hope you enjoyed it.
I'm so lucky today to be part of this special masterclass at Peter Kuravita's restaurant, Flying Fish, on a beautiful sunny day, views of the Harbour Bridge. How much better can it get?
I'm not someone that normally cooks with a lot of seafood, so it'd be really great to get a better understanding of cooking with crustaceans.
Hello. Hello. I'm Peter Kuravita. This is my restaurant, Flying Fish. Welcome. I'm co-owner and head chef here, as well as being part of Flying Fish Fiji at the Sheraton Nandi. I've been in the industry about 31 years. The thing that defines Flying Fish is our little twist on Sri Lankan flavours. The cooking style would easily be described as seafood cooked simply, served elegantly in a beautiful surrounding. You guys have done a mystery box a few days ago and your main ingredient was mud crab, I heard. Some of you got right into it, some of you had a play and other people didn't even touch it. Crustaceans are just amazing things, and George and Gary have asked me to come and tell you a little bit about them and hopefully get you over those barriers and hopefully I can give you a bit of an edge on the rest of them as well. What I'm going to do today is show you 2 really simple, tasty dishes using the West Australian marron. But first, I'm going to take you through the world of crustaceans. I'm going to start with prawns. Prawns are available in hundreds of species. You can buy them in the markets green, which is uncooked, or cooked. Fresh prawns don't really last because a prawn has an enzyme in it which actually keeps growing when the prawn dies. The head goes black and the head will start to droop. So a frozen prawn is better. You're better off taking it home, defrosting it under clean running water. First, school prawns. You can buy them green or cooked, then lightly floured, pan-fried or deep-fried with a bit of aioli, lemon juice, really that's all you need. You can eat it all as well. The cooked ones are great for barbecues. Just give them to your guests with a finger bowl and a cloth. The king of all prawns for Australia is the Eastern King. It's got beautiful flesh, it's wonderfully flavoured, and when you cook it, it stays nice and firm. Take you next into the world of crabs. Now crabs, I'll be back in a minute. Whoa, this guy nearly got me. That's a Queensland mud crab. When you feel for a crab, when you pick up a crab, fingers underneath and hold it like that and hope to hell that it's tied, because that you'll lose your finger. That'll take your finger off, no problem, or crush it very badly. You hold them quite tight, and if you roll them over, you can feel the weight. There's another train of thought where if you squeeze this back flipper, it should be nice and firm as well. Look at this guy. This is actually just known as a giant crab. They grow to another 7 to 8 kilos with claws the size of my arm. And the way to eat these is enjoy it in a restaurant with about 10 friends. It costs you a lot less, and what will happen is they'll bring it out to you in about 10 courses. So you'll start with the soup, then fried with noodles, then the claws. It's just a wonderful way to eat. Crustaceans is all about family and friends and being with a group of people. All right, next, crabs. The beautiful blue swimmer, cooked in green or blue. One of the only crustaceans that don't come live. They don't survive very well out of the water. Good in Thai curries. One of the best curries I've ever had was a Thai yellow curry sitting on the beach in Thailand with a beer. You can steam them, take the meat out, but if you're going to do that, buy these cooked ones. All right, here's an exciting development in the world of Australian aquaculture. Soft shell crabs are amazing because you can eat the whole shell. These guys are great to cook in hand rolls like the Japanese do. The Americans crumb them. I just prefer battered, like a bit of tempura batter, deep fried. Again, really crisp and nice, and the sensation of eating a whole crab shell and all, but also beautiful flavours and sweet, lovely flesh. Okay, I have a live southern rock lobster and a live local lobster. You can tell they're very different. The local lobster comes from the south coast of New South Wales around Ulladulla. Southern rock lobster is found all the way along the coastline, probably from Queensland all the way down to Western Australia. The varieties change, the species change, but the southern rock lobster is the prized one. It's prized for the flavour of its flesh, it's prized for its size, and also for the way the flesh cooks. It's beautifully and soft, and it also makes wonderful sashimi. On the freshwater side, there's a few others that I'd like to show you. There's a marron, which is what we're using today. And this is, as I said, from Western Australia and really one of the true indigenous species of Australia. And a yabby. The thing about freshwater fish, though, is they're probably a little bit short on the flavour. They have a nice sweetness, but you really need to think when you're cooking with freshwater crayfish about what you combine to enhance the flavour. And I think it's up to you which way you want to go. I feel that that's the king, and it's really one of the most beautiful creatures. And the colour of the shell, once it's cooked, is stunning. These guys in salads are beautiful as long as you're really careful with what you put it in with and how you cook it. All right, finally, bugs. Now, most people don't like to eat bugs, but bugs are these wonderful creatures. There's about 5 varieties. The one with the wide round head is a Balmain bug. The thing about a Balmain bug is it has a very, very distinctive flavour. Some people dislike it immensely, others love it. So if you don't like the strength of the flavour, then you go for a Moreton Bay bug. But as a cooked product, this is great. Live, chill them down, and then use them in salads or stir fries. I have to tell you one more thing. All of this stuff, they're all animals, they're all creatures, and a lot of them are best live. So you need to dispatch with these creatures humanely. It's a big part of it, you know. The most humane way to do it is to chill them. So that means put them in the bag that you get them from, into the freezer. Don't let them freeze because it'll break down the flesh, but it needs to get to a stage where they are actually just very slow. Once they've come out of the freezer, they are virtually incapacitated and they will not be feeling pain. So do it very quickly, cut them directly in half. The other way to do it is buy it at the markets and they'll kill it for you. If you bring a big pot of water to the boil and you put a crustacean into it, doesn't matter what size it is, and you cook it for 8 to 9 minutes, you will find that it's always perfect. First dish is a salad of marron, shaved fennel, arugula, and Asian dressing. It's really simple, it's light, and it's all about flavours. First off, starting with the sauce, there's a few classic techniques. Firstly, julienne. You just slice the chilli all the way down the middle, and then you need to flatten it out, take the seeds out first, but then to get really, really nice julienne, you actually need to take a lot of the flesh away, because what you want to do is just have the skin. So by placing a knife down like that, having your fingers nice and flat in case you slip, and just shaving a perfect little piece off the chili. And then let your knife just slide over. So that's a julienne. I'm going to put that into here. Next will be a chiffonade. It's like a julienne, but you usually use it for leaves. If you want a really fine garnish, if you're making a soup or something like that, and you want to put some leaves through it, to chiffonade them is a great way to do it. So take all the stems off, okay, and we're doing it with just 1 stalk of coriander. I'm also going to use for flavour the root of the coriander. So I'm just going to take 1 coriander root, We want to extract all the flavour. You can just bang it and then chop it. People throw the very end of the root away, but if you know Thai cuisine, that's where the flavour is. It goes into the plate. Now, chiffonade, you can put all the leaves together. Very fine again. It's all about colour. Now, you'll notice too that I've got no liquids in there because this is a very fresh dressing. If I put all the liquids in, which are quite, you know, strong flavours, what's going to happen is that everything will wilt, the colours will go, and it's not going to be as nice to eat. So next is a brunoise. It's a fine dice. So to get the finest dice, slice down as close as you possibly can, halfway, and then one more time. So you're doing 3 cuts into the onion, and then just, again, a nice dice straight through, and then throw that in as well. Next is garlic, crushed garlic. If you crush garlic like this, you're really getting all the essence out of it. Just remember that you've done it on this board before you have your Vegemite on toast in the morning because it's not the best. All right, so next is spring onion. I'm not using the leaves. I've got my green in there and I don't really need it. What I'm after is the real flavour from this. And then doing a rough julienne, turning it around, and finally dicing it. Texture is really important in food. It's how it feels in your mouth. It's like wine or anything. It's all about sensations. That's what food's all about. Next, we have to have 2 beautiful limes. Just give it a nice roll, okay? You're gonna loosen up all the little cells in there and you'll get more juice out of it, so you get value for money. Using a microplane, I just want to get the zest by using as much of 2 limes as you can. Okay, so just juicing them. Juice and zest make 2 different flavours. The zest has that really oily, beautiful, citric sort of flavour, but it doesn't have the acid. And then you add the juice to it and it sort of brings it up and gives you that beautiful citric acid as well. 50 grams of brown sugar adds the sweetness. Stir this through. It's really important that it dissolves so that you don't have any solid bits of sugar in there. Brown sugar has more molasses in it, so you're going to get that beautiful caramelly flavour. So to the lime and brown sugar, about 30 mils of fish sauce. I'm saying about because the concentrations of salt in fish sauce changes. So start with that and then add more. It's very hard to take out. Salt's one of those ones that's very, very, very hard to remove. Put less than you think, add at the end, and that way you're going to end up with a much better result. 5 mils of soy sauce. Measure this. Try and use light soy sauce because we don't want to be adding too much salt. Just make sure all the sugar is dissolved. Add it to your ingredients and stir. Now's the time to taste. Now's the time to balance. Try not to double dip when you taste as well. Perfect. I'm lucky this time. But try and get it right the first couple of times because with strong sauces, once you've tasted it a few times, you can't taste anything. But now that's fresh, it's crunchy, it's ready to go. Just going to put it aside. The next stage is garnish. So, grapes. I'm using flame grapes because they have no seeds. There's another little garnish I have, which are just chives. And then all we're doing is just cutting some battens. This is the pretty part of it. Shaved fennel, a mandolin or a very sharp knife. 3 more ingredients. First one, and I had to use it, flying fish roe. We are at Flying Fish. But the reason I love to use this, I mean, the Japanese use it, and most people would use it for the same reason, and that is a crunch, a great texture, and a beautiful flavour as well. I'm also going to use avuga. Now, avuga has an amazingly smoky flavour, but it's actually not caviar. It looks like it, but it's fish, which has been ground up and then made to look like fish eggs and flavoured with a little bit of smoke. And lastly, sumac. Anyone know what sumac is?
It comes from Middle Eastern cultures, use it a lot.
Yeah, it gives another sensation. The last thing we have to do now is clean the cooked marrons. Very simple. Push the shell in and twist it, and then you'll get all of it. Then we want to do the claws, so you break them off at the first knuckle. Next, removing the shell. It's quite easy just to crack them with your fingers and then break them open. What you're trying to do is to get the piece of meat out intact, looking lovely. Yeah. Okay? Next stage, using the heel of your knife, just crack it lightly and peel that off so that you have a whole claw intact, and that really is just a garnish. Yeah. Okay? Next, just cutting it down the middle, and here you'll see the intestinal tract. Just take it out and square them off so that it's going to look lovely. For each one of these dishes, I'm just using 5 pieces. Now, to plate it. the fennel with the sauce, 2 spoonfuls of that into it. Give it a nice mix. 1 bulb's enough for 4 serves. A little bit of fennel in the bottom. All right, so now I'm just going to build it with the marron. The next, the sauce. Just another little spoonful on top. Next is the arugula. 1 nice spoonful. We want the smokiness of this to come out. Just on top. Followed by 3 pieces of grape, just for visual effects. Next, sumac. The next, flying fish roe. A great sensation as far as texture's concerned. Nice flavours as well. The next is the claws, just around the outside. Something else for people to bite. And then a garnish of chive. So that's it, guys. Salad of marron, shaved fennel, and arugula. Asian dressing. Come up and taste. So visually, lots of colours. You know, there should be lots of flavours there too. And I suggest you get a little bit of everything on your fork when you have a try. So please, get into it.
I love it. I'm someone that doesn't like really strong flavoured seafood, but I love the marron because it is quite subtle, and then it really complements. Putting the grapes with it is a really lovely compliment because it's a little bit sweet too.
Well, thank you. So there are 3 tips that I think you should always use when you make a dish like this. Firstly, fresh seafood. Make friends with your fishmonger. The most vital thing, you can't take salt out, so just make sure that you add a little bit less and then finish it off by tasting it. And the last, of course, keep it simple. Look after your flavours and people will always enjoy your food.
Next up in Masterclass, we're going to do an Italian classic using veal, which is veal saltimbocca. What veal saltimbocca is veal wrapped in pancetta or prosciutto with sage. So I need a helper for this one. Callum, you going to come up and give me a hand?
Sure.
This is a pretty expensive piece of veal. First up is we're just going to take off this scotch, essentially, from the rib. What I want to do is cut little steaks from this, or little scallops that are about 120 grams or so, which we're going to bat out lightly. All right, Callum, if you can stretch out a bit of that cling film and then just pop those right in the middle and equidistant apart, and then put another layer over the top, and I'll show you the first one. When you bat something out, you're not whacking it randomly. Just try and very lightly work in nice, neat lines and either work across and then up, or up and then across, but work in a methodical fashion, all right, and be very gentle. Hold the hammer closer to the head of the hammer so that you're not putting an enormous amount of weight on and that you've got some control, okay? It's just very gentle. Yeah. Yep, perfect. Brilliant. Let's do the next phase, and that's wrapping these little babies up with the sage. You're just going to put these slices down. This is the pancetta, and then what we want to do is put 2 nice leaves of sage on each of the veal, just face up like that, and just press them down onto the meat. And what that sage is going to do is put flavour into that veal. And then, Callum, what I want you to do is just put these upside down and then wrap them quite tightly so that they've stuck.
Yeah.
And that you get that little piece of veal like that. All right? The term saltimbocca means leap in your mouth or jump in your mouth, which is really interesting, isn't it? Because we say veal saltimbocca and it sounds beautiful, whereas if we put veal jump in your mouth on the menu, no one would buy it. All right? Thanks for that. You can go and have a little seat. Next stage in the saltimbocca, you don't have to do this, but it's a little dusting of flour. So I'm going to put some pepper and salt onto the flour just to season it. And then what I want to do is just very lightly dip that in. And all this will do is it'll give you a lovely golden brown finish on the saltimbocca. And also I'm going to deglaze the pan and make a little sauce in it, and it'll leave a bit of flour residue in the pan, which will thicken that sauce. Good amount of olive oil, because you want it to brown really evenly. This is quite a high heat, because what you want to do is cook that veal so it's still pink in the middle. See that golden brown? That's what I'm after, which is beautiful. So because that's only going to take a few seconds, I'm going to pop in garlic, which is going to crisp up. And then I've got some capers, that were in salt but have now rinsed. Sage leaves, plenty of them. And then a nice little chunk of butter that I'm just going to allow to froth up around the veal. And once all that's in and starting to permeate around the veal, it's only now that I'm going to turn it over, because I know that all that flavour's worked its way around onto the surface of that presentation side. And then next in, I'm going to throw in some cherry tomatoes, and this is going to form part of my sauce. Right, so veal out, and that's still pretty pink. I'm just going to let that rest. And then what I want to do is just cook those tomatoes for a few seconds, and I'm going to actually just try and crush a couple so that they bleed into that butter. Then wine. And this is what I mean about building the sauce in the pan and using that little bit of the flour off the veal just to give you some weight in the sauce. And then tiny little bit of lemon juice. And then I've got some little baby spinach leaves, which are just going to add a lovely colour. And just toss it for a few seconds. And you can add a little bit of pepper if you want. But essentially what I've got is this lovely sauce made from the juices of the pan, the garlic that's gone crispy and golden, and then those crushed tomatoes. The veal's rested, sauce is made, smelling gorgeous. So all we've got to do now is plate it up. So what I'll do is just pop this on the plate. And then a few of these little blistered cherry tomatoes, a little bit of lemon, and then just a drizzle of George's old mate, the olive oil. All right? And that's my interpretation of a classic veal saltimbocca and a little sauce made from cherry tomatoes and garlic from the juices in the pan. Okay, we need some tasters. Claire, Jake and Callum. Dig in. Tell me what you think.
The sage is awesome.
I love the spinach and the juiciness of the tomatoes. Really gives it a bit of a lift.
Adds a bit of freshness to it.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
The sage is milder than I was expecting it to be.
I love it, it's really good.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. So my 3 tips for a perfect saltimbocca. Choice of veal is absolutely critical. If it's pre-tenderised, it will be dry, especially if you overcook it. Tip number 2, remember veal doesn't have a lot of fat because it's young, so you have to cook it quickly and keep it pink, otherwise it will be overcooked and very, very dry. And tip number 3, always think about those juices in the pan and how easy it is to make a nice sauce out of that sediment. It's going to make the world of difference to your dish.
We're here at Flying Fish and we're doing crustaceans. The dish that I'm doing next is going to be marrons steamed with ginger chilli shallot sauce, which is a favourite in the restaurant and has been on my menus for probably 20 years. So welcome to some secrets. This is a really easy sauce. 3 chillies, chop the tops off, leave the seeds in. We want the heat, roughly chopped. Next is garlic. 3 cloves of garlic for this sauce. Again, roughly chopped. 3 knobs of ginger. A knob of ginger should be about the size of your thumb. So roughly chopped as well. Coriander, including roots, washed. Make sure there's nothing in there and just chop it. Leaves and all. So you're going to have texture as well as the colour. Spring onion, just 1 of these. And this will give you that oniony flavour, a little bit of the sweetness as well. 300 mils of soy sauce, light soy sauce. 300 mils of mirin. Mirin is a sweet sake, so that'll add a little bit of viscosity to the dish, and also when it cooks down, it'll assist in the caramelisation and the sweetness of it. 250 mils of sweet chilli sauce. White wine to give it acid and to break it down a little bit. That's 125 mils of white wine, and sesame oil, 100 mils of that. Okay, next stage is very easy. Put the lid on, pulse it a few times, and once it gets going, blend it up really well. It doesn't take long, and that's it. Like, there's your sauce. It's easy to make and very tasty.
Pete,
yeah.
If you were going to make that sauce in advance, how long could you keep that for?
Because of all the ingredients that I put in, it'll hold for 3 to 6 weeks. So make up a batch, because to make a small amount's quite hard.
Yeah.
And I've given this to people and they've just used it on everything. You can use it in chicken, you can put it on prawns or anything. It goes really well with pretty much anything. All right, so a taste. The only thing you can change if you want to is the heat, but using the long red chilies, it's just right. Next is the marrons itself. Now, they've been humanely killed by putting them into ice water until they go totally dead, and then we cut them in half. Sometimes you have to remember that they will move. There will be a twitch in there, but they are dead. Want to come and help me, my friend?
Sure, absolutely.
I'll show you one, Peter, and then you can get into the rest of them, okay? Now, put it through the head and crunch down, then turn it around, and the same again. Okay, when you get to the tail part, if you're too slow, what'll happen is you'll crush it. So hand there, okay, all the way through. Now, inside here are the guts, and also you need to get out the intestinal tract, okay? And I want them put face up because I don't want the sauce to boil through them. What I want is the sauce to be in the bottom and the marron is just nicely steamed. Do you want to have a go? Yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, so, you know, be strong because when you back off or you're a bit concerned, that's when you're going to slip. Hold it, firmly push into it. That's it, all the way down, nice and fast. That's it. Now turn the marron around.
Do you flick the tail right out?
Have it
like
nice
that?
and flat, because otherwise you're going to crush the shell.
Okay.
That's it. Great.
Oh, and that tract just comes out.
It will come out. With your crustaceans or even fish, don't wash them. You see people opening oysters and they wash the oyster. You've lost the beauty of the oyster, you know. Oyster comes from south coast somewhere. You want to taste that river.
So, Peter, for instance, is that okay?
That's fine. It's pretty simple, isn't it? It's all about flavours and freshness. The meat in this marron is nice and firm, and that's the thing about having live crustaceans, is that a lot of them do not transport very well once they're dead. So, you know, it's kind of necessary to enjoy the best that a crustacean has. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Peter.
The rest of it's easy. So, lastly, I'm going to put the sauce in, but the sauce, as you can see, has started to separate. So this sauce, even if you keep it for a long time, make sure you stir it before you use it every time. And then we're just going to pour about half of this sauce on. And then, have to cook it. So a lid, some heat. With these, 10 minutes maximum, hot stove, bring it to the boil. When it's halfway through, just take it off and check, and never let the sauce reduce too much. You let the sauce reduce too much, it'll caramelise and burn. You won't have that lovely golden colour, and, you know, nothing worse than burnt foods. All right, guys, 10 minutes has gone. Let's see what they like.
Ooh, spot on.
They've turned colour, they've got that lovely orange glow to them, and the aroma that comes off is great. So let's serve it up. What you want to do here is build the height. So get yourself a really nice base first, and then just build it up slowly so that you've got a really nice pile of marrons with this lovely sauce. Make them come to a nice pinnacle, and then sauce. Try and have the sauce just run down in a nice pool of sauce at the bottom. And the last stage, of course, is to garnish it. Got lots of red there, so I'm just going to put a little bit of coriander into it right at the end. That's it. Marrons, ginger chili shallot sauce for flying fish. Come and taste it. Let me serve you. Yeah, it goes well.
That is such a beautiful texture.
Yep. Oh, and there's just the right amount of chili as well, you know.
Got to remember too with marrons, they're not that flavoursome. They have a very subtle flavour, so this sort of enhances it. It's a great carrier of flavours, but it doesn't overpower it. And it's just a great way to eat crustaceans. Glad you enjoy it.
It's delicious.
A couple of tips. Number one, ensure that when you cut them in half, you take out the intestinal tract and clean the guts. When you're cooking them, don't turn them at all, and ensure that they just steam so that you can still taste the marron itself. And lastly, presentation. Make it stand nice and high. Give them a finger bowl. Make people feel okay to eat with their fingers. Good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
I hope this helps you. Cooking's all about passion.
Yep.
Keep the passion and you'll get a long way.
Bye.
Bye, thanks.
Next up, we're going to make a really, really simple dessert. It's a white chocolate cannelloni with a strawberry minestrone. The first step is I need to create a real thin, flavoursome strawberry soup. I've got a punnet of strawberries here that I have cut the top off and then cut in half. 1 stick of cinnamon, vanilla pod, just split, scrape all the seeds out, and they go in, the whole lot. 2 tablespoons of sugar. To that, about a cup worth of sparkling wine. Now, it's important that you wrap this with 3 to 4 layers of plastic wrap, really tight, over the bowl. This goes over a bain-marie, and on very low heat, we leave that simmer away for about an hour. Those strawberries are going to expel all their flavour and colour into that champagne. Next up, I'm going to make a simple chul mixture, a biscuit, okay? And this is going to form the outside of the cannelloni. And to do that, very simple. I'm using the Thermomix. Why? Because it's high speed and I can blend it quickly. You can use a normal blender, yeah? So I pop my dry ingredients first. I've got 250 grams of almond meal, 25 grams of plain flour, 50 grams of caster sugar. Lid goes on, and we just blend all that dry ingredients up. And then in with our 4 egg whites. And that's it, that's done. And then what we've got here is this beautiful chul mixture. This will last a good week in the fridge, and you can use it as you need it. So this is going to form the outside of the cannelloni. Next is we need to actually make the cannelloni. What I've got here is just the top of a lid, okay, and I've just cut out a square. What I've got here is a silicone mat, and this is oven proof and won't melt in the oven, and it'll be easy to remove the chul off the actual mat. Right, now you need to sort of use your cement rendering technique here. It's really important that you get this as smooth as possible. There you go. This goes now on a tray, and we bake that 180 degrees for 8 minutes. Now we're going to make a really simple white chocolate mousse, and to help me, Jonathan, come on down. We've got 375 grams of cream that needs to be whisked to soft peaks. Yeah. Okay, if you can do that for me, make sure you get all of it into the bowl there.
I whipped my last cream to butter.
How are we all going? What are we up to?
The cream is curdled, so it's creating a butter, which is over there.
While you're whisking the 375 grams of cream, pastry chefs work in grams, and then they know how precise everything is. I've got 275 grams of full cream milk, and I just need to scald it. Scalding it basically means bringing it up to the boil and turning it off. Next, I want to soak 4 leaves of gelatine. That's gold leaf gelatine. Jonathan, you're working nice and clean?
Nice and clean.
No cream everywhere?
No.
So soft peaks, that's pretty good, Jonathan. Just a little bit more. It's just enough where the peaks just start to fall over. They're good, that's good. No butter this time. Fantastic, thank you, Jonathan. Our milk's starting to bubble around the edges. At that point, I add the gelatine. Flick the gas off, give it a shake, and that gelatine melts through. And then I just add it to 350 grams of white chocolate. And that's just going to melt the chocolate without boiling the chocolate. Now, I've incorporated the milk, the gelatine, and the white chocolate. I need to bring this chocolate down to 35 degrees before I add it to this semi-whipped cream. Or else what's going to happen is it's going to just send that to mush. If it's too cold, then what's going to happen, it's going to separate with the cream. So this is a really important stage that we get it to 35 degrees. And, you know, we can just pop that in the fridge as is, just to cool it down. Just come back to it every 2 minutes and give it a whisk. Right, guys, the chul mix has been in the oven for about 10 to 12 minutes. With this plastic PVC pipe, we're going to form the cannelloni. It's really important you work quick. You just pull it off and leave that to the side. It's going to cool down, ready for us to put the chocolate mousse inside. We're making white chocolate cannelloni with a strawberry minestrone. The white chocolate mousse is in the fridge setting. We're now going to push on and finish the strawberry soup. These strawberries have been sitting over the double boiler on a really low heat for about an hour, okay? Enough to expel all the flavour and colour of the strawberries. I've pulled them off, set them aside, cooled them down. See how the strawberries are gone all sort of no colour or anything in them left. Just all the flavours in there now. And now I'm ready to strain all those strawberries out of that liquid. Now, I'm not going to push these strawberries at all. I just want to tap the juice out, because if I push the strawberries, it'll actually push some of that sediment through, and I don't want that. That there's ready to rock and roll, and we just pop that into a nice little serving jug. Our white chocolate's been in the fridge because we need to bring it down to 35 degrees, so I'll go and check. That's perfect. Our next step is to incorporate the chocolate in with the cream. Claire, come up, give me a hand quickly. I'm going to pour, you're going to whisk. Just really gently, because we don't want to over-whip the cream. So like a mayonnaise, you slowly emulsify the white chocolate. It's going to go loose, yeah, but don't forget we've got gelatine in this, so when it goes into the fridge, it's going to set perfectly. That's looking beautiful. Look how shiny that's looking. And now we just fill it up into vessels. You can use whatever you want. I'm going to pipe it, so it doesn't really matter, okay?
Evenly? So
Yeah, evenly, so they're all equal. If I'm going to pipe it, do I need to divide it in 4? I just find that at the end of the day, I'm only going to use a couple of portions at a time, so I prefer to, you know, work quite clean. Take what I need, move on to the next one. Brilliant. Now we're going to pop these in the fridge to set, ready to be used. Our mousse has been in the fridge for a couple of hours. It's nice and soft, but set. Just pop this into a piping bag. I'm just using a straight nozzle because I need to be able to fill that cannelloni up with the white chocolate mousse. I've got some fresh strawberries that I've just sliced, and this is going to create the base to the cannelloni to stand it up. Next step is to fill the actual chul biscuit, the cannelloni, with the white chocolate mousse. I go halfway in, and to make sure the whole lot's full, turn it around, crease side down, and then a little bit of the strawberry soup. I finish with some sparkling wine, just to freshen it up a little bit. That goes down in front of the customer. Waiter walks over and then gently drops the soup into the bowl. So simple, so easy. And a dessert that would be worthy sitting in a restaurant and enjoyed. So, tasting time. Shani, come on. Jonathan, Joanne, come and taste. Let's give it a crack and get in there.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm going to make that for my kids. That is, it's crunchy and sweet, but it's not too sweet.
Yeah.
it seems like kind of simple, I guess, to look at, but it's absolutely beautiful.
That is good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
Thank you.
Right, guys, top 3 tips. Allow the chul mixture to rest before you use it. Top tip number 2, when you melt that chocolate, you need to make sure it cools down to 35 degrees before you incorporate it with the cream, or else it's gonna separate, or you're gonna turn it into butter. My 3rd tip is important. A little bit of sparkling wine right at the end in the soup will just lift it right up. Make it beautiful, bubbly, and tasty.
George, where's my cannelloni? Oh, thanks. Thanks very much for saving me some. I'll have a strawberry then.
It's healthy. Right, guys, that marks the end of Masterclass today. Come up, grab something to eat, and let's celebrate.
Ah, the wanderers have returned. Good?
George,
Fantastic.
beautiful.
What's up? What's up? George, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Hey, guys, can I say, through all the twists, the turns, the ups, the downs, you're here right now. The top 16 amateur cooks of Australia. Congratulations, guys. Cheers.
See you guys. Well done.
Next time on MasterChef Australia.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen.
The amateurs kick off a big week of surprises with a race to create the perfect pizza.
You are kidding me.
Then, a challenging test of the imagination in the invention test.
Come on, Aussies, let's go!
And for the first time, they'll cook with a core ingredient that will test them like never before.
I think it's thrown a lot of them.
I mean, this is brutal.
For the 3 least impressive dishes, the MasterChef journey will be on the line.
I know what's coming and none of it's going to be good. I've made a complete mess of it.
Last week on MasterChef Australia,
This is what cooking's all about. Come on.
the amateurs cooked for 2 families and special guest judge Curtis Stone.
Oh my God.
And for Daniel and Philip, the MasterChef journey ended.
Pity it had to end so quickly, but at the end of the day, there's only going to be one person left.
Tonight, 16 hopefuls begin a big week full of surprises.
Your first challenge is to cook pizza.
Then they fire up for an invention test that's close to their hearts.
Come on, Aussies, let's go!
And they'll face a core ingredient that will challenge them like never before.
This competition's just got that much harder.
The prize for the ultimate winner, experience working inside the country's best kitchens, a cookbook publishing deal, $100,000 to kickstart their food dream, and the title of Australia's next MasterChef.
Last week was massive, huge week. This week, 16 of us left and I'm still here. I'm so grateful, but the competition is getting so tough. I have a huge amount of nerves because you don't know what's going to happen at all.
As we drive into the courtyard, I see a line of 8 sparkling, brand new pizza ovens.
Welcome back to the MasterChef kitchen. Normally, it's a mystery box challenge, but today, there's no mystery box in sight. Behind you are a row of beautiful, zesty, wood-fired ovens. Your first challenge for this week is to cook pizza.
I don't make pizza, so I'm feeling a bit nervous.
This is the way the challenge is going to work. Inside the kitchen, on your benches, you have a recipe for a traditional pizza dough. There's a bench full of ingredients. You've got oils, you've got olives, parmesan, romano, a load of ingredients to hopefully make a beautiful pizza. You will have 45 minutes to produce an amazing pizza. Something happened.
The winner will receive a fine advantage going into the invention test, the ability to choose the core ingredient.
I'm really excited about what's to come today, and I'm really hoping that I can push myself to the next level and get the attention of the judges.
Your time starts now.
all 16 of us just bolted through those doors, poking and nudging and tripping. We're all very competitive people.
I, for the moment, forget about the fresh ingredients at the front of the kitchen and get to work on my pizza dough because I know that it's going to need at least 15 minutes to rise.
Fiona,
yes,
do you make pizzas often?
Not really.
What's your pizza?
I'm doing pear, blue cheese, some walnuts, some prosciutto, and maybe a little bit of rocket on top.
Lovely. That all works brilliantly well for me. That's exciting.
Salty, sweet, beautiful.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Time to be creative, so let's create something out of this world or out of whack. Is there such a thing as an Asian pizza?
Alvin, what's the topping?
I'm actually going to make a potato pizza with bacon and pine nut caramel as the base thing.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
And the ginger, where does that come into it?
The ginger's going to get pounded with the garlic and pine nuts with the caramel, and then with a little bit of lime juice as well.
Sounds interesting.
You know, it's fascinating. I would have never have thought of that, so
good luck.
Looking forward to it.
Don't burn the base.
Sure.
I'm happy. I love making pizza. It's a really cheap way to feed all your friends when they come over. Yay! And then the semester. Today I decided to make a quattro formaggio pizza, which is a 4-cheese pizza with prosciutto, fig, and red wine onions.
20 minutes down, 25 minutes to go. I'm panicking standing here. Your dough should be proving.
Come on, guys. We want it today. Come on. Adam, what are you cooking? All I can tell is there's bananas, there's strawberries, there's prosciutto, bocconcini, chicken,
sage.
What are you cooking?
I'm being a little ambitious today, guys. I'm trying to make a 3-course pizza.
Oh, that sounds awful. Oh, it sounds terrible, George.
It starts with an entree which is inspired by a goat's cheese and caramelised onion tart.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Oh.
The main course will be a sage, chicken, prosciutto, bocconcini cheese, and then finishing off with a dessert. And that's going to be a banana split.
I just like the idea of maybe ordering one pizza, starting at the top, working your way around and having a whole meal.
I don't see why that wouldn't work.
Adam, that sounds awful.
You have 15 minutes to go. Come on.
I am so stressed that I'm not going to get this pizza in. I'm fluffing too much about what it looks like, and I just need to get the topping on and get it out to actually cook it in time.
You done?
Yeah. I pulled the pizza out of the oven and it actually looks pretty good. It looks pretty appetizing to me.
I think I'm one of the first people finished, which is definitely a nice feeling. I think it looks good. It's definitely something I'd like to get from a pizza store.
2 minutes to go, you're down to the wire. We want beautiful pizzas.
It is so important. Come on.
I looked out and I do have a pizza. You know, as deformed as it is, it's a pizza on a chopping board.
You've got 1 minute to go.
Come on, guys. We're on the pizza train and we're heading to Napoli. Come on.
That's it. We're down to the wire. You've got 15 seconds. 10 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, what a challenge, a brilliant effort, the MasterChef Pizzeria.
We are only going to taste the 3 top pizzas of the day. The first pizza we'd like to order and taste is Shani's.
I'm a little bit surprised, but I'm just really, really happy. I think I've done a good job and I'm really excited it's going to be tasted.
Shani. You look rightly pleased with yourself walking up there. You're excited, aren't you?
I'm really excited. I've never had my dish taste in a mystery box, and just to be up here means that I've done well.
Pretty good feeling, isn't it?
It's a great feeling.
Let's taste. Shani, the reason we called you up was because your base looked great. It had that little puffiness around the edge, which many of them didn't. You've got this little tinge of sort of that dark, golden brown. It's got good punchy flavours. It's strong, you get that prosciutto, the sweet fig, and then all those lovely cheeses. And then underneath that, you get the sweetness of the caramelised onion. I think it's a really good pizza, and I think you've done very, very well. Well done, Shani.
Thanks, Gary.
Well done, Shani.
I guess I'm just happy to have done well and to be noticed.
The next pizza we'd like to taste belongs to Alvin.
Oh my God. Seriously? I'm banking on flavour because there ain't nothing good to look at.
I think what we liked about the pizza was the way you got this great kick in the pastry on the outside. And the idea, this is Mystery Box. This is where you can take some risks. So that's why I wanted to see this pizza, to see whether the risk was worthwhile, whether you've created something delicious, or whether you haven't.
Okay.
It has a yum yuckness about it. It's actually quite nice. This kind of sweetness and loads of ginger and a bit of chili and the caramelized onion. I can kind of get where you're going, but I think.
Sorry.
I think it's going to be more rejection than perfection.
Thank you.
The third pizza that we'd like to taste belongs to Fiona.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. If I'm going to be pushing the boundaries, then sometimes I'm going to do well, sometimes I'm going to do not so well.
I'm extremely proud, so I'm really hoping that I've done enough today to really impress the judges.
Fiona, this might be a turning point for you. This is a good pizza. It's got lots of sound flavours and it's big flavours, big punch in your mouth flavours. Really good. Well done.
Thanks.
So it's a really clever, balanced pizza. Whether it's the best, we'll find out in a minute.
I was glad that they appreciated, the mix of flavours that I tried to put on the pizza, and I was really happy.
There were lots of good ideas today, but one pizza was supreme. The winner of today's pizza challenge is Fiona.
I just sort of felt warm all over, I realised that, I've got a little bit of a leg up here, and I think it was the boost of confidence that I really needed.
Fiona, an excellent pizza, that combination of the saltiness of your prosciutto, the pungency of that blue cheese, the sweetness and the freshness of both the pear and also that spinach made it a great combination. And sort of pizza you wanted to have another piece of and another piece of and another piece of. Excellent job, well done.
Thank you, I'm very happy. Thanks.
Now to the main challenge of the day. The big kahuna. The invention test. You're all given the same core ingredient, the same time limit, and the same theme. The winner of today's invention test is going to be smiling. Why? You get the opportunity to cook off against one of Australia's top chefs. We're also looking for the 3 least impressive dishes of the day. If you produce the 3 least impressive dishes of the day, tomorrow you will face a pressure test and the possibility of elimination.
I do not want to find myself in the bottom 3 in today's invention test. I want to wow the judges. I want to be up there with one of the top dishes today.
Today's theme is modern Australian.
This is fantastic. We've got a chance today to really put a stamp on what we think Australian cuisine is and where it's heading.
I'm so excited about this challenge because it's my chance to show the judges the food that I love to cook and I'm passionate about.
One thing I think we can all agree on is that modern Australian cuisine is vibrant. It makes the best of fresh produce, and it's a cuisine without boundaries that reflects the country we live in, the people that live here.
I grew up in Australia, in Darwin and Brisbane, so for me, my memories are of markets where you go and you buy your Asian food from a little lady making it there in front of you. Those sorts of things to me are really Australian.
At the end of the day, we're all Australians, but we're just different versions. Put that on the plate and we're going to be happy.
Fiona, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Fiona won the Pizza Mystery Box Challenge, so she now gets to choose the core ingredient.
Fiona, you have 3 core ingredients to choose from. The first core ingredient is prawns.
Yeah. Had a feeling they might be there.
The second core ingredient that you can pick from is lamb. Let's find out what the final core ingredient is. Fruit.
A selection of fruit.
We've got tropical fruits. We've got lychees, star fruit, mangoes, bananas, pineapples, and pawpaw.
It's a great selection.
Fiona, you've got 3 gorgeous core ingredients here. You have to choose either the prawns, the lamb, or the tropical fruit. Which one is it going to be?
If I can pick an ingredient that I think will, hiccup a few people that I can pull off, I think I'll definitely do it.
I know Fiona likes to flirt with the idea of making desserts, and I think given the opportunity, she's going to drop that bomb on us.
Fiona, tell me, what 3 core ingredients do you have to choose from?
I had prawns and lamb, and I also had tropical fruit.
I am just crossing my fingers and hoping there's a big pile of prawns under that Hessian bag.
Fiona, put the guys out of their misery. What did you choose?
I chose tropical fruit.
You are kidding me. Not happy.
Jimmy, happy with fruit?
No, not really. I'm looking at these fruits and every idea I've had in my mind's gone straight out the door. It has to be a dessert.
Sky. Happy?
I'm very happy. I think there's a couple of fruits there that a lot of us could make some wonderful desserts from, so I'm very happy.
Fiona had a luxurious 5 minutes in the pantry. You will have a somewhat more frugal 2 minutes to choose your 10 ingredients that you'll partner with your core ingredients to make that perfect modern Australian dish. Your time in the pantry starts now.
I'm planning to try and make a mango bavarois and some lime curd and a coconut ruff.
The dish I decided to do is kind of a mini pavlova with a vanilla bean cream and the tropical fruits.
Has anyone seen mint?
The mint's right there in front of you.
Oh, here it is, yeah.
Time's up, guys. Peter, come on.
This challenge is all about modern Australian cuisine. You have a patriotic duty to represent that on a plate, right here and right now. You have 60 minutes. It's Advanced Australia food, and your time starts now.
When the challenge begins, there is like a stampede of the wildebeest. There's stuff flying over people's shoulders.
It is just chaos. It's noisy, it's frantic, and scary, to be honest. I am devastated that I have to cook a dessert. I don't feel like I have a great ability to be really creative with desserts.
Marion, fish sauce, lychees and mango. What's going on?
I'm making just sort of like a fresh layer of lychees and mango, but I'm trying to incorporate those sorts of Asian flavours that I associate with tropical fruits because I grew up in Darwin.
So does that mean you're going to have a subtle balance of sweet and salt
and chilli
and heat?
Yeah, I'm going to try.
Carrie.
Hi, George.
What are you cooking?
Pineapple sorbet with a mango souffle in either a white chocolate mousse or a white chocolate sauce.
Is that mango souffle going to be, you know, nice and sort of pops up, but it's still nice and soft in the centre?
Yes, it will be.
She's done a souffle before, George. She did a chocolate souffle, and it tasted delicious.
Yeah, so
good luck.
Thanks, guys.
I'm trying to pull off both a meringue and an ice cream within an hour time frame. I concentrate on my meringue. They're kind of the key component of my dish, so I am a little bit worried about it. If the egg whites are taken too far, the texture of the meringue won't be right at all.
Jimmy!
George.
What are you going to make?
Today I'm making rice pudding infused with cardamom and lychees. I'm going to make a banana bread.
Banana bread is a good one. Because I love banana bread, but it's got to be light and fluffy, packed full of banana.
This is almost like a filo pastry style banana bread. It's a little bit of a twist, so it's crispy.
I am totally confused,
so am I.
But now I'm interested. So let's hope it works.
Yes, thank you.
George, what an invention test this is. I reckon it's the hardest. We've given them a theme, modern Australian, and we got some blank looks. In fact, it's very, very hard to describe. I think it's thrown a lot of them.
Carrie's doing a mango souffle.
Yep. Oh, look, souffle. Souffle's risky, full stop. The risk is, of course, as soon as that bell goes, they stop cooking, pull the souffle out of the oven, it starts to go down. Jimmy is starting to worry me because he's continually sticking to what he knows. The question for me is he just doing modern Indian or is this really modern Australian?
Fiona.
Yes.
You feeling comfortable?
Oh, look, I wouldn't say comfortable. I think it's like chaos in here at the moment.
What is your dish?
I'm doing a coconut panna cotta with a caramelised mango and a macadamia nut praline. Panna cottas usually take a couple of hours in, you know, a normal refrigerator. I'm a little worried about whether they're going to set or not, so I actually do a couple of different shapes, hoping that, you know, I'll get some set in time.
Peter, what are you making? What is that?
I'm making a twist on risotto, a sweet rice pudding.
I love rice pudding.
Awesome.
If this is a good one, I'll love it. Excellent. I'm a master of rice pudding, I'll tell you. I doubt very much whether that's going to be cooked in 20 minutes.
Okay. All right. Maybe loosen it up with some liquid.
Yeah.
Just to help it.
Yeah, okay.
This is the great Australian dream. You have a half an hour to go.
Come on, guys. Sky.
Hello.
You must be feeling right at home. This is your kind of challenge, isn't it?
I am.
What's the dish?
I'm doing a mango mousse.
Yep.
And then I'm going to be doing, it's going to be like a lychee glass ball. So it's going to be glass balls. So I'm going to be using toffee work that come into strands.
and then rolling it up into a ball and then popping a lychee up into it. So
I love
it'll
that.
have that kind of
Sounds-
translucent water element. In the team challenge, I created a toffee, which wasn't 100%, that's for sure. It was just slightly wrong.
Wow. They look interesting.
I'm interested in showing the judges that I can come up with a good concept and execute it really well.
It's about 10 minutes to go. I pull my meringues out of the oven. They're a little bit of a disaster. Flavour-wise, it's not sweet enough, but they look pretty. I'm debating whether or not to put them on. The risk that I'm thinking is without them, basically all I'm plating is fruit salad and ice cream.
I'm really worried at this point. 20 minutes to go in the challenge. The soufflés will need between 15 and 20 minutes. I'm cutting it close.
I wasn't confident at the start of this, but now I'm getting some confidence. Sky's dish is coming together. She has pulled this beautiful sort of sponge sugar and she wants to suspend the lychee inside the sugar.
I hold the baking tray up as high as I possibly can because we need to allow plenty of area for the toffee strands to start dribbling down and to start setting mid-air.
That's creative. Marion is doing an interesting dessert. She's marrying those sweet flavours of the mango and lychee and also fish sauce. Now, I'm not sure what she's doing there or how it's going to come together.
She's definitely walking the tightrope. I'm worried she might fall off. Claire's making a mango bavois with a coconut ruff. Are you concerned?
No, look, I think she's got a smart, clear idea of where she's going. She's making a simple mango mousse. That's what a bavois is, let's be honest. You know, she's doing everything that we've asked her to do, and I think it'll be a nice little dessert.
The next thing I do is to start the lime curd, and then I realise that I've forgotten the butter. The crazy part is that I actually picked up butter in the pantry and put it back. The lime curd was critical to this dish because it gives it all of the zing. Without it, it's just kind of going to be a bit forgettable.
It's time to smash that big button in the panic room. You have 5 minutes to go.
Come on, Ozzy, come on!
Final few minutes. I'm really happy with what I've produced. It's such a risky thing to do. I've got fish sauce in a dessert. I've got chilli in a dessert. I really don't know how it's going to go down.
I jack up the heat to really get the heat in there to finish it off because the worst thing to do would be to serve them undercooked rice.
With a couple of minutes to go, I'm plating up. It's a dish, it's not the dish I wanted to cook today. It's frankly been a day of disappointments. But, you know, I suppose it's something.
I know the meringue is a bit of a disgrace. I decide to take a gamble and leave them on the plate.
I start plating up. I take the ring mould off. It sort of seeps out. It looks unimpressive, to be polite.
I'm running out of time and I just pop the lychee in as is. It's not exactly as I would like, but most of the elements are there, so I'm pretty happy.
Come on, this is the final flurry. We're nervous up here. You have 10 seconds to go.
I'm leaving the soufflés in the oven until the absolute last second.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Well done, guys. Step away from your benches.
You've just completed today's modern Australian invention test using tropical fruit as your core ingredient.
The first dish that we'd like to taste. Shani, would you like to bring your dish up?
As I walk up, I'm feeling really nervous. At this point, I'm reconsidering my decision to put the meringue on the plate.
What I'm really disappointed about is that That pavlova, the puff. A pavlova is a meringue. It's dead simple to make. Don't like that. What I do love, though, is just the way you've squidged the cream and put all those lovely fruits in, the lychee, the pineapple, the star fruit, and I absolutely adore that lime syrup. And I think it's really different, really creative, and I think you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you.
Removing all of these off the plate, that there looks beautiful, and I think Gary's right. You know, this syrup, you know, give it a little flick, put it on the plate, and it suddenly just lifts the dish and takes it to another level. Well done, Shani. You're really starting to kick some goals.
Thank you.
Carrie. Not cooked.
No. It's my worst nightmare. And there's nothing I can do.
The tragedy here, Carrie, is that for the want of 5 minutes, you'd have had a spectacular souffle. Sadly, what you put in front of us is a souffle that's undercooked and eggy. Those kind of mistakes can find yourself back in a pressure test.
Jimmy. It's not one of your best. The rice pudding's gluggy and heavy, and the banana bread is raw in the centre. Definitely not an inspiring dish at all.
Next up is Sky.
You've come an awfully long way in a very, very short period of time, because that is spectacular. That is good cooking, that is MasterChef cooking. That is the sort of stuff, that sugar work, that gets you to win challenges like this. Well done.
For me, the ultimate reward is actually creating a dish that's mildly successful. Being in the top 3 would just be an added bonus.
The next up to the tasting bench is Fiona. You haven't made the perfect panna cotta by far. It looks terrible. The mango's cut really clumsily.
I knew it was poor presentation, and I knew it wasn't perfect, and I knew I could do a lot better.
The next person up to the tasting table is Marion.
Today, I've taken probably one of the biggest risks I've taken in this competition. I think they'll love it or they'll hate it.
Marion, Marion, Marion. That is just like bang in my mouth. That is great.
It's extraordinary. It's like whoa. It's out there, but out there in a good way that works. There's balance, there's harmony, there's sugar, salt, sweet, sour. It's all there. Really, 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 wow.
I honestly cannot believe it, and I can't explain how happy and relieved I am.
The next modern Australian dish that we'd like to taste belongs to Claire.
I know everything that's wrong with the dish. There's nothing I can do to change it. I know what's coming, and none of it's going to be good.
Claire, are you not happy with this dish?
No.
Why does this mean so much?
It's not my style to be emotional. It's not my style at all.
Sorry. When it comes to cooking, I don't have the rich, diverse kind of cultural history that so many people have to draw on. And so I feel like my food is a bit boring, a bit kind of grey and lawyerish.
You know, Claire, I think all three of us think that you're one of the contenders here.
Thank you.
Coconut rough. Nice idea. The bavois, light. The caramel, it's too thick. We're not talking train crashes here. We're talking about a dish that doesn't live up to the expectations we have of you.
Yeah.
And they're high expectations.
I know.
But this isn't the dish.
No.
But I hope we see the dish very soon.
Thanks.
I feel a bit better after hearing Matt's kind comments, but I think I'm headed for the bottom three.
Peter, your time has come.
Maybe they'll love it. Who knows?
The rice is heavy, soapy and chalky. The fruit on the top looks like carrot. It looks like a ruin. I know the Greeks love their ruins, but this is not a ruin that I can love, Peter. Okay. It's a bad dish, and for me, it is the worst dish you put up in this competition.
I know I'm in the bottom three. I don't think anyone got comments worse than me today. Don't touch it. Yeah.
We have just tasted your modern Australian dishes. Dishes that have made us proud. Proud to be Australians, but now we need to make the decision of who wins and which three go through to the pressure test.
You guys have just completed a modern Australian invention test. Some of you made some mistakes. Some of you gave us dishes that surprised. That is nice to see. If I call your name, please step forward. Shani. Sky. Marion. This moment is about the best of the best. And here they are. Shani, you have tears. Tears of joy, I hope. Girls, you produced the three most delicious, most impressive dishes of the day. Clean, clear, creative flavour and ideas.
I have struggled in this competition. I've struggled with not thinking I'm as good as everyone else. When I put it all on the line and I really go for it and it pays off, it's just worth it. It's so worth it.
Marion, Shani, Sky, one of you is about to gain a huge amount of power in this competition. And that person is Marion.
Wow! You know, I can make dessert, and I won. I'm just so excited.
Marion, you're going to face off against one of the country's top chefs in the Celebrity Chef Challenge. If that's not a golden, glittering prize enough, we've got something else tucked up our sleeve. You will find out what that prize is in a couple of days.
Oh, it's torture.
Right, girl power, get out of here, have a glass of champagne and celebrate. See you later.
Thank you.
3 girls walking out of the kitchen, smiles for miles. We've created something that's super juicy today, so it feels good all around.
Now for the bad news, the 3 people who will face a pressure test tomorrow and risk going home. If you hear your name, please step forward. Carrie. Peter. And Jimmy. The rest of you did enough to keep yourself in the competition for a few more days. You can go home now. Carrie, you've been in pressure tests before, you've been in eliminations before. How do you feel going to this one?
Every time you walk through those doors, there's a risk that it will be for the last time, and that feeling's coming back, and it's a scary one, and although I've been there, nothing can prepare you for it. I'm not ready to go.
Carrie, Jimmy, Peter, you're about to face a personal food Everest. But as Edmund Hillary said, it's not the mountain you have to conquer, it is yourselves. Go home, think about that, come back here with your A game, and be prepared to fight for your place in this competition.
Being in the bottom 3 with Peter and Carrie is probably the worst outcome for me today. This competition's just got that much harder.
There's no time for mediocrity. There's no time for bad dishes. It's time for clear thought and clever cooking.
Tomorrow night on MasterChef Australia.
This is a pressure test like no other.
The bottom 3 hit the ground running in Melbourne for the start of a massive week.
I am so excited.
The race is on to recreate Stephanie Alexander's classic dish.
What a privilege to have her here.
I want to make her proud as well as make myself proud.
Time is running out as they cook for their lives.
Come on, guys, give it your best.
I've got a lot to do in a very short amount of time.
And for someone, the MasterChef journey will end.
Stephanie, it's a tough decision.
It is a tough decision.
One of them is not returning to Sydney. The question is, who is it going to be?